Our story begins on the battlefield exactly at the moment after the most epic battle in history, but battles are never beautiful. The protagonist looks around and confirms that all his friends are dead. The culprit behind all of this did the same to him. Furious, he swears that Chyanma will not survive either. The man in front of him is the demon who terrorized the world, the leader of the demonic cult known as Chyanma. Chyanma calls out to the protagonist saying it is a pity that the most incredible member of the Manhwa sect is in such a state. If he survived, it would be great as they could fight again in the future. The protagonist stands up furious saying that surviving after losing everyone is worse than dying. No fame or glory would be worth it, but he guarantees that Chyanma will not survive either. Chyanma tells the protagonist to feel proud for he considers him the strongest blade in the world. The protagonist draws his sword with his only remaining arm and silences Chyanma forever. That bastard remained arrogant even after losing. When the demon's head hits the ground, the place falls silent. Our protagonist feels the weight of victory and falls onto the corpses. Even without strength, he looks again to be sure that Chyanma is dead. He remembers the past. I think everyone must feel this way on the verge of death. Chong Myong was known as the blossoming blade of Manhwa, the absolute pinnacle of the entire world. If he had tried harder in the past, he might have had a better life. The protagonist was abandoned at the sex gate and raised by the masters, but he was always a terrible student. The master said many times that martial arts used without ethics were just violence. Back then, he was angry at those teachings, but today he knows. If he had dedicated himself more, he could have saved at least the life of one of his friends today. He had countless regrets, but someone in his memory says he did not need to have regrets because all of this was part of the destiny of the Manhwa sect, and he was sure they would continue to exist. The scene shifts. A man receives a blow to the head that shakes the whole house. Inside a tent, the boy tries to figure out where Chyanma is. The man holding a stick claimed he didn't know who Shangma was, dismissing him as just a disgusting stray dog, while noting that everyone else was begging for money while he had been trying to sleep. The boy, feeling confused and threatened by the beggar, demanded that he lower his weapon immediately or face a beating. The beggar simply laughed in response, which infuriated the boy who felt that no one on earth should dare to disrespect him. When the beggar raised his stick and warned him that he was in trouble, the protagonist reached out, intending to teach the man a lesson. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. As the stick came toward him, he wondered why his arms felt so short. He was unable to block the blow and took a hard hit to the head. The boy attacking him wore an expression full of hatred and continued to land consecutive blows, shouting that there was a limit to a person's patience. Suddenly, another person watched the scene from a nearby tent with a worried face, and after a shout, said they would come back later. While wiping his injured nose, the protagonist thought about how cruel the boy was and decided that one day he would deal with the beggars from the Beggars' Union who were part of one of the 10 great sects. Standing with his feet in the water, his body trembled slightly. When he looked at his own reflection, something deeply unsettled him. He didn't recognize the child he saw, no matter how closely he looked. Pulling at his own face with his hands, the young man tried to understand if this was the reincarnation mentioned in Buddhism and thought that if he had known, he might have chosen the Shaolin Temple. Suddenly, someone called his name, interrupting his thoughts. Chung Myung recognized the young man who had arrived while he was being beaten in the tent. The boy approached and said that Wang Cho always acted that way, but that today he had gone too far. Raising a finger, the protagonist asked for a moment and said he wanted to ask 2 questions, his eyes full of curiosity. The other boy watched confused as Chung Myung with a firm but doubtful voice asked if he was a beggar. The boy replied that it was obvious just by looking at his clothes. In despair, the protagonist crouched down unable to believe the situation, but he decided to ask his second question, asking if the boy knew who Chyanma was. The other hesitated, commenting that he thought he was acting strangely because of the beating, but now he seemed even worse. Annoyed, the protagonist demanded a straight answer. The boy crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and replied that he knew who Chyanma was, the leader of the demonic cult who died 100 years ago. Chung Myung's eyes widened even further, unable to believe it as the words echoed in his mind. He couldn't contain himself and shouted, repeating what the boy had told him. Grabbing the other boy's collar, the protagonist questioned with a trembling voice if it had really been 100 years since Chun Ma's death. The other boy replied that he had nothing to gain by lying. Sweat began to run down Chung Myung's face as he slowly released the boy's collar. His mind collapsing as he realized it had taken him all this time to be reborn, left all alone in this world. Bringing his hands to his face, the young man despaired. But his thoughts soon turned to the Manhwa sect, and he decided to ask what had happened to it. The boy, however, replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, leaving Chung Myung with an expression of dread and confusion. The protagonist insisted, reminding him that as a member of the Beggars' Union, he should know about the Manhwa sect, which was part of the 10 great sects. The other boy, however, answered without hesitation that there was no sect with that name among the 10 great sects, and that, in fact, it didn't even exist anymore. Chung Myung was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Unable to believe what he had just heard, Chung Myung grabbed the boy's collar again and began to shake him violently. His voice was filled with indignation as he pointed out that even the Southern Island sect and those country bumpkins from a distant island had become part of the 10 great sects. He concluded that this could only mean the Manhwa sect had been excluded. As he was being shaken, the boy reacted with confusion, but then he grew thoughtful, commenting that he might have heard that name before in relation to a map of the Shaanxi province. Chung Myung immediately stopped shaking him and asked if there was anything else he knew. The boy brought a hand to his chin, thinking hard for a few seconds before answering that, as far as he knew, the Manhwa sect had already fallen. In that instant, Chung Myung's world seemed to collapse. His expression filled with despair as he couldn't accept that the sect, once one of the 3 greatest in the world, had met such an end. Losing all his strength, Chung Myung let go of the boy, who fell backward and hit his head on the ground. While the boy winced from the impact, the protagonist remained paralyzed, his face a mask of pure desperation. Refusing to believe it, Chung Myung declared that he needed to see it with his own eyes. He clenched his fists, affirming that he would go to Manhwa immediately. Confused by this sudden determination, the other boy scratched the back of his neck and said he wouldn't do that, as it would just be a reason to get beaten again. He suggested that Chung Myung should just go beg somewhere else. However, Chung Myung raised his voice, insisting that he still had questions and demanded answers. Placing a hand on his abdomen, he asked about his current body and what this person's name was. As he got to his feet, the boy answered casually that a beggar doesn't need a name, but that people usually called him Cho-sam. Analyzing his own face, Chung Myung stretched the skin and asked about his age, guessing from its firmness that he must be between 15 or 16, but the boy said he didn't know. The protagonist then decided to press further, wanting to know the names of both the boy he was talking to and the one who had attacked him with the bamboo. The boy answered without hesitation that his name was Ku Chil, and the attacker was named Ku Pal, though he was better known as Wang Cho. After taking a deep breath, Chung Myung told Ku Chil to listen carefully, declaring that he repays favors twice over and grudges 10 times over. He ordered the boy to memorize his name, Chung Myung of the Manhwa sect, and warned that when they met again, he would repay what happened today. With that, he turned and began to walk away with firm steps, but he suddenly stopped and came back as if he had forgotten something important. He then asked for the way to Manhwa in the Shaanxi province. Ku Chil just sighed in disbelief, realizing he was dealing with someone truly different. The scene changes, and we see Chung Myung running with all his might through the grass. He had decided to travel on foot since even in his past life, he never trusted slow mounts. His face was red and his breathing was heavy as he pushed himself to the limit. But suddenly, his body failed him and he collapsed. The young body couldn't handle so much pressure and was completely exhausted after only a few minutes of effort. He knew there was no other way to get there, but if he continued like this, he might pass out or even die on the way. With his face pressed into the dirt, the young man lay motionless and wondered how he would ever make it to Shaanxi province. With a suspicious laugh, the protagonist realized this was the moment his cunning could come into play. He lifted his face from the ground and began to laugh with uncontained excitement because all he needed to do now was train his martial arts. He knew that few would understand what an incredible opportunity this was. Even those who had reached the peak of their abilities regretted their youth when they should have focused more on the fundamentals. He remembered how they lamented the times their masters insisted they train, wishing they had at least pretended to be dedicated. They certainly shouldn't have been caught drinking their master's hidden liquor. As he thought of this, Chung Myung paused for a moment and decided to ignore that detail since that liquor had been truly delicious. But now, none of that mattered. Everything was new again and he had to start from scratch. First, he decided to find an isolated place where he could avoid any external distractions, and his eyes landed on a tall, perfect-looking tree. The boy sat at the base of the trunk, took a deep breath, and began to think about his first lesson. His mind held countless advanced theories, complex martial techniques, and numerous methods of cultivating internal energy. However, he knew he shouldn't limit himself to the sex techniques, but needed to master focus and achieve true balance. After some time with his eyes closed in deep concentration, the boy opened them again, his expression firm and determined. He remembered the equilibrium technique, a martial art considered simple and sold for low prices in black markets. For a moment, he questioned why he should learn something so basic, but deep down, he knew the truth. This technique wasn't common. It was one of the foundations of the Manhwa sect, and every disciple started with it. The equilibrium technique didn't drastically increase internal power, but it purified the body impeccably, serving as the true foundation. Knowing there was no reason to rush, he understood he needed to build a solid base capable of supporting everything that would come later. Calmly, he began to organize the energy around him, refining each fragment with precision, as if aligning delicate threads in a complex fabric, eliminating any impurity he found. The energy began to concentrate inside him, gathering in the center of his body. A subtle light appeared in his abdomen, and the boy realized he had achieved enough concentration. This would be the core that would open a new world, starting as a spark that would one day become an unstoppable force. The boy tried to stand up to continue his journey, but his body failed him as the equilibrium couldn't yet sustain him. He fell to the ground again, his energy completely consumed by the process. Chung Myung realized the harsh reality that the technique was useless when the body needed to act immediately. Suddenly, his master's voice echoed in his mind, saying that sometimes he forgot to use his own brain. Desperate, the protagonist screamed, questioning how he would ever get to Mount Hua at this rate. The setting shifts to a simple market where common people walk, buying and selling, while two children run between the stalls carrying baskets. Leaning against a wall, a boy is relaxing when a voice calls out to him. The newcomer points in a direction and says there's a new beggar raking in all the coins. He explains that it's just a kid, but everyone ends up giving him money. The boy slowly stands up and says that maybe it's time to teach this child a lesson, and the two boys by his side agree, looking scared. They approach a long-haired boy who is responsible for taking everything. The tough-looking leader yells to get his attention, but gets no response. He shouts again, asking if the boy is deaf. Finally, the boy reacts, still chewing, and looks at the three with his mouth full of food, asking if they are talking to him. The leader gets angry and questions his carefree attitude, saying he must have lost his mind at such a young age. Cracking his knuckles, he makes a demand, stating that he doesn't know who allowed the boy to beg there, but he can leave if he hands everything over to them. Chung Myung stares at them with a serious expression and then looks down at the food in his hands. He responds without hesitation, asking if the three of them have no shame, calling them useless and adding that they won't be taking anything from him. The protagonist slowly stands up and cracks his arms, knowing he has provoked them too much, and that the consequences are inevitable. He begins to warm up, stretching his arms, adapting to their size, and repeatedly opening and closing his hands to prepare for combat. Chung Myung knows his core isn't perfect yet, but he believes it will be enough. Now used to this body, he provokes them one more time, saying that he's weak and might not even be able to hit hard, but that the three of them are still going to get beaten up a little. These words leave the leader of the beggars furious, and he orders the other two to advance and kill him. One of them prepares a powerful punch, but the blow only cuts through the air as Chung Myung dodges with a slight movement of his head, his eyes tracking every detail. Immediately after, the protagonist counterattacks with a direct blow that hits his opponent's face. The impact is brutal, and the boy is thrown backward, falling hard to the ground. Chung Myung's hand stings after the blow, but he doesn't hesitate and shouts his title, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint of the Great Manhwa sect, as he unleashes new attacks and advances, calling his opponents miserable wretches. A short time later, it's all over. The three are on the ground, injured and kneeling, apologizing repeatedly. Chung Myung looks at them and asks why they are calling a beggar boss. The boy just bows even lower, pleading for forgiveness. The protagonist wipes his hands and then has an idea, asking if any of them know the fastest way to Shaanxi province. With a swollen face, one of them replies that it's obvious since the three of them are beggars. They wouldn't know that kind of thing, suggesting he ask someone smarter. Chung Myung laughs with a carefree expression, realizing he was looking for answers in the wrong place. The boys also laugh, relieved, and the mood becomes relaxed. Suddenly, everything changes. The protagonist grabs the leader's collar. His gaze turns cold, and he gives him a warning in case they ever meet again. He says that if he asks a question, there had better be an answer or the consequences will be fatal. Then, he shoves him away and tells the three of them to disappear immediately. Sometime later, the sky is tinged with orange as the sun begins to set. A man with a long beard observes the landscape. Someone calls out to him, addressing him as the sect leader. The person introduces himself as Am, and the man permits his entry. The door opens slowly, letting in the light. Han explains the situation, saying that it's nothing urgent but that a child wishes to see him. Curious, the two look toward the entrance. Then, a figure emerges dirty and bruised but with a confident smile. The protagonist introduces himself as Chung Myung and declares his desire to join the Manhwa sect. A man with gray hair and a beard watched Chung Myung's posture intently. He then turned to Am and asked if he had already informed the boy that they were no longer accepting disciples. Ahmad explained that the child didn't care about the refusal and had insisted on meeting him personally. Meanwhile, Chung Myung continued to hold his pose with a forced smile, but inside, a tremendous irritation was growing in his heart. To understand his frustration, it's necessary to go back in time. Exhausted and sweating profusely, the boy leaned on a stick, realizing he had finally reached his destination, Mount Hua. The shortcut the beggars had shown him was completely useless, and he swore he would never forgive them if he saw them again. Tossing the stick aside, Chung Myung filled himself with determination, knowing it was time to begin the long climb up the great mountain. With hurried steps, the boy started his ascent up the steep and dangerous terrain, pouring all of his resolve into the climb as if his life depended on it. At a critical moment, however, one of the rocks he was holding on to began to give way, causing him to lose his balance and swing precariously in the air. The stone plummeted to the ground with a loud crash, making Chung Myung worry about what would have happened if he had been the one to fall. Still, our hero knew that anything was possible with persistence. So his hand quickly found another hold, and he resumed his climb. After some time, the setting sun began to paint the sky orange. The boy was utterly exhausted from the difficult journey, but upon reaching his goal, he noticed something important was missing. The sign for the Mount Wasek, which Cyan Jongmun used to clean so meticulously every morning, had simply vanished. The sight of the entrance without its sign made Chung Myung feel like he was going to lose his mind, and his shouting finally drew someone to the door, who opened it cautiously to see the unexpected visitor. The man who answered was surprised to see a child, and asked how someone so small had managed to get there alone. Chung Myung ignored the question, instead asking if the man was a martial practitioner of the Manhwa sect. The man confirmed that he was, giving Chung Myung hope that the sect hadn't disappeared completely. Hearing this, Am invited the young boy inside, explaining that while they didn't normally accept outsiders, it was far too late and dangerous to make the trip back down the cold mountain at night. As soon as Chung Myung stepped through the gates, his expression changed completely. The ground, which was once made of clean, luxurious marble, was now worn down and covered in dirt. The boy decided to hide his surprise, commenting to Emim that the place seemed quite spacious. As they walked, he noticed something else was wrong. The golden celestial palace was also gone. Unable to conceal his shock, he pointed to the empty space and asked if something wasn't supposed to be there. Am confirmed that a palace had indeed once stood in that spot. He proudly remarked that it was admirable for a boy his age to notice such a detail, adding that while it might be embarrassing for a martial artist to admit, the missing palace was like a scar of glory. Chung Myung, however, cut him off, stating that there was no glory in it at all. Am didn't quite understand what the boy meant, so the protagonist decided to drop the subject. As they continued on, Chung Myung thought to himself that none of this was Uman's fault, as everyone there had likely been through the worst trying to keep the sect from disappearing. Finally, the two arrived at the Yuan Temple, which to Chung Myung's relief appeared to be intact. Since the Manhwa sect is a martial arts sect, guests have their duties. While opening the door to a room, Am told Chung Myung to enter and prepare to pay his respects to the ancestors. But as the boy looked around more closely, he noticed something else was different. Gazing at the area where the incense was kept, he realized that important items were no longer there. In the past, there had been a golden candlestick granted by the emperor of the Jin dynasty and a handwritten scroll from the ancestor. In addition, there were gold-plated decorations and numerous paintings that had once filled the room, all of which were now gone. With wide eyes and an expression of pure shock, Chung Myung began to stammer, frantically searching for a specific flower that was supposed to be there. Impressed, Am asked how the boy knew about that and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then recalled that there was once a plum blossom flower made of a strange white metal, but it had been sold some time ago. According to him, it had no use, didn't fit with the temple's aesthetic, and was just taking up space. At this declaration, Chung Myung fell to his knees. His heart ached as he remembered Young, thinking that the Manhwa sect was truly finished. That flower was one of the sacred artifacts that maintained the sect's righteous spirit, and the people now in charge had sold it off as if it were nothing. Resolute, Chung Myung decided he needed to intervene as quickly as possible before they made an even bigger mess. So while kneeling respectfully, he pleaded to meet the sect leader and at the top of his lungs, shouted that he wanted to join the Manhwa sect. Returning to the present moment, the sect leader resumed the conversation about the boy's request. He asked if the boy was already familiar with the sect, and Chung Myung, a bit incredulous, began to wonder if it was really going to be this easy to get in. Regardless, the boy already had a whole scenario prepared in his mind. He would simply use the name of Chung Jin, a disciple who had disappeared during a war. The story would be that Chung Jin fell from a hill and was found by a woodcutter who tended to his wounds. In gratitude, Chung Jin taught the woodcutter the sect's martial techniques, making him a disciple. Chung Myung would claim to be a descendant of this woodcutter, which would grant him a high position in the sect on the same level as the leader. The boy closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable rejection or questioning. Contrary to all his expectations, the man simply said he approved his entry into the sect. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as Chung Myung struggled to believe what he had just heard. With a smile, the old man affirmed that if the boy truly wished to join, then it would be as he desired. A confused imam reminded his leader that he had said he wouldn't accept any more members, but the man explained that he had changed his mind. Chung Myung found this incredibly reckless, thinking they should be far more suspicious of a stranger. The leader continued his reasoning, saying that the child's motive didn't matter, since he had come seeking them out. He compared the situation to not turning away a small bird seeking refuge from the rain, and for that reason, they could not deny a child entry. He then asked Amam to prepare a place for the boy and the entrance ceremony. The protagonist was so skeptical of the situation that he could barely speak, realizing his planned position in the sect had just plummeted. Sometime later, Yumam handed the boy a uniform, explaining that it was the clothing of a third-rank disciple. Chung Myung tried to recognize the room, but only remembered it being used for guests, which was strange. In the old days, aspirants would form a bond with their teacher and stay in their master's room. Curious, he wondered if other people were staying in these rooms, but was startled when someone demanded to know who was there. Slowly, the boy looked back and saw another boy his age who was furious and asking why he was snooping around someone else's room. A short while later, a few students began to gather, and one of them quickly explained to a senior disciple that Chung Myung had been snooping around his room. The commotion soon attracted the attention of an older man who appeared and demanded to know what was going on. With a firm voice, he scolded the young men, reminding them that it was still training time and they should not be causing a disturbance. Immediately, all the students bowed, apologizing to the great Sasek, the junior of the masters. It was then that the Sasek noticed Chung Myung, who formally introduced himself. The man recognized him as the newcomer to the White Plum Pension, and seeing how late it was, told the young man to rest for the day, but to be sure to join the training the following morning. He then ordered everyone else to return downstairs at once. Before leaving, the irritated boy from earlier glared at Chung Myung, warning that he would deal with him later and teach him a lesson. Left alone in the hallway, Chung Myung tried to calm himself, remembering that these boys were his successors in the sect. He knew he needed to give them proper attention even if his methods were a little different. When night fell under a star-filled sky, the same irritated senior ordered Chung Myung to take everything off. Shocked, the protagonist asked what he meant by that. The young man explained that he was to remove all his clothes, claiming it was how men grew closer and built bonds with their seniors. Chung Myung's expression, however, made it clear he was not happy with the idea. Before doing anything, he said he had just one question and asked where the pension's instructor Sasuk Un-gum was. The senior replied that the instructor didn't train at night and that they would start with a little warm-up. However, before the young man could act, Chung Myung called out to him and told him to flex his neck muscles. The boy barely had time to react before an unexpected punch landed on his cheek. The impact was so fast and powerful that it took him a moment to realize he had been hit, and a loud crash echoed from the temple roof shortly after. The other students stared with wide eyes, shocked by the scene as the punch had launched the boy with such force that he ended up stuck in the ceiling. With a sadistic expression, Chung Myung asked if they really wanted to start with a little warm-up, then began screaming, calling all the seniors bastards. The tension escalated so much that the surrounding birds flew away in fright. A while later, a senior named Yoon Jong was massaging the protagonist's shoulders. Chung Myung told the boy to put more effort into it, and he promptly replied that he would do his best. Meanwhile, our hero called over to Jo-gul, assuring him that he wouldn't hurt him and asking him to come closer. Chung Myung explained that he wasn't yet used to the sect situation and had a few questions. The first thing he wanted to know was what happened to the Golden Celestial Palace and why the sect was in such a mess. With his face swollen from the beating, Jo-gul began to answer. He asked if the newcomer had ever heard of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, and our hero knew they were talking about him in his past life. According to the Sasuks, the Sword Saint played a vital role in defeating Chuma. But afterward, the enraged members of the demonic sect invaded the Zhongyuan region and set the mountains on fire. The damage at the time was so great that the sect never managed to recover the strength it once had. Hearing this, Chung Myung began to sweat, thinking that he himself might be the reason for their precarious situation. Sometime later, in another conversation, someone mentioned the Tai Flummox sword technique, stating that it lacked Taoist aspects and wasn't very powerful. They even said they wouldn't care if the technique were removed from the sect. Chung Myung agreed that they should just throw it away, but the Sa Young replied that it would be complicated since the technique was left by their ancestors. The protagonist then suggested they remove it from the library to prevent children from getting interested, and the Sa Young thought it was a good idea, saying they would do it. After a moment of silence, the Sa Young changed the subject, explaining that he hadn't called Chung Myung just to talk about that problem. He believed it was time for the young man to assimilate the disciplines on his own and asked how Chung Myung thought he should teach his disciples. Surprised by the question, the protagonist broke one of the cookies he was eating and answered promptly, questioning what was so difficult about it. To him, it was simple. Once a master beats his disciples to the brink of death, the students can make the impossible happen. The bizarre answer left the Sa Young speechless. And after that conversation, Sa Young Jangmun never again brought up the subject of Chung Myung having disciples. One day, while the protagonist was resting, someone called him very formally. With a calm voice, Chung Myung said there was no need for such formality. It turned out that the instructor, Eun Jiam, had summoned him to the training grounds, informing him that he would be participating in the activities from that day forward. With a clear command, the master told his disciples to prepare their blades. The young men obeyed immediately, raising their swords, and then the master gave the order for everyone to swing their weapons, which they did with determination. Chung Myung watched everything beside Eun Jiam with a strange expression, as if he were seeing something very odd. The teacher's sword technique was truly bizarre. Eun Jiam explained that it was called the equilibrium sword technique and that it was essential for all other techniques of the Manhwa sect. Shocked, Chung Myung wondered what kind of nonsense the masters were teaching the disciples. To him, it only made it harder for the children to get stronger, like teaching the alphabet using an advanced grammar book. This way, the boys might get ahead for a short time, but nothing more, as techniques without fundamentals could not take warriors very far. Determined, the young man thought that if they were going to follow this path, they should at least do it right. Suddenly, something distracted the protagonist, who looked up. The sky was clear, which made him think it was the equivalent of the Manhwa sect's future. Nothing. Feeling pessimistic, Chung Myung didn't even know where to begin. He decided to call over the senior who was teaching the students and asked what else they learned there besides that technique. The teacher explained that after the equilibrium technique, they learned the Seven Sages sword technique, and after graduating, the Lesser Qing sword technique. Chung Myung sighed without much hope. The teacher continued, explaining that after learning all that, it was time for the sect's sacred technique, the famous Tai Flummox sword technique. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. He remembered the conversation he had with Shangman, where they both agreed that this technique wasn't good enough for warriors and that they wouldn't mind if it were removed. And yet, this was the technique they were learning at the highest levels, instead of something truly important like the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique. As the teacher walked away shouting and asking who was chattering again, the day began to grow dark. Later, someone called for the senior Jo-gul, who was surprised. The boy tried to be as respectful and formal as possible with Chung Myung, but the protagonist said it wasn't necessary and got straight to the point, asking if he could ask for a favor. He asked Jo-gul to tell everyone to be in front of the Plum Blossom Pension at 5 in the morning the next day and to prepare a few things he was about to list, starting with 5 people of specific types. The night wore on as they talked. Scratching the back of his neck in confusion, Jo-gul repeated the order to be sure. Chung Myung noticed the boy's unease and asked if he wouldn't be able to do it, but the young man confirmed that he could. Praising his enthusiasm, our hero said he could leave. After the conversation ended, Chung Myung began to reflect. In their current state, the sect members had no physique, technique, or talent, so it wouldn't be surprising if the sect disappeared overnight. Of the three characteristics, the only one he had control over was talent. The current third generation of disciples didn't seem very talented, but as they say, a journey of 1,000 miles must begin with a single step. Watching Joe Ghoul walk away, he knew that educating these untalented seniors would be his first step. As arranged, a group of people gathered at the location Chung Myung had requested. Many were still sleepy, and one of them wondered why a freshman was able to manipulate his seniors as he pleased. Joe Ghoul, however, thought that this disgruntled guy most likely wasn't at the pension when they got beaten up last time. Just then, Chung Myung appeared, asking if that was the freshman the boy was complaining about. Everyone was surprised to see him there, and the complaining boy's eyes widened. Angrily, he replied that it was him because making seniors wake up at 5 in the morning showed no respect at all. The protagonist closed his eyes, remaining calm. With a sweet forced voice, he began to speak to his seniors, apologizing and saying that he was wrong in his perception. As an apology, he asked to speak with the boy inside the pension. He quickly gathered a few students and led them into the building, closing the door so no one outside could see what was happening. The students who remained outside watched the scene in silence, not quite understanding what was going on. As they watched more closely, they noticed something strange at the top of the building. The place seemed to be shaking. Suddenly, abrupt movements could be seen on the roof. In the blink of an eye, the students who had entered with Chung Myung began to run out of the pension in a panic. The young man praised them, but told them to be quieter so as not to wake the great Sasek. Then he approached the boys and announced that every morning, at this same time, they would train together. After a few minutes, the sky began to brighten as the sun rose on the horizon. The sun's rays entered the pension through the windows, waking the Sasuke, who started to feel that something was off. He thought that no one had come to give their morning greetings and that perhaps everyone was still asleep. Placing his feet on the floor, the man decided to get up. As he changed his clothes, he figured that since a newcomer had arrived, everyone must have been sleeping in after performing their usual strange rite of passage. Soon, the man left his quarters, and while walking in the courtyard thinking he would teach them a well-deserved lesson this time, something caught his attention. The man's eyes widened when he saw all the disciples lying on the ground, injured and calling for help. The great Sasek was confused, trying to understand what had happened to everyone, and he shouted at one of the students demanding to know what was going on. The boys looked at each other, seeming hesitant to speak, which made Gum even more confused. Soon, he spotted Joe Ghoul, who looked completely exhausted, while carrying a wooden sword on his shoulders. Behind him was the newcomer, carrying a sword with 2 gigantic stones tied to it. The rope was nearly giving way under the weight. The boy began to squat, supporting the weight on his back. Sweat dripped from his face as he tried to breathe slowly. His legs were trembling, but he didn't give up and lifted the stone, using all his strength, counting that as squat number 10,085. Drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, Chung Myung faced the man in front of him. Upon realizing it was the great Sasuk, he immediately greeted him. Jiam observed the boy in complete astonishment, noting that the child was far too strong. Even with his legs trembling, Chung Myung remained standing, showing no intention of stopping. Turning away, Jiam shouted for someone to bring water at once, ignoring Chung Myung's protests. As soon as he received the container, the boy began to drink greedily. Once the boy had recovered, Gum resumed his serious posture as there was something that needed to be explained. He asked what had happened, pointing out all the people lying on the ground. With his mouth still full of water and his body exhausted, Chung Myung replied that it was nothing serious, just a morning training session they had decided to start that day. He claimed that since it was their first time, everyone had gotten a little carried away. Gam glanced around to confirm the story, but the other students shook their heads in denial, stopping immediately when Chung Myung glared at them. The great Sasuke understood instantly that they were all afraid of the newcomer. Jiam reflected on how his students called themselves disciples of the Flower Mountain sect, yet they trembled before a new arrival. He brought a hand to his chin considering a reprimand, but instead shifted his focus back to Chung Myung, questioning his audacity. The Plum Blossom boarding house had clear rules, and no one had authorized training at that hour, much less sacrificing the students' rest. Despite the scolding, Chung Myung remained silent with a calm and serene expression. He replied peacefully that if it was the master's will, the training could stop, an answer that surprised Jiam. Noticing the great Sasuk's reaction, Chung Myung maintained a gentle smile as if nothing were wrong. Jiam found himself in a dilemma. If he punished the boy, he would make his own students look weak for being pushed around by a novice. But if he ignored the situation, his authority would be compromised and he would look like a fool. Suddenly, Chung Myung broke the silence and asked for 1 month. With a smile, the boy requested this opportunity from the great Saesok, promising to prove his worth in that time. Chung Myung continued, saying that he deeply admired and respected his seniors because even with such intense training, not a single one had complained. He raised his hand enthusiastically and asked the other boys if that was not true, and they all confirmed it at once. Gum watched the scene carefully and understood that no one there dared to contradict the young man. Still, there was something different about him. The man observed his slender body and wondered where someone like him could have come from. The great Sasek then said it would not be an easy task and asked why he insisted so much on training every morning. Without hesitation, Chung Myung answered that the young disciples could become strong with the teachings, but they would advance much faster with extra effort even if it meant sacrificing a little rest. Jiam then asked what the most important aspect of training with the seniors would be, and the boy smiled, replying that it would be courtesy. He affirmed that he would treat the words of his seniors as sacred teachings. At that moment, Jiam realized the boy did not intend to challenge the hierarchy, but rather to dominate it with respect and intelligence. A faint smile appeared on the man's face as he understood the boy was not joking. Gam turned toward the students and stomped his foot firmly on the ground, his expression changing completely. The great Sasuk raised his voice, saying he was impressed and admired such determination. He declared that if they continued like this, they would achieve great results, and therefore, he permitted them to continue with the extra training. With distressed faces, the students trembled, seemingly begging for help, but the great Sasek simply turned and walked away, leaving them behind. Meanwhile, Chung Myung cracked his knuckles and faced the seniors calmly, saying he did not intend to destroy them, but that they should have a better talk back at the boarding house later. The seniors froze, their faces showing pure terror. Shortly after, sounds of sudden movements and shaking structures began to echo from inside the building. A few days passed. The protagonist was seen concentrating energy at the base of his abdomen, thinking that the disciples' energy cores were still small, but were already showing progress. During this time, Chung Myung discovered that the White Plum boarding house was a type of private dormitory just as he had expected. The sect leader came from a respectable lineage, but was just another weakling whose strength could not compare to the leaders from 100 years ago. His disciples reflected this, with most being third-class members who had joined merely for social convenience. As he focused, Chung Myung reflected that none of this mattered because he was here now and he was determined. After finishing his concentration, the boy stood up, his feet firm on the ground, ready for the next step as he remembered the strongest sect in all of Kango. Sometime later in the dining hall, the students were having their meal. One of them was trembling so much while holding his chopsticks that he could barely keep control, letting his food slip. The boy complained that they had trained so hard they could no longer even eat properly and turned to Joe Gould, asking him to speak with the crazy master of their morning training. Joe Gould lowered his head, closed his eyes, and replied that the boys there talked too much. He placed his chopsticks back on the table firmly and asked if he looked like some kind of messenger, telling them that if they had a problem, they should solve it themselves. Irritated, he stood up without having touched his food, and called over another more senior colleague asking for a moment. Later, the two young men were walking down an illuminated corridor surrounded by sakura trees. One of them commented that Jogul seemed more cheerful. The boy looked up at the sky calmly and asked what his friend thought of the mountain sect. The other hesitated, saying it was a difficult question. Jogul continued, explaining that all of this would be over for him when he returned home, but it was different for his friend who intended to stay there forever, which the boy confirmed. Silence filled the air until suddenly Jogul admitted that he used to think the sect was finished. Surprised, his friend asked him to be more respectful, but Jogul shook his head and explained that he had changed his mind. After Chung Myung arrived, everything was different. Even though they were being forced, they had evolved and been pushed to their limits. And yet, that boy never showed any signs of fatigue despite training more intensely than everyone else. Seeing this, Jogul had decided to truly put in the effort. He turned to face his friend and, with a confident look, declared that he wanted to become strong enough to lead the world. His friend offered a warm smile and said that he felt the same way. As they talked, someone was watching them from the top of a tree. It was Chung Myung who had listened to the entire conversation in silence. A confident smile appeared on his face as he knew that two more had been won over. Jiam had also been easy to convince, but there was still much to do. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a shout that cut through the air. Someone was demanding the presence of the sect leader, surprising Chung Myung. Loud bangs echoed from the main gate with demands for the door to be opened immediately. The men outside struck with such force that they eventually broke it down, and individuals carrying torches with hostile faces began to pour in. Staff members tried to stop them, saying they could not enter like that, while Chung Myung watched everything from the tree, not understanding what was happening. The invaders lost their patience, shouting that they had already waited long enough. Then they began to demand payment, wanting to know when they would get their money back. In that moment, the boy understood everything. The sect was drowning in debt. The invaders continued to shout, demanding that the sect leader appear at once. In response, the door opened and the leader finally emerged, facing them as they stared back with harsh expressions, making the atmosphere heavy. Chung Myung silently approached and watched everything closely as the leader asked what brought them there at this hour of the night. Chung Myung analyzed his posture, noting an impeccable presence worthy of a true leader of the Manhwa sect. A refined aura emanated from his every gesture, and each word carried authority as if he were born for the role. The invaders, however, were not impressed and questioned his attitude. One of them raised a hand to his mouth, cleared his throat slightly, and with a forced smile asked how the leader had been. Jang Mun replied calmly, saying he hadn't expected a visit from the owner of the Kong Pavilion. The man in turn claimed he didn't want to be there either, but was pressured to come as climbing Mount Hua again was quite a hassle. He then got straight to the point, reminding them that the payment deadline had passed a long time ago. The pavilion owner explained that they had tried to be patient, but there were limits. According to the contract, they could demand severe fines, but considering their past relationship, they had decided not to be so harsh. He then set a condition, giving them 7 more days to make the payment. If the debt was not settled by then, they would confiscate everything from the Manhwa sect. The news was so shocking that a small sound escaped Chung's mouth, causing everyone to look in his direction. One of the men commented that the child had seen something he shouldn't have. Sometime later, the disciples were talking among themselves about the merchants from the Hua district, leaving Chung Myung quite worried about the consequences of having witnessed that scene. Jo Gul approached and asked if the Hua district wasn't located just below the mountain, and the other boy confirmed it. He suspected that the sect had borrowed money from the merchants, but his friend couldn't say for sure. The boy then revealed that he knew the owner of the Kong Pavilion, who also owned the Taiwa Pavilion, the largest in the Hwarem district, and an influential man in various business sectors. Hearing this, Chung Myung reacted and asked about the pavilion. The others were surprised to see the tension on the young man's face, telling him to calm down because his expression was twisted with anger. But Chung Myung had already figured it out. The Taiwa Pavilion had originally been a possession of the Manhwa sect. He suddenly grabbed the boy's collar and forcefully asked if that man was really the owner of the Taiwa Pavilion and was still trying to confiscate their temple after lending them money. The boy confirmed it. Chung Myung slowly released his collar, his mind racing. If the Taiwa Pavilion belonged to the sect, it made no sense that they were now borrowing money from it. Something was very wrong, and he felt they had been on the wrong path from the very beginning. With a firm gaze, Chung Myung turned to Jo Gul and made a direct request asking him to bring that thing. Jo Gul understood immediately and with a slight nod ran off saying he would get it right away. Shortly after, he returned with a different black kimono and handed it to a still confused Chung Myung. Jo Gul asked what he planned to do with it, and Chung Myung calmly quoted an old Buddhist teaching. He explained that the phrase, "If you meet the Buddha, destroy the Buddha," was not literal, but meant to abandon any attachment that blocks one's path. As he adjusted his clothes, he repeated the words, stating that to walk the true path of the Tao, one must learn to break from their own path. Prepared to leave, he announced he was going to find the true path, but his friends reacted, saying he looked ridiculous dressed like that. Chung Myung ignored them completely and without looking back, leaped from rooftop to rooftop, moving like a shadow in the night. A short time later, the boy stopped atop a roof and observed the city below. His target was a luxurious and brightly lit building. Meanwhile, inside, the merchants were gathered, eating and talking about the sect leader. One of them mentioned the value of the debt, which was over 100,000 riang, while another commented on the impact of Kong's presence. Soon, the pavilion owner himself spoke up, saying that although he sought profit, he disliked the situation because of a long-standing multi-generational relationship with the sect. Another merchant agreed, but added that the owner had already been far too patient and had ignored the situation several times. Everyone praised his generosity, and the pavilion owner said he hoped that was indeed the case. As he drank, the man thought about how naive and carefree these merchants were. He knew the Manhwa sect was not to be underestimated, as its strength lay not only in combat but also in its history. In the Shaanxi province, almost everyone had some connection to it. Even so, the sect had weakened greatly and now seemed fragile, like something that could fall apart easily. He mentally compared the sect to the skin of the duck he was eating, which fell apart easily even without any force from his chopsticks. One of the merchants, already tipsy from the alcohol, asked what would be done with the temple after they took it, suggesting they take something else instead. The pavilion owner disagreed, stating that the temple was worth much more than it seemed. It might look old and simple, but it held immense value. As he chewed, the man thought about how foolish these merchants were. He then placed his chopsticks on the table and spoke firmly, saying he couldn't reveal everything directly, but they could use the sect's enemies to their advantage, as many other sects would pay a high price to erase Manhwa for good. He looked around and assured them that everyone's investment would be worthwhile. Excited, one of the merchants stood up and praised his cunning, and soon sack was being poured for a toast to prosperity and health. After a while, the drunken man left the party, his steps unsteady. His mind wandered, thinking that if he could recover the money from the sect, he would have enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. As he walked, he looked up at the sky and noticed the moon was missing, guessing it might be a new moon. He thought to himself that he should stick to the main roads on dark nights like this. With his face flushed from the drink, sleep began to weigh on him until something caught his attention. A figure appeared in front of him, but his vision was still blurry. He squinted and then saw it clearly. Someone dressed in black like a ninja was standing before him. The figure spoke with a firm voice, telling the man to wait. The drunk man found the situation almost comical. The person looked like they had stepped out of a comic book, and on top of that was short. The man crossed his arms and asked if the boy was a thief. Chung Myung replied calmly that he had no interest in money. He just wanted answers and promised to let him go without any trouble if he cooperated. The man sighed and said it wasn't a matter of wanting to answer or not, but that he wasn't alone. Immediately, several figures emerged, men who approached quickly. They were his guards. Chung Myung realized they were experienced bodyguards. One of them asked what they should do, but the drunk man told them not to overdo it, just to capture the boy while making sure he could still talk. The man continued walking, thinking that he disliked violence, and moved on without even looking back, only hearing the sounds of the battle, impacts, strikes, a sharp crack, and even the sound of bones breaking. He figured the fight must be intense, but he kept walking until a much louder sound made him stop. Startled, he decided to look back, complaining that he remembered asking them to leave the boy well enough to speak. It was then that he saw something that made him freeze. All of his bodyguards were on the ground, motionless and defeated. Only Chung Yung remained standing. The boy commented calmly that people really don't know how to listen, because even when someone speaks clearly, there are still those who choose to ignore them. The young man then gestured with his hand, beckoning the man closer, and repeated his offer. If the man answered, he could leave without any problems. But then, Chung Myung lunged forward and grabbed the desperate drunk by the collar. His eyes turned cold and he clenched his fist, speaking in a firm tone that if the man had just answered before, none of this would have happened. But now, there would be consequences. The protagonist raised his fist and prepared to strike, but said calmly for the man not to worry because he would still be able to talk after this. A short while later, the drunk man, his face completely bruised, was reluctantly providing the necessary information, speaking with difficulty due to his injuries. Threatening him with a raised fist, Chung Myung firmly ordered the man to answer properly or suffer the consequences again. The boy then asked if he had really loaned over 100,000 yongs to the Manhwa sect, and the drunkard confirmed it. Chung Myung crossed his arms and let out a long sigh before shouting to get the injured man's attention. He argued that even if they sold everything in the place, including every piece of clothing, the total value wouldn't even reach 10,000 yangs. Yet this man claimed to have loaned 100,000 to a sect on the verge of collapse. The drunkard tried to justify himself, explaining that the high interest rates caused the debt to grow if it wasn't paid, continuing to increase until it far surpassed the initial amount. Irritated by this explanation, Chung Myung struck the man hard on the head, telling him it was nothing to be proud of. Next, he asked another question, confirming if the man owned a fabric shop in Hwaam, which he did. Chung Myung then wanted to know when he had acquired the business, but the heavily injured man replied confusedly that his family had owned the shop for generations. This surprised Chung Myung as he knew that shop, along with many of the district's best businesses, had originally belonged to the Manhwa sect. Everything had been taken while the sect was weakened. Filled with indignation at this thought, he continued to press and beat the man. Suddenly, a new voice emerged calling Chung Myung a coward and questioning his surprise attack. With a firm stance, a man armed with a sword rose from the ground and demanded to know the aggressor's identity. He introduced himself as an escort warrior named Young Bin. Chung Myung responded with a carefree attitude, saying it didn't matter and asking why he should identify himself. The man replied coldly that he needed to know the name of the one who would fall by his blade, even though he had already been defeated by Chung Myung before. Despite his injuries, the swordsman advanced, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath. His sword cut through the air with superior speed and power, demonstrating impressive force. However, Chung Myung remained unfazed by this difference in strength, knowing that brute force doesn't determine the outcome of a fight. With a precise movement, he grabbed a weapon from another fallen opponent and successfully defended against the bodyguard's attack, who was stunned that he couldn't keep up with the boy's speed. Chung Myung drew upon the vast experience from his past life as the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Saint. To compensate for his lack of physical strength, he used his enemy's momentum, redirecting his energy and sending him flying backward. Without giving the man a moment to recover, he prepared a final precise spinning attack with his eyes locked on the target. However, he stopped when he realized the man had already collapsed. The fight was over and Chung Myung told his opponent to come back when he was stronger, ending the combat by tossing the man's sword away and discarding his own. The battle had ended, but a shout echoed reminding him of the drunkard who had almost escaped. Chung Myung's body tensed as using his sword techniques could reveal his identity. The man observed him and commented that his technique was refined and high-level. Chung Myung began to sweat and his heart raced, wondering if the man had figured him out. 1,000 doubts raced through his mind, but the drunkard, lacking any real intelligence, simply asked if he belonged to the Southern Edge sect. The unexpected question created an uncomfortable silence until Chung Myung decided to just say yes. Satisfied, the drunkard told the boy he could ask whatever he wanted, promising to answer as best he could. Sometime later, the sky began to lighten as the sun slowly rose. In the dormitory of the Manhwa sect, a few disciples were walking through the corridors. Jo-gul was restless, asking why Chung Myung was taking so long. His friend tried to calm him, saying that he wasn't a fool and would be back sooner or later as long as he hadn't gotten into trouble. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside and the door opened. It was Chung Myung who entered with a serious expression and asked if anything had happened while he was gone. The boys closed the door to talk in private, saying they were more curious about what had happened to him. Chung Myung replied naturally that he was treated well, and even got some new clothes, smiling slightly as he adjusted his robes. Inwardly, however, he was recalling his conversation with the drunkard. He was relieved not to have been recognized, but the fact that the plum blossom techniques had been forgotten bothered him as they no longer represented the sect like they had in his past life. Jo-gul approached and asked what he was doing outside the temple. Chung Myung answered with a smile, saying it was nothing a child needed to know. Jo-gul immediately retorted, reminding him that Chung Myung was also a child, but the boy ignored him, changed the subject, and told them to gather everyone because they needed to train. Jo was surprised to hear they would be training after everything that had happened. Young Myung then spoke firmly to his senior, stating that no matter the weather, they could not miss a single day of training. And from now on, that was an absolute rule. Excited, Jo-gul accepted and said he would gather everyone immediately. However, Chung Myung interrupted him, explaining that he would not be participating in today's training because he had another task to complete. The other senior was disappointed, saying the training only worked with him present and the results wouldn't be the same. Even so, the two eventually left, telling Chung Myung to take care. Left alone, the protagonist lay down on his bed and let out a tired sigh, looking at the ceiling and thinking about what he should do. All of the sect's businesses had been taken, and the records that could prove their ownership had been burned by the demonic sect. He considered the option of invading and eliminating all the merchants, but quickly dismissed it as that would only create more problems and worsen the sect's reputation. He understood that he needed a justification or something to nullify the debt, but he had no idea where to find it. Lost in thought, he turned over in bed searching for any glimmer of a solution in his mind. Then a memory surfaced. The boy remembered seeing his old master, Jang Mun, writing in old ledgers and quickly hiding them whenever he entered the room. This made him think that perhaps those weren't the only records. If the sect controlled so many businesses, it would make sense for more records to be scattered about. His heart raced with the idea that they might have hidden the rest somewhere else, perhaps in a secret location like a hidden repository, accessible only to the leader. He had heard rumors of something like that, and if it existed, it would have to be near the leader's residence. His mind racing, the boy began to scratch his head, trying to think more clearly. Maybe the location was in the hills behind the residence where many martial masters had lived, or perhaps it was something subterranean like a hidden warehouse. A slight smile appeared on his face as he knew this would be a true treasure hunt. Without wasting time, he got up, threw the window open with force, and leaped outside, asking his old master for forgiveness in case he was invading a forbidden place. But saving the sect came first. Holding a tool to help him on his mission, the boy ran across the rooftops with a determined smile, ready to solve everything. A blue light flashed across the mountains just before Chung Myung collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He knew that searching an entire mountain was no simple task and that he would die of fatigue if he kept this up. Pushing his body to its absolute limit, he struggled to gather his energy, concentrating all of his chi in his abdomen. Soon after, a bright blue sphere materialized and began to pulse intensely between his hands. With great difficulty, he slammed this energy into the ground, hoping the impact would reveal the large empty space of the warehouse he was searching for. Although he wasn't certain, he persisted, convinced that something had to be hidden in this location. After several failed attempts, he was left panting and powerless, muttering that he might be searching in the wrong place. Lying on the ground completely drained, the boy stared up at the sky for a moment. But his stubbornness took over, and he decided to try one last time. This time, something was different. The flow of energy felt like a single drop falling into a silent ocean, and he realized his efforts were finally yielding results. The ground seemed to give way as if the energy were being pulled downward, and a jolt of excitement ran through him as he understood he had found the right spot. Mustering the last of his strength, the boy began to dig, determined to confirm what was hidden there with his own eyes. After a short while, his fingers brushed against something hard, and Chung Myung quickly realized he had found a brick structure. His heart began to race. This had to be the secret warehouse of the Manhwa sect. He carefully removed one of the bricks from the wall and leaned in to peek, spotting a dark corridor that confirmed his suspicions. But then, something made him freeze. He wasn't alone. Footsteps were echoing from down the hall, slowly growing closer. Chung Myung watched in silence, trying to identify the approaching figure. He soon made out a man with long hair and a beard walking calmly down the corridor. It was the sect leader, which meant he also knew about this secret location. The man stopped in front of a large door and pushed it slowly with his fingertips, but something was clearly wrong. Chung Myung's eyes widened as he noticed the door was covered in scratches, as if someone had tried to force it open countless times. More importantly, the sect leader's hand was not firm and confident, but trembling and hesitant. As he watched, Chung Myung understood the truth. This was not a gesture of authority, but the posture of a man powerless against his own reality. The sect was collapsing. Its martial arts were weakening, and its fortune was disappearing. It must have been unbearable to watch the place he had dedicated his entire life to crumble before his very eyes. And yet, he had to carry that weight alone because a leader can never show weakness to his disciples. Sometime later, as the sky began to brighten with the sunrise, Chung Myung finished removing the bricks and created a passage large enough to enter. He jumped down into the corridor, landing silently and remaining alert for any movement. As he looked around the empty space, his mind raced. He briefly wondered if he was somehow responsible for the sect's decline, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. There was still time to change its destiny, and he knew that opening the door before him was the first step. He approached the door slowly and placed a hand on its surface, channeling the energy from his abdomen directly into his arm. The instant he made contact, a powerful burst of energy was unleashed, creating a shockwave that whipped his hair about his face. Chung Myung staggered back in surprise as his own energy was repelled. It was then that he understood the door's true nature. It was forged from perpetual metal, a legendary and incredibly durable material. Now everything made sense. This was why the sect leader couldn't open it and why he stood no chance of breaking it with brute force. However, something didn't add up. If the previous leaders had been able to enter, there had to be a specific method, a hidden key he needed to find. Chung Myung stepped closer and placed his hands on the cold metal, carefully observing the strange, irregular patterns marring its surface. These were not random scratches or signs of damage. As his eyes narrowed in focus, he recognized the distinct marks left by the plum blossom sword techniques. He began to analyze them one by one, identifying the sword of equilibrium, the sword of the bamboo leaf, the 24 movements, and finally, the plum blossom itself. It was a sequence that acted as a key. He now understood exactly how it worked. By executing the sword techniques in the correct order, the door would open. There was just one massive problem. His current body lacked the strength to perform the entire sequence. This would have been a trivial matter in his past life, but now it was an insurmountable barrier. Chung Myung scratched his head in frustration, certain there had to be a way. He then placed a hand on his abdomen, feeling the concentrated energy within, and made a decision. He would go beyond his limits. The blue energy inside him slowly began to change, turning a deep purple and gradually enveloping his entire body. This was the chi of innate truth, his very life force, something that should never be used lightly. But he knew he had no other choice. If he didn't do this now, everything would end right here. His blade also took on a purple hue as it began to emanate the powerful energy. Chung Myung took a deep breath, already feeling the toll of using his life force. He knew he would only get one chance with absolutely no room for error. Pushing aside his doubts, he moved forward. Step by step, he began to swing his sword in a series of coordinated movements, ignoring his body's screams of protest. His hand trembled as he held the hilt, but his determination was stronger than his physical limitations. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he focused his mind and executed the sword of equilibrium, followed immediately by the sword of the bamboo leaf. He then transitioned into the 24 movements, and his body erupted in pain. The pressure was immense, but he couldn't stop now. He was the plum blossom sword saint, and if anyone could accomplish this, it was him. Soon, he executed the final strike, and his body reeled from the consequences of being pushed so far past its limits. The door reacted instantly. The sword marks etched into its surface began to glow, and Chung Myung watched intently to see if he had succeeded. The energy pulsed across the entire door, shining differently than before, with the center of the markings glowing brightest from his efforts. Chung Myung stared at the door, his heart filled with hope, thinking how cruel it would be to fail now. His eyes scanned the room, but a sudden grinding sound snapped his attention back to the door. A thin crack, which had shown no signs of movement before, was slowly widening. The unbreakable metal was opening. He had done it. A genuine smile spread across his face, but it was short-lived as an intense wave of pain racked his body. He nearly lost his balance, his body finally giving in after being pushed so far beyond its limits. He knew he would pay dearly for this, likely unable to move properly for days. With great effort, the young man forced himself to his feet and steadied his stance, still managing to grip his weapon. He quickly wiped his face, a look of determination replacing his pained expression. Smiling through his ragged breaths, he knew that all that remained was to discover what had been hidden away for so long. He reached out and pushed the heavy door, which now swung open for him without any resistance. Upon entering, Chung Myung found himself in a dusty storeroom. The space was small, much smaller than he had imagined, containing only 3 shelves. This made sense, as building a vault of this size with perpetual metal would require absurd resources, something only the world's largest sects could afford. He then recalled how the old leader constantly complained about their lack of money and figured this vault must have been where all the funds had gone. Chung Myung picked up one of the books and examined it closely. His eyes widened as he read the title, and he immediately began flipping through the pages with excitement. They were the accounting ledgers he had been searching for. It seemed the old leader had made copies of the original documents from the Economics and Finance Agency. Unable to hide his glee, Chung Myung hastily gathered the books, realizing the merchants would now have nowhere to run. As his kimono grew heavy with ledgers and records, he paused and looked around, thinking the hideout was far too secure for just paperwork. He briefly wished there was money here to restore the sect and live comfortably, but quickly dismissed the thought, deciding he was probably hoping for too much. Moving on, he approached the second shelf and picked up a green-covered book, curiously flipping through it. He soon realized it contained secret martial arts techniques that had never been used, techniques the sect had long since forgotten and abandoned. Looking closer, Chung understood that the old leader couldn't bring himself to discard them, choosing instead to preserve a piece of their history. If the first shelf represented duty, this second one represented attachment. Closing the book slowly, Chung Myung thought to himself that the old leader no longer needed to worry because he would bring the sect back and make it stronger than ever before. His gaze then swept across the room, landing on a single isolated scroll. Chung Myung approached it carefully and unrolled it, his eyes tracing the words written by the former leader himself. The message was clear. If someone was reading this, it meant the next sect leader had been chosen. The old leader explained that the role of the Mount Hua sect's leader was not just to guide, but to protect and motivate, allowing each member to follow their own path. He stated that a leader must abandon the idea of control as the sect was built on will and spirit, things that could not be tamed. The message concluded by asking the next leader to preserve this essence, placing the weight of responsibility on whoever read these words. It was signed by the 21st leader of the sect, Chungmun. Chung Myung silently put the scroll away, thinking with mild disdain that the old leader really liked to overcomplicate things. He glanced around, deciding that while he might not have understood everything, he had what he needed. The accounting books were the most important prize, as they would allow him to reclaim everything that had been taken from the sect. Just as he was about to leave, something bothered him. He scanned the room again, a nagging feeling that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed as a peculiar memory surfaced. The leader he knew had been obsessed with symmetry, which made the nearly empty third shelf completely out of place. Driven by suspicion, Chung Myung approached the shelf and ran his hand over it, analyzing every detail. Making a decision, he gripped the massive piece of furniture and pulled with all his might, sliding it aside to reveal a hidden secret. Just as he suspected, a secret passage had been concealed behind the shelf. His eyes widened in disbelief. The passage was just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Without hesitation, he entered and descended, freezing in place at the sight before him. The hidden room was filled with treasures, stacked gold bars, the rarest swords he had ever seen, unknown jewels, and even more secret books. His eyes gleamed with a mix of greed and satisfaction as he realized it was all worth an unimaginable fortune. Chung Myung thought to himself that he was now incredibly rich. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the current sect leader was watching the sunrise as the sky slowly brightened. He sighed, contemplating his predicament. While it might be a beautiful day for some, for him, it was just another day of worry with only 5 days left until his meeting with the owner of the Kong Pavilion. Suddenly, urgent shout broke the silence, someone desperately calling his name. The leader quickly opened his door to find his disciple, Gum, looking frantic. The disciple said he would explain on the way, but insisted they had to leave immediately. Seeing the worried look on Gum's face, the leader agreed, and the two set off without delay. As they ran through the dense forest, the leader noticed people lying on the ground as if a fierce battle had taken place. Startled, he asked what had happened, but Gum explained it was just the children doing their extra morning training. They slowed their pace as they neared their destination, where they found Chung Myung crouched over some books. Gum called out his name, and the boy answered. When the leader looked over, he was shocked by what he saw. The boy's condition was deplorable. He looked completely exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days. Chung Myung brushed off his own appearance, insisting there was something more important as he pointed to a box. The leader hesitated, thinking few things could be more urgent than a living person looking like a zombie, but he looked where the boy pointed anyway. The moment his eyes landed on the object, he was struck by an intense light, a brilliant gleam that radiated pure magnificence. The wind even seemed to pick up, rustling their hair as Chung Myung broke into a smile. Before them was an unbelievable glittering pile of gold. The leader stammered, asking how this was possible, to which the boy simply replied that he must have trained too hard. But that wasn't all. There was something even more important. Beyond the absurd amount of gold, the chest held an even more spectacular secret, the sex records. They were so significant that when the leader reached out, his hands began to tremble. He stopped himself abruptly, knowing that a rash move could lead to eternal regret, and gripped his own wrist to steady himself. It was then that his eyes focused on a curious green-covered book, and he had a feeling he knew what it contained. His hand shook as he picked it up, his entire expression changing in an instant. As the leader began to read, his cheeks flushed red and his eyes widened, as if he were witnessing the most incredible thing in his life. The shock was too much for his heart, and he collapsed backward, leaving Gum in a panic. Sometime later, the leader's eyes fluttered open. He shot up with a start, shouting that he had seen 7 records of the plum blossom sword techniques. Only then did he realize he was in a room resting on a bed. Wasting no time, he began yelling, asking if his disciple had brought the chest and demanding they summon Hung Young, the head of the Finance and Economics Agency. A short while later, Hung Young arrived and began to inspect the records. With an expression of pure joy, he confirmed that all the books were legitimate. He added that he had also secured the government verification documents found beneath the treasure, which would prove the ledger's authenticity. With this evidence, they could immediately reclaim the businesses of the pavilion and the province. The sect leader breathed a sigh of relief at the wonderful news. His thoughts turned to the one responsible for all of this, marveling at how the decision to accept that child had brought such prosperity. That boy was truly a good luck charm for the Manhwa sect. More importantly, now that the books were verified, the leader knew he had to confront his creditors. With a commanding shout, he ordered his men to bring him everyone connected to the business ledgers of the Huarem province. Several days later, the scene shifts to the mountains leading to the Manhwa sect. Pavilion leader, Kong, accompanied by other merchants, struggles up the steep path. Looking back, he encourages the group, telling them they are not far and should maintain their pace to arrive soon. However, one of the completely exhausted merchants thinks to himself that as soon as he gets his money, he will never set foot on this cursed mountain again, muttering breathlessly that he never wants to see it again. As they climbed, another curious merchant asked the leader why he thought the sect leader had summoned them so suddenly. The man in front replied that hundreds of thousands of nyongs is not a small amount to come up with on short notice, stating that the sect leader was most likely desperate and had called them to beg for mercy. He argued that there was no way anyone could gather that much money in such a short time, and it made no sense to drag the situation out until the deadline. Hearing this, another merchant commented irritably that it would be extremely humiliating if they had climbed the mountain just to listen to pleas, while the tired man reflected that they might not even get their money after all this effort. The presence of someone from the Southern Edge sect at the location already showed that many were keeping a close eye on the Manhwa temple. Finally, after a long walk, the men arrived before the sect's gate. Upon their arrival, they all felt conflicted, knowing they were about to pressure the same institution that had protected the district for so many years. They were fully aware that if the sect leader did not survive the night, Manhwa would not last more than 7 days, but the need to recover their debts pushed them forward. A man from the sect approached the gate and faced the merchants who were waiting anxiously for their payment. With a respectful bow, he greeted them and informed them that the sect leader was already waiting, asking them all to follow him. Once inside, the sect leader observed them with a calm and serene expression. A tense silence filled the room as no one had the courage to speak first. Breaking the ice, pavilion leader Kong bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. In response, the sect leader welcomed them and thanked them for taking the time to come all the way up the mountain. The merchant's leader replied that while they were busy men, they could never be busier than the leader of a sect, and it was an honor to have been invited. Just as the sect leader began to invite them for tea, the merchant's leader interrupted him. The man explained that since they were just humble merchants, he requested they set aside the formalities and get straight to the point. Noticing this attitude, the sect leader gave a slight smile and admitted that perhaps he was being a bit inconsiderate. He then revealed that the real reason he had called them was to inform them that the Manhwa sect's position regarding their business had changed. He explained that after contacting various people and places, he had been unable to find anyone willing to lend him money, and therefore, he would not be able to pay off his debt within the stipulated deadline. Hearing this, the merchant's leader took a surprised step back and immediately stated that they had already granted more than enough time. He emphasized that as merchants who depend on profit to survive, it was impossible to extend the deadline any further. The sect leader replied that this was precisely why he had brought up the matter, explaining that even though he could not pay the full amount, it was still possible to pay off part of the debt. Therefore, he asked that if anyone present was willing to postpone the payment date a little longer, they should show some compassion. With a deep bow, he pleaded for this favor, an act that left all the merchants visibly surprised. The atmosphere grew heavy, almost funereal, and an uncomfortable silence dominated the room as the situation began to take a strange turn. From a distance, Chung Myung watched everything attentively with a mischievous smile, thinking that this was how the leader intended to handle things. Still, he could not understand if this was an attempt to get rid of the merchants or a subtle way to manipulate them with cunning. But of one thing, Chung Myung was certain. Hyunjong was not a simple man. The most essential quality for a sect leader is patience. And even though Manhwa is a place of Taoists, its foundations are rooted in martial arts, making wise decision-making part of its nature. The protagonist then wondered if Hyunjong truly had what it takes to lead a sect. The merchant's leader broke the silence, stating that he had already made it clear he could not extend the deadline. However, the sect leader replied that he was not making this request only to him. Hyunjong explained that although the total debt exceeded hundreds of thousands of nyongs, he owed individual amounts to each of them, which is why he was proposing an alternative. He then asked if there was anyone there willing to show generosity and grant more time. Pavilion leader Kong frowned, realizing the man was resorting to questionable methods, and asked directly if the sect leader would be able to immediately pay those who refused the proposal. Calmly, the sect leader replied that even though the sect had declined, it did not mean it was completely helpless. He assured them that while they could not gather the entire amount, they were capable of paying at least a portion and would honor the payment of those who did not show compassion. One of the merchants stepped forward and questioned if, by accepting the extension, they would have a guarantee of receiving the full amount in the future. The sect leader confirmed without hesitation, but the man retorted, pointing out the obvious risk that the Manhwa sect could simply collapse overnight. Everyone there shared the same thought, knowing that if that happened, relying on words alone would be worthless. With a firm gaze, the merchant asked what the point of accepting such a proposal would be. Hyunjong let out a calm sigh and looked directly at the merchant. He stated that all they could offer was the name of the Manhwa sect and its long history, and that this alone should be enough. Suddenly, pavilion leader Kong began to laugh, and his laughter grew louder, filled with mockery, while Chung Myung watched the scene from a distance with slight contempt. The man continued to laugh and questioned if the SEC leader was not being unreasonable. Hyunjong then faced him seriously and repeated his words, asking if that was what he really meant. He followed up with another question, asking what the Manhwa sect meant to all of them and who would dare treat the sect's name so lightly. Ignoring the weight of its history, Hyunjong continued, reminding them that the Manhwa sect had passed down its energy and spirit through generations, spreading its influence throughout the district. For that reason, he believed they should all reflect on the true meaning of the sect in their lives. His words caused a sudden silence, and pavilion leader Kong stopped laughing. With a firm tone, he said he had a suggestion and pointed to a direction on the right. He declared that those who wished to extend the payment deadline should stand there, while those who did not should remain where they were. However, he made it clear that those who chose to extend the deadline would no longer have the protection of the Merchants' Alliance, even if they ultimately did not receive what they were owed. After finishing his explanation, pavilion leader Kong asked everyone to choose which side they wished to be on. The decision created enormous confusion among the merchants. Some looked around undecided, and others scratched the back of their necks, clearly uncomfortable, but no one moved. Seeing this, a confident smile appeared on the pavilion leader's face. He opened his arms and declared that this was the final result and that, unfortunately, no one was willing to extend the deadline. However, before the man could finish speaking, someone moved. A merchant in green clothes, the owner of the used store, stepped forward and walked toward the right side with firm resolve. Hyunjong watched the scene with a serious expression while the pavilion leader immediately became agitated, asking what that man thought he was doing. The store owner asked him not to look at him that way and admitted that he knew his decision might seem stupid, but that there was a reason for it in his heart. He then recalled that pavilion leader, Kong, was not originally from the Hwyam district, and for that reason, perhaps he had never understood what the sect represented to the people. He explained that everyone who grows up there hears stories about the Manhwa sect from a young age with countless encouragements for children to join the sect and become strong warriors. This is part of the childhood of everyone born and raised in the region. And even as the years pass, these teachings remain alive in people's hearts. Even those who realize they do not have the talent to join the sect continue to hear stories about how it protected the world. The pavilion leader made a contemptuous expression and asked where he was going with this. The man continued, saying that the same had happened with his father and his grandfather. He argued that, for the pavilion leader, postponing the payment might not make a difference as there were many cities like Hangzhou where he could spend his money. The pavilion leader retorted asking if the young man was willing to give up such a large sum for sentimental reasons and stated that he would surely regret it. The store owner admitted that he had spent all this time anxiously waiting for the money, dreaming of never having to work again, and that he felt a certain nervousness just thinking that he had come all this way to say those words. But deep down, he knew he already had enough to live on. Even if he did not receive the money, he could accept it with a small regret. However, if he were responsible for the fall of the Manhwa sect, it would be a regret that would follow him to his last breath. He concluded that he did not want to live carrying that kind of burden even if he had so much money that he would never need to work again. The pavilion leader opened his arms and said that if that was his decision, then so be it, as nothing would change just because one person decided to give up the money. Suddenly, someone questioned that it would not be just one person. Other merchants began to move, and one after another followed the example of the U-store owner. In a few minutes, there were 5 men on the side willing to forego immediate payment, which left the pavilion leader visibly surprised. Hyunjong, on the other hand, could not hide a slight smile, lowered his head, and let out a sigh of relief. He then declared he was satisfied that there were still people who maintained a significant bond with the Manhwa sect. Next, he gave an order and asked AM to bring it. The man appeared carrying a box full of notebooks and books, and those present quickly recognized what the documents were. Pavilion leader, Kong, realized with alarm that they were the accounting books of the Hwa-Eum district. Hyunjong then explained that for generations, the Manhwa sect had shown benevolence to them and their ancestors, but in return, they had all ended up betraying that trust by failing to fulfill their obligations. The pavilion leader's expression changed drastically, and contempt gave way to despair. Stomping his foot firmly on the ground, Hyunjong declared that from that moment on, based on the records, the Manhwa sect would take possession of all their businesses and all the finances accumulated down to the last cent. The merchants who remained stared at the sect leader in confusion, desperately asking what he meant and questioning if he was really trying to take over their businesses. The Kong pavilion leader intervened, stating that the sect leader had taken the joke too far. However, Yoonjong coldly replied that it was a shame he believed the great Manhwa sect's leader had time for jokes. Slamming one of the books shut, the pavilion leader shot back that there was a problem, demanding to know how Hyunjong could prove the records were authentic. Hyunjong asked if the merchant was implying the Manhwa sect had forged the evidence. The man replied that he didn't believe the sect would do such a thing, but he raised the possibility that the sect leader himself was being deceived by fake documents. With a slight smile, Hyunjong showed that he already understood where this was going and ordered AM to bring in the head of the financial agency. Shortly after, the man arrived and agreed that this was an extremely important matter and that the authenticity of the books should be considered, which excited the merchants who immediately voiced their agreement. However, the man continued with a very serious expression, explaining that the sect leader had anticipated this exact situation. 2 days earlier, he had already sent half of the accounting books to the Hwaem prefectural office for analysis. The revelation hit the Kong pavilion leader like a physical blow as he realized what this meant. If government officials started confiscating their businesses while the merchants were here, there would be nothing they could do. That was exactly why they had been summoned, to be kept away from their assets while the sect made its move. The pavilion leader understood that 2 days was more than enough time to verify the records. If only half were sent, it was obvious the other half would also be considered valid, meaning government soldiers were already prepared and just waiting for the right moment to act. His voice filled with fury. The pavilion leader roared the sect leader's name. Hyunjong, however, matched his tone and ordered him to lower his voice as he had no right to shout there. He then declared that a true alliance is built on mutual aid, but there was no reason to help those who had betrayed them. Yoonjong warned them to return immediately because by the time they reached the Hwan prefecture, everything would already be decided. He added that if he were being truly just, he would leave them with nothing. And it was only out of consideration that he was allowing them to take part of their fortune. The Kong pavilion leader's face twisted with hatred, seeming to age years in an instant. With a voice full of resentment, he vowed that he would never forget this. Having no other choice, he turned and walked away as the other merchants watched him go, consumed by rage. Silence filled the room, and no one dared to say a word. Hyunjong then turned to those who had remained loyal to the Manhwa sect. He explained that their businesses still originally belonged to the sect and would naturally return to its possession. However, he would allow them to continue managing the businesses and keep the profits. Furthermore, he wished to discuss a new arrangement that would benefit both sides, inviting all who were interested to come inside. The owner of the U-store reflected silently that despite being in a better position than those who left, his situation had changed drastically. In an instant, he had gone from being an independent owner to a mere manager, and he let out a sigh. A slight regret filled his heart as he remembered his grandfather's teachings. Meanwhile, Chung Myong was fuming as he recalled Hyunjong's words. The boy couldn't accept that the leader had allowed the traders to take any part of the sect's fortune. Leaping from a rooftop, he angrily questioned who Hyunjong thought he was to give away something that belonged to the Manhwa sect. Sometime later, a caravan of carts made its way down the road. The merchants traveled with what little fortune they had left, their faces heavy with frustration and anger. They had discovered that all their businesses had already been seized by government soldiers, and if it weren't for the sect leader's mercy, they would have lost everything. Now they all knew the Kong Pavilion leader was to blame, and many regretted trusting him. One merchant, overcome with anger, demanded answers. Reminding the pavilion leader that he was the one who had told them to just trust his word, the pavilion leader shot him a cold look and asked if he was being blamed for everything, causing the other man to hesitate. Suddenly, the pavilion leader dropped his cart and turned around, stating that there was no reason to despair as the situation was only temporary. He was convinced that the accounting books were fake and had been forged by the sect leader himself. Another merchant argued that the documents were validated by the prefectural office, but the pavilion leader insisted it was all a setup. He concluded that their best move was to retreat to the city of Luoyang and seek support from even higher authorities. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, and everyone turned around to see Chung Myung dressed in a dark, stealthy outfit. The pavilion leader narrowed his eyes and asked if he was the one who had just spoken. Chung Myung let out a slight cough and replied that he didn't see anyone else around. The man observed the boy who, despite being dressed like a thief in broad daylight, carried himself with the strange posture of an experienced old man. The pavilion leader assumed he was after their fortune and advised him to leave before he lost his life for nothing. Chung Myung laughed and asked if they really thought he was there for money. With an irritated glint in his eyes, he replied that he hadn't come to steal, but simply to take back what was already his. The declaration made the leader realize the boy belonged to the Manhwa sect, and he considered it a perfect opportunity for revenge. But before he could give an order, several other warriors appeared surrounding them. Without hesitation, they advanced on Chung Myung with their weapons drawn. Alone against several opponents, the boy showed no fear, only raising a calm and confident gaze. In the next instant, he leaped and dodged their attacks with ease. Before they knew it, he was face to face with the warriors. Using his sword scabbard, he struck one man in the cheek. A precise kick then caught another on the chin, knocking him down, while a third was struck on the back of the neck and fell unconscious. His movements were too fast to follow, and in a matter of seconds, everyone was on the ground. Chung Myung then walked toward the pavilion leader and explained that no one who defies his words gets away unscathed. The leader was visibly shocked to see that someone of that level still existed in the Manhwa sect and ordered his remaining men to stand down. Facing Chung Myung, he said that if a warrior like him had appeared sooner, the sect wouldn't have fallen into such a state. But now, he had arrived too late and would pay for it with his life. The man declared he would kill the boy and send his body back as a warning, certain the sect leader would be devastated. As he gathered his energy, the man prepared to fight. Chung Myung just watched and commented that he knew the man was hiding something as his skills were far beyond those of a simple innkeeper. Even so, he showed no concern and made a final warning. He would be careful not to hurt the man's mouth too much. After all, he would still need him to be able to speak after the fight was over. The impacts of the battle echoed through the forest, audible from a great distance, as the pavilion leader concentrated energy in his hands. He knew the first rule of a martial artist is to never underestimate an opponent, recalling the saying that even tigers use their full strength to hunt a simple rabbit. After seeing the masked man defeat the escort warriors so easily, the leader had no intention of letting his guard down. Despite this, his adversary seemed completely bored, which irritated him deeply. Determined to wipe that expression off the masked man's face, he resolved to use his full power. Gathering his energy, the leader lunged forward with his fists enveloped in a purple aura, but Chung Myung remained perfectly calm. With precise movements, the young man parried the blows using only the tip of his still-sheathed sword. As the pavilion leader tried to press his attack, he noticed something strange as the energy surrounding the scabbard seemed to pull at his skin. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, forcing him to retreat immediately. His attack was stopped before it could even be completed, and the built-up energy flowed back into him, causing even more damage. With a look of disdain, Chung Myung commented that the man was slow and recommended he stop trying. He warned that if he continued, his fingers would be the first to break. Annoyed, the pavilion leader changed his strategy and focused his energy into his leg, unleashing a powerful spinning kick. The wave of energy cut through the air and exploded in the distance, but it never hit its target as Chung Myung was no longer there. Like a shadow, he reappeared behind the leader and once again used his sheathed sword to intercept the attack. The moment the man's arm touched the scabbard, the pain returned with even greater intensity. Chung Myung repeated, almost as a final warning, that if he insisted, his fingers would surely break. Overcome by pain, the pavilion leader fell to his knees, unable to understand what was happening. The boy in front of him didn't seem particularly strong or fast, and his appearance was unimpressive. Just by looking at him, the merchant felt he should be able to defeat several opponents like him at once, but something was wrong. Even using all his energy, he couldn't land a single blow. Chung Myong moved at the exact right moment, in the perfect direction, and with the ideal distance, wasting no motion, as if he could see through every attack. He predicted everything, proving he was no ordinary opponent, but a monster whose danger level was impossible to measure. Suddenly, Chung Myung stopped and said in a carefree tone that it was probably time to end things. He admitted that it would be interesting to play around a little longer, but he was starting to run out of patience. Panting, the pavilion leader asked why someone like him hadn't helped the Manhwa sect until now. Silence fell for a moment as the protagonist didn't answer right away. He simply spun his sword, rested it on his shoulder, tilted his head slightly, and then asked why he should have to answer that question. Chung Myung continued, stating that men like the pavilion leader live trapped in illusions and that there was no reason to satisfy his curiosity. In fact, he declared that he should be the one asking the questions since the man's techniques were far too refined for someone who claimed to be just an innkeeper. The leader retorted that there was no rule preventing a martial artist from running a business. Chung Myung partially agreed, but pointed out that with skills like his, there were much more profitable ways to make a living. Before the man could respond, Chung Myung raised a hand and told him to stop the discussion. He assured him there was no conspiracy or hidden agenda as he hadn't received orders from anyone. The pavilion leader said he had already figured that much, and Chung Myung replied that everyone always thinks the same thing. He then pointed a finger at the man and said he wanted to ask one last question, asking if he knew what happens when Chung Myung wants to find something out from someone like him. As he clenched his fist, his entire demeanor changed. Without hesitation, the young man stated that when he wants to discover something, he simply destroys whoever is in front of him. The pavilion leader's eyes narrowed with concern. Jung explained that it was a waste of time trying to pry answers from someone who doesn't intend to speak. Instead, he offered a simple arrangement. The person guarantees they won't say anything, and in return, he guarantees he will beat them to his satisfaction as compensation. The pavilion leader saw the movement and predicted the blow was aimed directly at his left knee. He quickly calculated that, at that speed, he could still block it. But at the last second, the trajectory shifted, and the sword's sheath veered to strike his shoulder with devastating force. The pain was so intense that his vision blurred. With great difficulty, he tried to follow his opponent, sensing an invisible line of energy that seemed to cut through the space between them. Convinced he knew the next move, the man prepared to defend his face, but he was wrong again. Before he could react, the sheath had already changed position, and the blow struck his neck violently. All the air rushed out of his lungs, and in desperation, the merchant clutched at his throat. He had seen the attack clearly with his own two eyes, yet he was completely unable to avoid it. Chung Myung gave him no time to recover and continued to advance, delivering blow after blow. The pavilion leader understood that if nothing changed, he would die right there. This certainty came just from looking into his eyes, the eyes of someone who had killed countless times before. Suddenly, Chung Myung began to pull the blade from its sheath, confirming the man's worst fears. His life was hanging by a thread. Powerless, the man fell to his knees, his body trembling. He didn't want to die, but Chung Myung was approaching with slow, steady steps, preparing the final strike. In a fit of pure desperation, the pavilion leader screamed and instinctively threw his hand up in front of his face. Just then, an explosion of blue energy shattered the forest silence, echoing throughout the entire region. Sometime later, the dust began to settle, and the trees slowly came back into view. The merchant's hand was trembling, a small spark of energy still dancing on his fingertips. He stared at his own hand in disbelief that he was still alive. The technique he had just used was the Tai Divine Palm. Kneeling beside him was Chung Myung, observing everything with rapt attention. His eyes were now red as he stared at the man. With a firm voice, the young man asked if he belonged to the Southern Edge sect. Continuing his line of thought, Chung Myung stated that it was too much of a coincidence and that he was convinced the pavilion leader was part of the Southern Edge sect. Stepping even closer, he stared the man down and asked directly if he had been sent by them. Cornered, the merchant realized the fatal mistake he had made by using the Tai Divine Palm technique in front of someone from the Manhwa sect. He knew he would now have to face the consequences and that even if it cost him his life, he should have hidden that skill until the very end. The pavilion leader reflected that if the boy had not suddenly drawn his sword, he would not have panicked. He could barely imagine how far ahead Chung Myung had planned his actions. Meanwhile, the young man began to rise slowly, pondering that the man's refusal to speak might be out of loyalty, which was respectable in a way. Still, Chung Myung knew he could not underestimate the Southern Edge sect, as an organization of that level would not act so carelessly. Letting out a sigh, he murmured with contempt. Chung Myung commented that even in the most difficult times, the martial arts world was not so dishonorable, and that it was sad to see one of the 10 great sects trying to rob another using such dirty methods. With little to say in response, the pavilion leader simply closed his eyes. Even so, he tried to argue, questioning if this was not deep down better for the Manhwa sect. He claimed there was no hope left for them, as they had already lost their techniques and would never return to what they once were, being condemned to disappear. Chung Myung listened to those words with a curious look and denied them, stating that the sect had not lost its techniques. Faced with the man's insistence, the boy's eyes shone with firmness as he repeated that this was not the case. His voice rising, Chung Myung scolded him, saying that no one should spread rumors without first confirming the facts, and reminded him that many of these stories only existed because people disliked Manhwa. He recalled the times he had defeated members of the rival sect, aware that when two such similar great sects coexist, it is inevitable that one of them is destined to fall. The man shouted, claiming he did not belong to the Southern Edge sect, to which Chung Myung sarcastically replied that he did not belong to the Manhwa sect either. Suddenly, the tone of the conversation shifted and the air grew heavy. Coldly, Chung Myung said he would show the man something interesting in exchange for revealing the Tai Divine Palm. The merchant tried to get up, but his body trembled with the blade threatening his life. Chung Myung continued, saying it would be a shame if the man could not see the interesting experience through to the end. With his eyes red and filled with malicious intent, he demanded that the man say exactly what he had reported to the person who sent him there. Chung Myung's hands gripped the sword firmly, and the blade touched the pavilion leader's neck. Suddenly, the boy began to move only his arm at a speed impossible to follow. The wind generated by the movements was so intense that the man almost lost his balance. Even without advancing, just by swinging the sword, Chung Myung created an overwhelming pressure, though no cut directly struck his opponent's body. Calmly, the young man explained that plum blossoms reveal their most intense essence when they bloom in the snow, and that even in winter, the spirit of Manhwa does not disappear. In a single motion, a slash cut through the air, and Chung Myung passed his opponent like a flash of lightning, stating that everything would change when spring arrived. The trail left by the sword began to glow, and the confused pavilion leader lowered his hands from his face. Suddenly, the environment around him transformed completely. His eyes widened as he saw the mountain covered in hundreds of thousands of plum blossoms that seemed to have emerged from the protagonist's sword. They fell from the sky without stopping, leaving the man paralyzed and hypnotized as if he were witnessing a divine work. As the flowers fell, the world around him was dyed red until the man finally understood the technique. It was something much greater than the simple blooming of flowers. It was one of the 24 plum blossom movements, the plum blossom fall. Unable to accept what he was seeing, his knees gave out. Chung Myung sheathed his sword firmly, and in the same instant, the pavilion leader's body collapsed to the ground, strengthless. However, Chung Myung did not escape unscathed either, as his own body weakened. He knew that if he kept pushing himself like that, he could die, because that single move, which would have been trivial in the past, had now consumed almost all of his internal energy. Suddenly, the boy realized someone else was there. He turned his head quickly and called out to the intruder, a frightened merchant who was hiding. With a gesture, Chung Myung beckoned him closer and soon saw that it was not just one, but several men who had watched everything from a distance. Facing them with his arms crossed, he casually asked who wanted to get beaten before leaving. When no one answered, he asked who wanted to leave unharmed. Immediately, everyone raised their hands and begged to be left in peace. Chung Myung nodded, commented that they were quite cooperative, and as soon as he finished speaking, they all started to run. The boy did not move, simply watching the men flee cowardly before giving a single warning for them to stop. Instantly, they all froze, not daring to continue. He then asked if they really did not know how to use their brains, as it would be impossible for him to take all those carts by himself. Next, he ordered them to report how much money was in each cart. One by one, the merchants obeyed and revealed the amounts while Chung Myung listened in silence. After thinking for a few seconds, he opened his eyes and made a decision. He ordered one of them to go to the city of Zhenjiang to convert everything into cash with no names and no records. Chung Myung warned that if he found out they did not follow the agreement, he would kill them all. One of the men, trembling, asked what would happen if the person sent to Junjiang did not return. With a contemptuous laugh, Chung Myung retorted, questioning what they would do after running away since they would be without money and with nothing but the carts. He concluded that, if they wanted to recover what was left, they would have to come back. Another merchant raised his hand and asked what would happen if they reported him to the government. Without answering directly, Chung Myung lifted his leg and slammed it into the ground, causing an impact that made the earth tremble. A loud boom echoed through the forest, startling even the birds. Only then did the protagonist reply that they could try, but that they had better flee to the other side of the continent because he would find them wherever they went. Silence fell over the group, and they all came to the conclusion that there was no escape. So they simply obeyed under Chung Myung's watchful eye. Sometime later, the protagonist held a wad of cash and sniffed it with satisfaction. His eyes shone and a smile spread across his face. Without wasting any time, he ran towards a wall, leaped over it lightly, and went on his way to store his new fortune. By the banks of a crystal-clear river, Joe Gull wrung out his kimono before leaving it to dry. Around him, all the other disciples were also tending to their clothes, commenting on how exhausting the day's training had been. Observing the scene with a slight smile, Joe Gull felt satisfied, noticing a real change in himself and his companions. They finally looked like a true group of martial artists. The senior disciple Yoon Jong approached and asked about his smile. Joe Gull stared at the river for a moment before replying that he felt they finally seemed like real practitioners, even though it was strange to think that way since they always had been. To his surprise, the senior shook his head and admitted he felt the exact same way, which made Joe Gull laugh. Just a few days ago, the students couldn't have imagined training so hard at the Manhwa sect. Before, they just killed time as real training wasn't part of their routine. Everything changed with the arrival of Chung Myung, who was undoubtedly responsible for this transformation. Although his influence still felt like a gentle breeze, no one knew if it would stay that way or soon become a hurricane. Later, as Joe Gull approached another area, he heard shouts and orders. The environment was chaotic with workers carrying pieces of wood from one side to the other, while a man complained that something shouldn't be placed there and that he had already told them to organize everything after bringing the materials. The disciples approached in confusion, trying to understand what was happening, and then they saw the great Sasek energetically coordinating everything. Noticing the students' presence, he stared at them. Yoonjong stepped forward and asked what was going on, and Sasuk replied with an animated smile, explaining that these were workers hired to renovate the temple, something that had been planned for a long time. After all, as everyone knew, the place was old and in urgent need of repairs. Suddenly, Sasuke's tone changed as he asked why the boys were still standing around. He harshly ordered them to start helping immediately since the workers were exhausted from carrying materials up the mountain. Then, laughing, he pointed in a direction and told them to get to work. When the sun set, it was time for dinner. On the table, a beautiful piece of roasted chicken, golden and juicy, made the disciples' eyes sparkle. It had been a long time since they had seen a meal like this, and their hunger was instantly awakened. Excitement filled the room as they realized there was enough meat for everyone, and raising their chopsticks, the young men celebrated the true feast. The changes Chung Myong brought were happening faster than anyone expected. During the meal, the students talked, surprised at how they never imagined they would be renovating the temple, eating meat, and even receiving new uniforms. In the midst of the conversation, Yoonjong fell silent, and Joe Gul, noticing this, asked what he was thinking about. The young man replied that he was reflecting on how, in the end, money really made a difference. Yogul agreed, saying he had also caught himself thinking about that, especially since they suddenly had access to such a large sum. Yoonjong commented that the superiors probably didn't enjoy living in poverty either, but had no choice. Still, he had never seen the great Sasuke gum smile like that before. Jogul then asked his friend what he thought they should do from now on, and the other replied with conviction that the Manhwa sect was changing rapidly, so they needed to prepare for what was yet to come. As he observed the new set of uniforms in his hands, Jogul wondered what it would take to keep up with these changes. Yoonjong added that it wasn't just about financial prosperity, as the secret martial arts books that had been stored away had also reappeared. The scene had been almost comical, with Chung Myong pretending to trip to reveal the chest with the books and gold bars. No one knew how he had found it, but one thing was certain. The sect was undergoing drastic transformations, and everyone would inevitably be swept up in this storm. If they weren't prepared, they would be left behind. Joe Gul laughed, telling his friend he didn't need to worry so much, and Yoonjong laughed along. The young man then changed the subject, asking if he knew where Chung Myung was, as he hadn't seen him since the morning. Yoon Jong replied that he heard the sect leader had summoned him, so he was probably still in his quarters. Meanwhile, in the leader's quarters, Hyun Jong spoke serenely, stating that it was natural to reward those who achieve great feats, which was why he had called for Chung Myung. The boy, visibly tired, asked what kind of reward the leader intended to offer. Hyun Jong said he could ask for anything he wanted, even part of the fortune he had given to the sect. Chung Myung, however, refused, claiming he had little interest in money, since there was nowhere to spend it on the mountain. The leader smiled, interpreting this as a sign of detachment from someone who understood the way of the Tao. Internally, Chung Myung thought the opposite, knowing the leader wouldn't have much to give back anyway, and he had already secured enough for himself. The leader then offered something else, like learning an advanced technique which would not normally be authorized. Once again, Chung Myung refused, justifying that he believed in the learning order established by the ancestors, though deep down, he thought it was all nonsense. He knew he could teach much more than he could learn, but he needed to think carefully to avoid raising suspicion. After some thought, the protagonist finally made a request. Freedom to go to the Hwayam district whenever he wanted, as he believed staying only at the temple limited his growth. The leader hesitated, explaining that this would violate the sect's rules and could generate criticism. Frustrated, Chung Myung scratched his head deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The young man stood up and changed his approach, saying that his body was in bad shape and that according to the doctor, his internal energy was damaged. The leader confirmed he had heard about this. Chung Myung then made a new request, some life pills to restore his health. The leader was silent for a few seconds, and then called the attention of the assistants present. The leader Hyun Jong took a sip of tea, placed the cup on the table, and declared that he was granting Chung Myung permission to leave the temple without prior authorization. The only conditions were that he not leave the Yeum district and that he'd be fully responsible for his actions. Chung Myung accepted, confused, as the man seemed in a hurry to get him out of his quarters. In the end, the truth was simple. The leader didn't have a single pill to offer, not even for himself, and so he decided to end the matter right there. As soon as Chung Myung left, the sect leader closed the door to his quarters and turned to his assistants, asking for their thoughts on the boy. The great Sasuk Unjeom answered first, stating that he could tell the young man definitely understood the path of the Tao. He felt that even though Chung Myung was just a child, there was a noticeable wisdom in the way he spoke. Unjeom admitted the boy could be a bit harsh at times, but considered it understandable for his age. In fact, during their conversations, he felt Chung Myung didn't seem like a child at all, not just because of his manner of speaking, but also due to a lack of childishness that was difficult to describe. Next, Hyun Jong asked for Hyun Sang's opinion. Placing a hand on his head, the man said he didn't feel qualified to evaluate people in the sect, but the leader insisted, wanting to know if he had noticed anything different. Hyun Sang then agreed that Chung Myung was not a childish boy in the slightest. Hearing this, Unjeom was convinced he wasn't the only one with that impression. Hyun Sang added that children who have had a difficult life are often more mature, but Chung Myung seemed like a genuine adult when he spoke. With a smile, Hyun Jong asked if he thought the boy was corrupt on the inside, but Hyun Sang quickly denied it, saying that wasn't what he meant. Closing his eyes, the leader said he understood their point and knew what they were all thinking. However, he asked them to avoid such thoughts because in reality, Chung Myung was just an innocent child. Hyun Jong explained that the sect's purpose was to educate people, not use them for their own benefit, so they needed to help the boy in his growth. The two assistants bowed and agreed with their leader. Changing the subject, Hyun Jong asked Unjeom about the progress of the construction. The great Sasik explained that due to the mountain's incline, they were having trouble gathering more lumber. Even after felling the nearby trees to make the most of their resources, the situation remained difficult as they would need several more days to dry and trim the logs. The leader asked if it seemed like he was caring too much about the temple's appearance just because he had secured some funds, but Eun-gum denied it. Hyun Jong then asked them to understand his good intentions, explaining that the Manhwa sect needed to be rebuilt. And when a person makes new resolutions, they must first organize their surroundings. Eun-gum bowed, agreeing that his leader was absolutely right. The leader then instructed Hyun Sang to finish interpreting the new techniques they had acquired as quickly as possible. He warned him not to make any careless mistakes as the sect's fate depended on how these techniques were taught to the disciples. To conclude the meeting, Hyun Jong said that he was counting on both of them to do good work. After the meeting, Hyun Sang wondered if he should tell the leader about something he had noticed. The technique books were strangely new, considering they should have been at least 100 years old. There were even fresh ink marks, as if someone had written them in a hurry. At first, he thought it might be some kind of scheme, but after a careful analysis, he confirmed the books were real. It seemed that someone was trying to help the sect but needed to keep their identity a secret. Far away, Chung Myung was furious, thinking that the leader shouldn't have kicked him out just because he didn't want to give him any pills. The boy felt he had gained nothing by interrupting his own goals to rewrite all those technique books, especially to help a sect that not even a beggar would want to join. He suspected the leader had lost the recipe for the life pill along with all the sect's money. Suddenly, the boy stopped walking, thinking that this whole situation was a pain. While channeling his purple energy, the young man had expected some side effects, but the situation was much worse than he had imagined. His body wasn't healing as quickly as he thought it would, and at this rate, it could take half a year to fully recover. A child's body is constantly growing and changing, making it the ideal period to build the foundations of internal strength. Once that window of opportunity is lost, it never comes back. So Chung Myung urgently needed to find a way to regain his form. There were two ways to recover his innate chi, by consuming a life pill or by receiving help from a chi transfer technique. But it would be very difficult to find someone willing to do that now. He remembered that, in the old days, life pills were practically rolling around on the sex grounds. You just had to look for them a little. This memory brought him to a specific situation from his other life when he consumed a plum blossom pill as a hangover cure. It was extremely effective, and thinking about it made him want to drink. Back then, he would drink as much as he could without getting caught and then take the pill, making the hangover disappear immediately. Suddenly, the boy's expression changed as if he'd had an idea. Remembering this gave him a notion of where the pills might be, and now he had hope of getting some. In a rush, Chung Myung started running in the direction he remembered. His steps hurried as if his life depended on it. Having a bad memory like his sometimes helped. Night fell, and the forest was faintly illuminated by the moonlight. Panting after his run, our hero stopped and looked up, facing a large stone wall in front of him. It was a cliff known as the most dangerous and steep even among the 5 great mountains. There was a secret place here that only Chung Myung knew about in the entire sect. Since the area was off limits for disciple training, he considered it the best place to hide from his seniors, where he could drink, take a nap, or eat meat without being seen. He questioned why his SA Hyung had let him live, since he didn't seem like a worthy person. But that question wasn't important right now. What mattered was that somewhere in the middle of those mountains were the pills he had hidden in his past life. If he were in his old body, he could reach the spot in 2 leaps. But now he needed to find a way to climb without damaging his current body. The boy backed up a bit, and after running across the grass returned holding a large, very long rope. After analyzing the situation, he made a decision. Instead of climbing up, he would climb down, which was approximately 10 times more dangerous. Even so, Chung Myung decided to face the challenge, thinking that you only live once, although this was technically his second time. The young man tied the end of the rope to a very thick tree trunk at the edge of the cliff. In a situation of extreme risk, he wondered why it was so difficult to revive the Mount Hoi sect. The incline wasn't the only reason the place had been banned for training, as the cliff was called the disconnected uneven cliff for a reason. There was simply nothing to hold on to or step on along its walls. Because of this, as soon as he began his descent, the boy quickly lost his footing. This cliff was extremely difficult to climb, and our hero began to fall, held only by a thin rope. In desperation, the protagonist screams as he plummets from the cliff, believing he is truly going to die as he watches the top grow more and more distant. He thinks these might be his last moments, but then the rope tied to his waist catches him. His body ricochets violently, and the rope immediately begins to swing him dangerously from side to side, threatening to slam him into cliff wall. To avoid the collision, Chung Myung concentrates energy in his hands and uses the chi suction technique the instant he reaches the wall. The impact makes his bones creak and some of them break, sending a wave of pain through his entire body. Despite this, he manages to cling to the cliff, internally complaining about how his bones now feel as fragile as twigs. Looking to the side, something catches his attention. The entrance to the hideout is finally visible, but the rope does not quite reach in that direction. He realizes he will have to swing himself over there, which means abandoning the chi suction technique and using the rope's own momentum to gain impulse. The rope creaks dangerously as he begins to move, swinging from one side to the other with each motion increasing his speed. Chung Myung pushes even harder, needing enough distance for the jump. When he feels he has reached the ideal momentum, he decides to go for it, but the rope can no longer take the strain and snaps. The boy's eyes widen as his only salvation disappears. His body plummets like a stone, fast and without control. Desperate, he uses the chi suction technique again, but the pressure nearly shatters the bones in his fingers, preventing him from getting a firm grip and causing him to slip. He is thrown violently to the other side, slamming against a small stone platform, but still sliding dangerous ly toward the void. Then, like a miracle, the broken end of the rope snags on a sharp edge of the cliff, and the sudden jolt halts his fall. Now, the boy is left dangling right next to the hideout he built in his past life. His entire body aches from the numerous injuries sustained during the descent. Even so, using the last remnants of his strength, he begins to climb slowly. When he finally reaches the cave entrance, he breathes heavily and starts complaining out loud that the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was a complete lunatic because no one in their right mind would build a hideout in such a place. He concludes that the man must have gone crazy after so much training. But deep down, Chung Myung knows very well that he is talking about himself. Still, against all odds, the young man had managed to survive. With his fingertips, the boy pulls away an old cloth covering some items inside the cave, and a cloud of dust immediately rises, showing how the years had left the place abandoned. However, what is revealed beneath the fabric is surprisingly cozy. Chung Myung had been careful and also left a nightlight crystal for illumination. The boy observes this and praises the intelligence of the person responsible, but soon realizes he is just complimenting himself. After looking around the hideout more carefully, he finds some things destroyed by time, like spoiled food and rotted fabrics, until his eyes land on something important, a chest. Instantly, he understands that this is where the plum blossom pills must be. The precious pills he hid in his past life that will be essential for restoring his body. Carefully, Chung Yung slowly opens the chest. As soon as the lid moves, an intense red light escapes from within. When the chest is finally opened completely, the light covers his face and a rich, refined fragrance of plum blossoms fills the cave. These are the priceless snowflower pills, even rarer and more valuable than the plum blossom pills. Chung Myung even mutters an apology to his former superior, but at least he did not hide the life pills here as well. Without hesitating, he picks up one of the snowflower pills, knowing his body needs to be restored as soon as possible. And if possible, he wants to rebuild his internal strength in the process. Without a second's hesitation, the young man places one of them in his mouth. He feels the difference almost immediately, as if it were already taking effect before being digested. A burning sensation courses through his insides and a small red flame is born within him, beginning to travel throughout his body and fill voids that had long been forgotten. The pill melts completely before he can even chew it, and its elegant essence explodes within his system. But Chung Myung has no time to admire it. He immediately closes his eyes, knowing he must concentrate and focus all his attention on controlling that energy. He cannot allow even a fraction of the snowflower pill's chi to escape uselessly. And with a clenched fist, he begins to circulate the energy. A red aura fills the cave, but Chung Myung immediately realizes the problem. It will not be possible to use the pill to recover his true innate chi in its current state. Even being the pride of the Manhwa sect, these pills still contain too many impurities, and he cannot absorb something so imperfect directly into his dantian. He needs to purify it all, even if it means discarding most of the energy. He knows he is choosing the most difficult, slowest, and most painful path, but it is also the most perfect one for building the ideal foundation. He will not allow his impatience to destroy this, so he begins to filter everything, discarding any trace of impure chi. After a long process, only a minuscule amount remains. It is an absurd waste, but it is exactly what he wanted. Chung Myung gathers these small refined fragments and guides them to the deepest parts of his dantian. The remnants slowly begin to condense, unite, and compress until they form a small brilliant sphere resembling a tiny but absurdly powerful star. The instant it is complete, a colossal wave of energy explodes through the cave, and a blue aura begins to spread in all directions. It is a monstrous amount of energy, dense and heavy, and the small ball that remained falls to the cave floor. It is as if the very air is trembling. The energy overflows from the boy's body uncontrollably, and suddenly his body begins to float. Like someone entering a state of enlightenment, his neck tenses violently, causing the veins to bulge. When Chung Myung opens his eyes, his pupils have vanished, replaced by an intense blue light. The energy escapes from his eyes and mouth, as if his body can no longer contain such immense power. The sheer concentration of energy was almost too much for his body to handle, making his hand tremble with overwhelming force. Yet Chung Myong's perseverance was absolute, and he finally managed to clench his fist. The cave fell into a deep silence, illuminated only by the power radiating from his body. With his eyes still closed and his focus unwavering, he slowly opened them to reveal a startling transformation. His gaze had shifted, and an intense blue light now poured from his irises. Something deep within him had transformed. The fractures riddling his body began to seal, and his scars faded away as his bones strengthened, becoming even more resilient than before. His body's response to the pills was extraordinary, far exceeding any expectation. Impurities were expelled through his pores, and with every breath as each part of him purged accumulated waste. Simultaneously, his meridians expanded like rivers that had finally been given space to flow freely. Suddenly, his heart began to race, followed by a sharp pain that exploded in his head like an electric shock. The chi flowing back from his lower dantian surged violently toward his middle dantian like a massive tidal wave about to crash into everything in its path. Chung Myung knew that if this energy reached his upper dantian without control, the situation would become unstable and irreversible. Desperate, he tried to contain the flow, contracting his muscles and pressing down on his abdomen with all his might to block the energy's ascent. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was his master, asking whether Chung Myong was a martial artist or a Taoist. The voice went on to explain that a martial artist tries to dominate by forcing and controlling, but one who follows the path of the Tao simply allows things to flow. The master warned him not to think he could dominate the flow of the world. If you try to dam a river, the water will only overflow and find its own way. The ideal is to let things go, because then everything will flow as it should. Since humans are also a part of nature, one should not try to control but simply let be. The words echoed, penetrating deep into his mind. The tension in Chung Myong's arms began to fade and his fingers loosened. Suddenly, everything went black for an instant. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in another place, standing on a surface that resembled water in a silent, empty space. Looking around in confusion, he saw a closed-off area above him, crisscrossed by thin lines of blue energy. He then understood that he was inside his own upper dantian, a place he had entered instinctively. Before him stood a cracked and completely unstable wall, a reflection of how damaged his body truly was. Chung Myung approached and placed a hand on it, closing his eyes for a moment to sense the energy on the other side. He felt an absurd pressure, a massive flow of chi on the verge of breaking through, a force that could not be ignored. He knew it was only a matter of time. The situation was perilous. If he didn't open a path, everything would collapse. But if he opened it all at once, the sheer force of the impact would destroy his upper dantian. Taking a deep breath, Chung Myung realized there was no simple choice. Once again, his master's words about trying to dam a river echoed in his mind. He understood that if he tried to contain the energy, it would simply destroy him. So this time, he slowly opened his hand and a red energy began to flow out. At the same moment, the blue fissure before him expanded, as if finally allowing everything to escape. The two forces, red and blue, collided. He thought back to how he never used to pay attention to his master's words, dismissing them as nagging. A bright light emanated from the impact, but the two energies didn't conflict. Instead, they intertwined and balanced each other. And in that instant, he finally understood what his master meant. The flow of chi inside Chung Myong transformed completely. And for the first time, he felt true harmony. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the sun was rising over the horizon. Time had passed without him even noticing. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open to find his body floating, suspended in mid-air. But as soon as he fully awoke, the levitation failed and he dropped right onto his mat. A dull pain shot through his body and he grumbled in confusion, wondering why he had been floating. He then raised his hand and stared at it. The same hand that had been so grievously injured was now completely restored. Memories of the colliding energies flooded back, and he could feel that his meridians were unblocked and his strength had fundamentally changed. Chung Myung found it hard to believe his young body had endured such an ordeal, as even the slightest mistake would have been fatal. Deep down, he knew he couldn't have succeeded without his master's teachings. And now he felt it had all been worth it. He hadn't just recovered his innate chi. He had refined it, expanded his meridians, and elevated his entire foundation. In short, his body was on a completely different level. Perhaps it was the effect of living a second life, or maybe he was finally beginning to understand the Tao. His master's words returned to him, speaking of the martial artist who tries to control versus the Taoist who allows things to be. In his past life, Chung Myung had been only a swordsman. Now, he understood that the Manhwa sect was not just a sword sect, but a Taoist one as well. This was its true essence, and he could finally comprehend it completely. Chung Myung focused his gaze on the horizon, lost in thought. He wondered if someone like him could truly restore the sect, but he resolved to try his best. He opened the chest containing the pills again, realizing they were now useless to him. An idea struck him, and he decided to leave them for others. Chung Myung was about to leave when he stopped suddenly. Remembering something, he quickly ducked back into the hideout and emerged just as fast, carrying a special extra load. He now had a few small bottles tied to his waist. It didn't mean he was a drunkard. He was just extremely curious to taste a 100-year-old liquor. Stepping out of the cave, he looked around and thought about how much the sect had changed, yet this cavern remained exactly as it had always been. For some reason, this brought him comfort, making him feel as if he were reliving his past. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and a pang of longing tightened in his chest. He decided he should try to come back here more often. Without a second thought, he bent his knees and leaped with an absurd amount of force. His body shot into the air, reaching an impressive height before he landed lightly and effortlessly on another part of the slope. Now he ascended the mountain using only his feet without needing his hands for support. His movements were fluid and natural, his body responding perfectly through a series of jumps, spins, and bursts of speed. He gave one last push, planting his feet firmly on the ground. With this final leap, he soared high enough to nearly touch the clouds. From that vantage point, he watched the slowly rising sun create a magnificent view on the horizon. Then he descended, landing from the absurd height without taking any damage. He dusted off his clothes and noticed how light his body felt, as if it were free from any weight, a sensation he had always longed for. Chung Myung took a deep breath, intending to savor the fresh mountain air, but his face immediately scrunched up in disgust. A horrible smell invaded his nostrils, and it took him a moment to realize the stench was coming from his own body. It seemed it was definitely time for a bath. Discontent was brewing in the sect's temple. One student complained about how cold it was, while another said his body was so tired that the fatigue just wouldn't go away. A third grumbled about being too sleepy to rest properly. Amidst the complaints, two boys whispered about the protagonist, Chung Myung, commenting on how strange he had seemed lately. With his face a mess and looking completely out of shape, he didn't even seem like the same person, and he had stopped participating in their training sessions. One of the boys asked his friend if the rumors about Chung Myung suffering from an internal overload could be true, since his physical condition was only getting worse by the day. They reasoned that if he was missing training due to health problems, then the other students shouldn't have to train either. The atmosphere was thick with suspicion, and some students swallowed hard at the thought. Before, everyone did what Chung Myung said because they knew it was impossible to fight him. But in his current state, the idea seemed like a joke. Perhaps if they all worked together, things could be different, and they might be able to fight back against the tormentor who forced them to train non-stop. Noticing the conversation, Yoonjong approached Gojul and told him to leave the boys alone, stating that while they were naive, they would eventually discover the truth. Just then, the door behind them began to open. Light from the room spilled outside, and everyone turned to see who it was, their anticipation growing with each second. A person approached with slow, confident steps. To everyone's surprise, the figure had glowing skin and silky hair, radiating perfect health. The martial artists stood with their mouths agape because it was Chung Myung standing before them, looking like the very picture of health. Witnessing the scene, they all realized they would die if they tried to fight him, as the boy looked completely renewed. Chung Myung then got their attention, saying he couldn't express how bad he felt for them. He explained that he had no choice but to neglect their training because of his health, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility for his actions. Observing the situation, the students began to sense that something bad was about to happen and tried to console him. But the young man placed a hand on his heart and said he knew they had all been training hard in his absence. He continued, stating that even if mistakes are made, they can always be compensated for. And if what they lacked was training, they would simply have to train more than usual. With a gesture, Chung Myung pointed his thumb behind him toward a huge steep mountain that was difficult to climb and uttered a single word for everyone to run. The group was thrown into a state of deep confusion, unsure of what to do. The protagonist then clarified that the first to arrive would be the first to be rewarded, and the slower half would have to run it again. The students were stunned, realizing that Chung Myung wanted them to climb Lotus Mountain. Suddenly, one of them started moving. It was Yoon Jong, followed closely by Jo Gul, both ready to accept the challenge. They leaped over the temple wall with great determination, and soon more students followed their lead. Everyone remembered that if they finished too far behind, they would have to run again, so they all began making their way to the mountain with all their strength. Once the dust from the stampede settled, Chung Myung commented to himself that it was cute to see his friends conspiring against him. Deep down, he admired those who had the courage to try something like that. However, he believed that if they didn't have the skills to back up their plans, they were nothing but trash. If they wanted to earn the right to speak their minds, the first thing they needed was skill, and Chung Myung was more than happy to help them get it. He reflected that in the 1,000-year history of the martial arts world, there had been countless individuals who had single-handedly risen to become one of strongest in the world. But a single person can never make an entire sect prominent. For that, all its members need to be strong. The protagonist wanted to restore that strength so the sect would become even more powerful than it was in the past. His dear beloved Manhwa sect would prosper again. To boost his colleagues' motivation, Chung Myung shouted that the last one to arrive wouldn't get breakfast today. The sun was just beginning to rise over the mountains, but the martial artists of the Manhwa sect were already a wreck. Even Jo Gul, who always showed more energy than the others, was collapsed on the ground, panting and utterly exhausted. Yoon Jong managed to stay on his feet, but only barely. His colleague admired him for being able to stand after such a rigorous session and now understood why that boy had been named the Great Sae Young. It wasn't just about his outstanding skills, but also his mental fortitude which pushed his limits. Meanwhile, Chung Myung approached carrying a huge rock and asked why it felt so light. He called out to those who had finished the training to hand over all their sandbags, then acted surprised to see them all lying on the ground. He questioned how they could be tired when they had barely done anything. Grumbling, the protagonist said that kids these days had no tenacity and that it was different in his day even though everyone knew he was the youngest one there. Placing 2 enormous rocks on the ground, Chung Myung ended the training and told them to come back later, warning that if they ran away, he would make the next session 10 times worse. On top of that, they all had to clean the training equipment properly, which made the other boys furious. A while later, everyone was having their meal. Yoon Jong asked why his colleagues weren't eating. One boy replied that he couldn't as he felt like he was going to throw up. Another looked at his senior with a sad expression, and soon another did the same as if pleading for help. They all asked if their senior didn't think these training sessions were too extreme. The Saeyoung himself realized he couldn't eat because his hands were shaking too much. Everyone at the table began to beg Yoon Jong to save them. The boy decided to ask his colleague Jo Gul what he thought about it. Jo Gul stopped eating and thought for a moment before answering. He acknowledged that the training sessions were getting more intense by the day and had reached a point where their bodies were suffering greatly. Jo Gul said that iron gets stronger the more you hammer it, but that wasn't the case for humans. However, for some reason, Chung Myung hadn't realized that yet. Therefore, Jo Gul believed it would be best to just continue at this pace for now. But if nothing changed over time, then they would talk to him. The other students were satisfied with their colleagues' words and agreed. Yoon Jong added that if it came to that, he would be the first to object. Sometime later, Jo Gul threw himself onto his bed, completely drained. The boy took a deep breath, trying to rest, but he knew he would have to train again before he even woke up and felt like his body was going to break. In his mind, the young man had thought he could overcome any challenge no matter what it was. But now he questioned if he could keep up with such intense training. A moment later, he heard a voice calling his name a few times and opened his eyes. It was Chung Myung who gestured for his colleague to be quiet. The boy was holding something and explained that it was difficult to get, but he was giving it to him because he believed Jo Gul deserved it. Then, the protagonist held out his hand and showed his friend. The young man's eyes widened when he saw what Chung Myung was holding. Unable to control his voice, the boy asked if that was a pill of life. The protagonist insisted he keep quiet, and the boy asked why his colleague was giving him something so precious. Chung Myung explained that he was doing it because he knew Jo Gul needed it, but that he had to keep it an absolute secret from the other students. He then told his friend to swallow it first and said he would help him. The boy felt ashamed, forever thinking Chung Myung was a bad person. The protagonist placed his hand on his colleague's back, and while helping him, he thought with a sadistic expression that, as the saying goes, a thirsty man is only grateful when his thirst is quenched, and that things were about to get even harder for his senior from now on. Night fell, and a malicious laugh could be heard. The next day, the students gathered again to train, this time holding their swords. Everyone was determined to improve their skills and practice their movements. The great Sasuke watched the class, feeling that something was different. The students' sword paths seemed much more stable. Although they had been practicing the same thing over and over, their movements were sharper and more consistent. Furthermore, the man could feel the firmness and strength in their stances. This strength allowed their upper bodies to stiffen, enabling them to put more weight into their swords. Gum wondered if this was really possible in such a short amount of training. He remembered when Chung Myung had asked with a confident smile for just 1 month, promising he would definitely deliver results within that period. The great Sasek wondered if it could be thanks to the morning training, but then his eyes caught something that drew his attention. The student's eyes were sharp, something he hadn't seen in those kids for a long time. Forcing a cough, the man decided to call a break in the training. He commented to the students that the tips of their swords looked very lively, and added that he was very pleased to see everyone participating so fiercely in the training. Because of this, if they continued on this path, the man planned to skip all the remaining steps and teach them the Tai-E bewildering sword technique. No one would have imagined that third-class disciples would learn such a technique, which could only mean they had all truly improved a great deal. Those who work hard are rewarded, and those who are rewarded tend to work even harder. In this way, these children would become great swordsmen. At that moment, someone approached the area calling for Gum. It was the sect leader who seemed to be in a great hurry. The two stepped away from the students to talk, and the great Sasuk asked what brought the leader to the White Plum Blossom boarding house. Lowering his head, Hyunjong said that he thought they had a problem. He showed him the Equilibrium Sword Technique book, which had been inside the chest Chung Myung found, and asked the man to read the last page. Gum quickly flipped through the book and stopped at the final page. What he read made his eyes widen, and he turned back to the sect leader, unable to understand what he had just seen. The book was addressed directly to the sect leader's successor with every word written with him in mind. The author began by explaining that there was no issue with modifying or improving the Manhwa sect's techniques. In fact, they were expected to evolve and be refined over time. However, the text stressed that the Plum Blossom Sword technique was the foundation and pillar that supported the entire sect. To alter it would be to transform the very essence of their organization. For this reason, the author hoped that the successor reading these words would fully understand the weight of this responsibility. Gum held the pages tightly, his expression shifting as his eyes scanned the words. He absorbed the message that the Plum Blossom Sword was fundamental, serving as the base for all other techniques, just as one must first learn to hold a sword before wielding it properly. After grasping that mastering this technique was a prerequisite for learning any other, Gum looked up and addressed the sect leader. He argued that times had changed, yet they were still insisting on the old ways. He then questioned why a new technique had been created by the Manhwa sect's own members, if not for the very reason that mastering the original took too long. The leader responded calmly, explaining that this was precisely why he was there seeking his allies' opinion. He recalled that the sect had decided to abandon the old technique and adopt the so-called true technique as its new foundation. But he stressed that the words of their ancestors could not be ignored. On the contrary, their words were the path that should guide their successors, as every sect carries the weight of following the legacy of those who came before. Given this, the leader asked how they could simply deny such a clear wish left by an ancestor. He then turned to Youngum, reminding him that he was responsible for teaching the youngest disciples, and that his honest opinion was therefore essential. The great Sasuk looked down, flipping through the book slowly as his thoughts churned over the great dilemma between following tradition and making changes. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, his voice firm. Gum first explained that the true Plum Blossom Sword technique was created out of necessity, as the sect had no time for gradual training at that point and could have disappeared at any moment. He then posed a direct question to the leader. Did he believe the Manhwa sect had a future now? The question caught Hyunjong completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. The old man hesitated, knowing that while their situation had improved, they had only solved a fraction of their problems. Taking a deep breath, the leader admitted he couldn't answer with certainty and asked Gum to understand that there was no simple reply. At that moment, the great Sasek snapped the book shut, the sound echoing sharply in the room. He declared that he was against the change, causing Hyunjong's eyes to widen even further. Eunjeom then glanced back toward his disciples and warned the leader that the task would not be easy. He explained that even though the two techniques were born from the same roots, they were completely different. One offered slow progress while the other focused on rapid mastery. The children who were quick learners had already grown accustomed to the true plum blossom sword technique, and teaching them the old way now could have harmful consequences. Furthermore, Eungum pointed out that the most important aspects for mastering the old technique were a strong lower body and a serious attitude, qualities he believed it was too late for the children to develop. The leader asked Eungum to repeat the most important aspects, and as the great Sasek spoke the words again, he had a realization. Eunjeom quickly looked back to check on the boys and saw that their lower bodies were extremely strong. Moreover, they were all taking their training more seriously than ever before. Hyunjong commented that apparently they were all doing quite well in those regards. Confused, Eungum confessed that he hadn't done anything different recently to achieve this result. Then his eyes were drawn to a specific figure in the group, Chung Myung, who was casually picking his nose. Deep down, the great Sasek knew that much of the boy's progress could be thanks to this child. Realizing this, the man excused himself from the sect leader to speak with someone. He then shouted Chung Myung's name so firmly that it startled the boy. As he called him over, Eunjeom asked a blunt question, whether he thought it was better to go slow and aim high or to be fast and certain, and which of the two he believed was more fitting for the Manhwa sect. The boy raised a finger and replied that aiming higher was obviously the right choice. Curious, Eungum asked him why. With a simple and pure response, Chung Myung said it was because they were the Manhwa sect. The answer took the leader by surprise, shocking him with the boy's wisdom. As an ideal that had existed in the sect long ago had just spoken by the youngest disciple in the class. Chung Myung elaborated on his answer, saying that if it were any other sect, the other option would be correct, but that wasn't the case for them. He explained that since their goal was to reclaim their past honor and spread the sect's name once more, its members should not compromise with reality. The leader was stunned to realize the young boy was seeing the hidden meaning in Eungum's words and answering correctly. Hyunjong leaned in and confirmed if the boy meant they shouldn't make concessions because they were the Manhwa sect, and he agreed. Surprised, the two older men looked at each other and dismissed the boy back to his training, remaining silent as Chung Myung walked away. The leader commented to the great Sasek that the whole exchange was quite shameful, as he never imagined hearing those words from a child. It was a simple concept, yet at the same time extremely complex. Eunjeom agreed, pondering that perhaps the boy could say such things without much thought precisely because he was a child, since children aren't usually affected by the reality of a situation. After that scene, despite knowing the difficulty, the great Sasuke came to a personal conclusion. He did not want to bring shame upon that boy. The conversation had made the issue even bigger and the decision more daunting. After all, choosing a sect's fundamental technique was a matter that would define the entire future path of Manhwa. After a few seconds of silence, Hyunjong addressed Eunjeom, issuing an order as the leader of the Manhwa sect. He declared that from that moment on, they would change the sect's fundamental technique, reverting from the true plum blossom sword back to the old technique. Furthermore, he stated that they would rethink not only this technique but all others in the sect. The leader emphasized that as the head of the White Plum boarding house, Eunjeom's role in all of this was essential. He proclaimed that their members would not be content to be a powerless sect, and that as long as they carried the name of Manhwa, they would always aim to be the strongest. This was their obligation and their calling. Finally, he reminded him that they must think of the younger members, for those children were the future. Even if they couldn't achieve their goals in the current generation, when those children led the sect, its name would finally regain its prominence. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked back to the training grounds thinking that the whole situation was pathetic. He reflected that it was absurd for a sect leader to ask a boy a question like that, feeling as though on top of putting food in everyone's mouths, they were now asking him how to chew it. Disappointed, Chung Myung thought that these men couldn't do anything right and were probably messing up everything he had done so far. Because of this, the boy decided he would need to visit the Wyam district soon, since they were likely ruining the businesses there as well. In the end, he let his thoughts slip out loud, grumbling that the sect was truly lost without him. After a long period of hardship, the Manhwa sect finally seemed to have found peace. Their financial problems had been solved and new techniques were established, paving a new path to a future where laughter should have filled the temple. At least, that's how it was supposed to be. But the reality was quite different. Seeing that the place was an absolute chaos, Chung Myung sighed and called one of his seniors over for a talk. Gul approached and Chung Myung got straight to the point, asking if it was true that he was the youngest son of an influential merchant family. Chung Myung wanted to know if his family owned any major businesses on the continent, but Joe just rolled his eyes, explaining that they were just a small merchant family and nothing special. Playfully, Chung Myung insisted that the young man should realize what was happening and that perhaps he was hiding some special talent. Confused by the insistence, Gul didn't understand. So his junior decided to drop the subject, telling him to forget it. The two then turned to observe their surroundings, and the sense of unease only intensified. The customers were dissatisfied, with one complaining that the tea was bitter and another saying he had received the wrong order. With his arms crossed, Gul commented that the former administrators of the place were crooks. However, despite being corrupt, they knew how to manage the business and had a good reputation with their employees. Many of the staff were family or acquaintances, which created a bond of trust that lasted for a while until one by one, they all left. Chung Myung asked if the employees were the root of the problem, but Gul shook his head, stating that was only one of the reasons. There were deeper issues, such as the fact that the superiors of the Manhwa sect had absolutely no skill in managing a business. It was like putting a pearl necklace on a pig, as they possessed something valuable, but had no idea how to use it. Nearby, the sect's disciples were panicking over backed-up orders and widespread confusion, with one of them trying to defend himself by saying he had never handled such expensive teas before. Observing the scene, Gul sighed and continued his explanation, saying that running a business was far from simple. It was necessary to carefully choose every item and material, because if they opted for high-quality products, they wouldn't make a profit. On the other hand, if they chose cheap items, the customers wouldn't return. Furthermore, if they hired other people to manage it, those people could end up taking all the profits, leaving the sect with nothing. Chung Myung then asked if they should just start learning how to run a business now. Gul stared at him and answered with another question, asking if he would teach martial arts to 40-year-old men starting from scratch. He argued that even if they tried to learn, they would continue to be cheated, as suppliers would quickly notice their lack of experience and take advantage, draining all the sect's money. Discouraged, Gul lowered his head, convinced that everything was doomed from the start. In silence, Chung Myung watched thoughtfully until a memory of his old master surfaced, making him realize just how great that man truly was. Frustrated, he remembered how prosperous the businesses were when his master was alive, even thinking it would have been better to stay dead than to deal with this. Tired, Chung Myung asked Gul what the solution was, but his friend replied irritably that he already said he didn't know. He claimed that if he had the skill to solve something like this, he would already be a great merchant, and that not even his own father could handle such a situation. Worried, Chung Myung asked if it was really that serious. His senior confirmed it, explaining that to run a business of that size you needed history, tradition, and a reputation, all things they lacked. Sighing, Joe commented that if Elder Huang were still active, things would be completely different. The name caught Chung Myung's attention, as he had never heard of such a person. Gul explained that Huang was a great merchant, famous throughout the region, and one of the most prominent in the Shaanxi province, a man who traded from the East Sea to the Western lands. Moreover, he had been a patron of the Manhwa sect for a very long time. Surprised, Chung Myung sarcastically asked what that man saw in the sect, since they didn't even have worthy disciples. Gul got angry at the comment, but they let the argument go. Continuing, he said he heard the elders sponsored many different places, and that if he were around, it would be a great help to ask for his advice. Excited by the idea, the protagonist stood up, saying the problem was solved. They just had to ask Huang for help. However, Gul quickly crushed his enthusiasm, explaining that it wasn't possible. The man had been bedridden for a year, and there was even a rumor that he was unconscious. Hearing this, Chung Myung sat down again, losing his last shred of hope. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a voice calling his name. It was the great Sisek, holding an envelope. The two disciples bowed respectfully to their master, who announced he had something very important to discuss. He said it would be necessary for Chung Myung to return to Manhwa. The boy disliked the idea, complaining about the arduous journey. He tried to negotiate, saying his body was the youngest and therefore the weakest, but Jiam retorted that he was also the only one not doing anything. The young man laughed and argued that he had swept the garden earlier, but seeing there was no escape, he asked the reason for the trip. Handing over the envelope, the great Sisuk explained that he needed the boy to deliver it to the sect leader, as it seemed to be something urgent and very important. The sender was the Yunha Merchant Guild, so he should handle the matter with great care. Upon hearing the name, Gul whispered to his friend that this was the guild Elder Huang belonged to. With this new information, Chung Myung suddenly became very interested in the task. He accepted the envelope and was told by his master to leave immediately. With a determined expression, the young man promised he would deliver the letter as quickly as he could. Our hero then promptly began his journey, starting the long walk back to the sect. Worried about the cargo he was carrying, he glanced from side to side, paying close attention to the path. Carefully, he took the letter from inside his robes to take a peek. It was the letter from Elder Huang's guild. And since rumors said the elder was unconscious, he probably wasn't the one who wrote it. The curiosity to read the contents was immense, but the letter was sealed with an official seal. Despite this, a dark idea crossed the boy's mind. He thought it would be normal to want to see what was inside such an important letter and that his master might even support him, but he quickly imagined his master's disapproving face. Turning the envelope over, he saw it was addressed to the dear sect leader. If a letter came from a person who was supposedly unconscious, it meant something important had happened. He rationalized that everyone should help each other at a time like this and that, besides, he could receive a great favor in return. Without further hesitation, Chung Yung opened the letter and began to read. He skipped the polite greetings and went straight to the real reason. Apparently, was Huang's son who was writing, explaining that his father's condition was worsening. Old age had brought new illnesses and his chi veins were acting uncontrollably. His body had turned completely red and the man had lost consciousness, becoming unable to move. And then a black spot had appeared on his forehead. Upon reading about the black spot, Chung Yung recognized something he hadn't seen in a very long time, the mark of a known enemy. The Yunhe Merchant Guild had hired many famous doctors to treat Elder Huang, but none of them could diagnose his mysterious illness. As a last resort, his son sent a letter to everyone connected to his father, asking them to get in touch if they knew anything. The man promised a tremendous reward in the guild's name to anyone who could provide information on how to treat the sickness. With that, Zhang Jiai Huang, the guild leader, waited anxiously for good news. As Chung Myung read the letter, a mix of thoughts filled his head. He knew it was impossible for ordinary doctors to cure this type of illness known as the demon flower. Outwardly, its symptoms resembled severe poisoning, which was likely how the doctors had tried to treat it. However, the real reason the protagonist was so nervous was something else entirely. The demon flower was connected to his old acquaintance, the feared Chun Ma, as it was a symptom that appeared when someone was struck by specific techniques of the celestial demon sect. Angrily, the boy gritted his teeth and blamed the demonic sect. For a while, he had believed most of them were eliminated in the Kilian Mountains, but it seemed their lineage had survived. The problem was that, if those fiends were still alive, they must be plotting something in Zhongyuan. Still, something else worried him more. Perhaps these demons still held a deep grudge against the Mount Hua sect as they continued to cause trouble even after so much time. Of all people, they had decided to attack Elder Huang, a figure who could greatly help their current situation. Chung Myung stared at the letter lost in thought. He wasn't absolutely certain it was the demon flower just from the description, so the best course of action was to confirm it with his own eyes. Besides, the words tremendous reward echoed in his mind, fueling his desire to go. According to Joe Gould, the Yunhe Merchant Guild possessed an absurd fortune, so a reward from them would be truly substantial. On top of that, there couldn't be many people who even knew about the demon flower, meaning the competition was practically non-existent since those who knew anything were wiped out in the great battle. While resealing the note, the boy considered that he didn't know what had happened all this time and that someone else might still recognize the disease. If the letter fell into the wrong hands, it could turn into a huge problem. He couldn't let that happen, so he needed to act before anyone else. Quickening his pace, he decided he had to resolve this as soon as possible and, of course, secure his reward. He then broke into a full sprint and let out an excited shout, warning that no one should dare steal the prize from the great Chung Myung. After a long journey, night finally fell and the sky filled with stars. The disciples were wearily climbing the mountain and some began to complain about how difficult it was to do this every day. Yun Zhang led the group in silence until someone suddenly called his name with urgency. It was Zhou Gul running toward him in a complete panic. Yun Zhang narrowed his eyes thinking his colleague was becoming more and more immature, but something about his desperation caught his attention. The boy arrived out of breath and unable to control himself, yelled that it was an emergency involving Chung Myung. The moment he heard that name, Yun Zhang's demeanor changed completely. Without a second thought, he shot forward, running as fast as he could. The two of them reached the boy's room and threw the door open, only to find the space empty. Worried, Eunjong frowned, wondering where that maniac had gone now. Jo-gul then pointed to the bed where a small note lay. Without wasting time, Eunjong grabbed the paper and began to read. The message said that Chung Myung would be away for a few days and asked them to invent an excuse for his absence, while also demanding they not skip their training. A vein instantly popped on Eunjong's forehead as his patience reached its limit. Jo-gul, completely lost, looked at him and asked what they should do. Eunjong took a deep breath and took the lead, saying that for now, they needed to make sure no one else found out about his absence. Crushing the letter in his hand, the young man stated firmly that it wouldn't make a difference to tell the other disciples. Since Chung Myong said he would be gone for a few days, it was best to hide it for as long as possible. If no one started to search for him, the superiors wouldn't even notice since he was just a third-class disciple. Jo-gul swallowed hard, saying he had no idea what would happen if they were caught. Eunjong turned slowly to his friend and asked if that was really his biggest concern right now. Because in reality, there was something much worse. The senior was more curious about what kind of mess that maniac had gotten himself into this time and what sort of trouble he was about to cause. Meanwhile, far away, the scene shifted to a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air like a thunderclap. A figure shot across the sky, leaping from tree to tree with unbelievable lightness. It was the protagonist, his movements swift and precise, his body seeming as light as a feather. He advanced without hesitation, knowing he couldn't waste a single second, and stayed high in the treetops to avoid any hidden dangers on the ground. With his light body, he crossed the forest without difficulty, occasionally making even higher leaps to gain momentum and calculate his path. As soon as he landed, he continued moving without stopping. But not even a well-trained body can last forever, and the strain began to show. The boy slowed down to catch his breath. He had already traveled about 150 kilometers from the sect. His mouth was dry and his body was beginning to feel heavy. He looked up at the sky, remembering his prime when a single leap was enough to cross an entire mountain and 2 small steps were all it took to cross a river. Back then, even walking slowly was incredibly fast. But now, all the young man wanted was a huge glass of ice water. Chung Myung wiped the sweat from his face, and his thoughts shifted as he recognized the place. Down below, the city of Xi'an shone brightly, alive, and bustling as he watched it all from the mountain top. This place held many memories, and one of them surfaced immediately. He saw himself in his past life holding a bottle of liquor. At that time, he was known as Chung Myong, the great second-class disciple of the Manhwa sect. Walking through the streets completely carefree, he thought there was nothing better than drinking in secret away from the elders. Laughing and living without a worry, he was already a bit drunk after a few drinks when his shoulder bumped against someone else's. The bottle, still half full, slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, grabbing his attention. The young man turned and met the gaze of the person he had bumped into. The man in front of him looked anything but pleased and asked with irritation if the boy shouldn't apologize. A moment later, his tone shifted to heavy mockery, saying he could already smell rotten plums nearby. He stared at the boy with contempt and asked if he was another fool from the Manhwa sect. The spilled drink bottle still lay on the ground from the collision. The protagonist watched in silence, waiting for a reaction from the man who had bumped into him. When nothing happened, he coldly ordered the man to pick it up. But in response, the man just gave a sarcastic smile. He remarked that everyone from the great Manhwa sect seemed the same and had no respect, adding that many of their young masters had been chased away like dogs because of their arrogance. The man continued his tirade, saying that despite this, they insisted on coming to Shangxi, spreading the stench of rotten plums and proving they never learned their lesson. With a threatening expression, he declared that the Southern Edge sect would teach them what happens when someone causes trouble in their territory. Upon hearing this, Chung Myung's gaze transformed completely, consumed by hatred and absolute focus. He then advanced, stepping right over the fallen bottle as he walked toward the men from the rival sect. With a swift reverse kick, Chung Myung sent the bottle flying into the air. The man's eyes followed it, distracted by the spinning object. In that exact instant, the protagonist moved like a bolt of lightning through the group. He landed a quick blow on the first man, moved past the second so fast he only felt a rush of wind, and the last one could barely even track his movements. At the end of the sequence, Chung Myung extended his hand and caught the bottle with perfect precision. At the very same moment, all 3 men were struck directly in the chest, leaving their bodies trembling and unable to react. The rivalry between the Manhwa sect and the Southern Edge sect was anything but simple, and many people wondered about the reason for so much competition. In truth, perhaps the right question was not why they were enemies, but why they would not be. Since both were Taoist sects that used swords as their primary weapon, a fierce competition had always existed between them. Every dispute to decide which was stronger inevitably turned into a sword duel. And for this reason, the disciples of Manhwa typically avoided confrontations with the Southern Edge, which included staying away from Shangxi altogether. However, this rule never applied to the protagonist. For him, Shangxi was the perfect place to escape the watchful eyes of his master. A place where he could drink, play, and do as he pleased, even if it meant getting into countless fights. Although he was never the type to start these brawls, he always finished them as the victor. Ultimately, it was the men of the Southern Edge sect who never stopped looking for him, showing incredible persistence by continuing to challenge him even after being beaten nearly to death, as if getting thrashed was one of their hobbies. This almost sick obsession was likely one of the factors that shaped the current strength of the Southern Edge sect, and it is precisely why this whole mess exists. It is also why the protagonist knows that dealing with these rivals will be a huge problem. Coming back to his senses, the young man lightly patted the sex symbol embroidered on his robe, took a deep breath, and told himself that everything would be fine. After all, the situation was different from his past life when they had hunted him relentlessly. Meanwhile, far away, Elder Huang, the leader of the merchant guild, was lying down and being observed in silence. His arms were abnormally red with veins bulging beneath the skin, and his condition was visibly grave. The men gathered around exchanged looks heavy with pessimism, and the elder son, Zongyi, lowered his head in depression, recognizing the enormous challenge ahead. Zongyi explained that not even the experts from the Sichuan Tang family, renowned masters of poison, had been able to find a cure. The other man present replied that while that family's mastery of poisons was unparalleled, there was a fundamental problem. What his father was suffering from was not poisoning. Surprised, Jia Huang found it hard to believe that something could not be poison when all the symptoms pointed directly to it. The man, however, remained calm and asserted that despite appearances, it had a different cause. Overcome with desperation, Zhengyi grabbed the man's sleeve tightly, begging for answers and demanding to know the origin and nature of the illness. His heart raced with a mix of hope and fear, but he quickly realized what he had done, let go of the sleeve, and apologized, admitting he had gotten carried away by frustration. The doctor simply shook his head and with regret said he could not help any further before taking his leave without offering a cure, an answer, or any real hope. Alone, Zongyi sat beside his father and watched his condition worsen by the day. He realized how powerless he was as all the money in the world could not save him. His father had spent his life helping others and was now condemned to suffer from an unknown illness. With his eyes full of tears and his body trembling, the young man could not accept the situation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the heavy silence in the room asking for permission to enter. The door opened slowly as Zhengyi wiped away his tears, and a man entered with calm, respectful steps. It was Moxong Qi, an elder from the Southern Edge sect. Moxong Qi observed the scene for a moment before speaking bluntly, stating that it was past time for the young master to accept reality. According to him, there was only one way to save Elder Huang, a Taoist ritual. Zongyi's face hardened as he understood the suggestion perfectly, but he replied firmly that he did not intend to submit to something like that right now. The elder insisted, saying it was not common for a great leader of the Southern Edge sect to offer to perform personally, but Zongyi explained that he wanted to wait for the replies to the letters he had recently sent. This clearly irritated the sect leader, who complained that waiting was completely useless, making Zongyi uncomfortable. As he closed his eyes tightly, Zhengyi thought the comment was extremely rude, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Moxong Qi was an elder from the Southern Edge sect, one of the 10 great sects, which had recently become an unrivaled force. When an elder from such a sect made a suggestion, the son of the guildmaster could not simply refuse. He imagined they would charge a fortune for the ritual, but money was not an issue if it could save his father. However, he suspected they would ask for payment after the cure, which meant they were after something else entirely. Moxong began to lecture him, saying that waiting for letters would not help, but he was interrupted by an employee who shouted his master's name in an anxious voice. The employee came running in, clearly frightened, and announced that someone from the Manhwa sect had appeared. Zhengyi immediately remembered that this was the last sect he had sent a letter to. The message should have only just arrived, and yet someone was already here. Upon hearing the sect's name, Mok Sung Ki's face twisted in contempt. He declared that the sect was collapsing and insisted they must be plotting something, adding that they should not have the audacity to show up. Placing a hand on Zhong Yi's shoulder, the man spoke coldly, saying it was a waste of time and there was no reason to receive someone from a failed sect, questioning if Zhong Yi truly believed they could cure Elder Huang. Zhong Yi remained calm and explained that since he was the one who had asked for help, he could not bring himself to turn away someone who had traveled so far without at least greeting them. Mok Song fell silent for a moment, his gaze hardening, but he eventually accepted and slowly removed his hand from Zhong Yi's shoulder. The guild leader then headed down the corridor accompanied by a servant and asked where the visitor was, as they should not keep someone who came from afar waiting at the entrance. To him, even in the midst of chaos, manners still mattered. As the two approached the main gate, the leader's son gripped the handle and took a deep breath, thinking that perhaps this was the chance to save his father. A moment later, he opened the gates, bowed deeply, and apologized for the disrespect. He introduced himself as Zhang Jia Huang, young master of the Yunhe Merchant Guild, taking full responsibility for his subordinate's failure and asking the visitor to forgive their rudeness. The visitor replied naturally, saying that he understood and had not come expecting hospitality. Zhang Jiai's gaze first fell to the person's feet, where he noticed something strange. The visitor was balancing on just one leg. As his eyes slowly traveled upward, his expression changed completely. Standing before him was just a boy, a disciple of the Manhwa sect. The silence hung heavy in the air, uncomfortable, and unexpected. Zhang Jiai was the first to break it, asking where the others who had come with the young man were. Chung Myung simply replied that he had come alone, which only deepened the surprise. The boy repeated his claim, stating that he knew a method to cure Elder Huang and asking to be taken to the man immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, he also added that he would like to see the tremendous reward mentioned in the letter. His words echoed in the courtyard, leaving Yang Yi even more bewildered and unsure how to react. The silence returned heavier than before as Chung Myung stood his ground, and a new question formed in Zhang Jiai's mind. Who was this brat? Incredulous, Zhang Jiai repeated the question, needing to confirm if the boy had truly come by himself. Chung Myung offered a tranquil smile and said that he had, but Zhang Jiai, unable to process the answer, asked yet again. Patiently, Chung Myung maintained his calm expression and confirmed once more that he was alone. The elder's son then exchanged a confused glance with his subordinate, who could only shrug, just as bewildered as his master. An uncomfortable silence settled over them as the young disciple simply waited outside the gates. Zhang Yi began to wonder if the Manhwa sect was looking down on the Yunhe Merchant Guild, or perhaps if there was some hidden strategy or provocation at play. Suddenly, a derisive laugh cut through the air. It was Mok Song who approached slowly and asked sarcastically if this wasn't exactly what they should have expected. He declared that dealing with the fools from Manhwa was always a waste time, as they insisted on meddling in affairs that didn't concern them, only to send a single boy in the end. Mok Sung added that while he'd heard the Manhwa sect leader was a wise man, he couldn't be that impressive if he resorted to such cheap tricks. Chung Myong listened to the insults in silence. Deep down, he understood that his youthful appearance made such reactions inevitable. Deciding it was time to raise their expectations of him, the young disciple stepped forward and gave a respectful bow, apologizing for the delayed greeting. He then clearly introduced himself as Chung Myung, a third-class disciple of the Manhwa sect, and confirmed that their letter had been received. He went on to state that he had come because he recognized the symptoms described and believed he knew the nature of Elder Huang's illness. The word struck Zhang Yi like a physical blow, and his eyes immediately widened. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked if the boy truly knew something about his father's condition, to which Chung Myung confirmed. Zhang Jiai's heart pounded as he clenched his fist. This was the first time anyone had spoken with such certainty. Numerous renowned doctors had visited, but none could identify the illness without examining the patient first. The conviction in the young man's voice sparked a flicker of hope in Zhang Yi, but Mok Song quickly intervened with a look of pure contempt. He sneered that it was ridiculous for a brat to be deceiving people at his age. Turning to Jungi, he warned him not to listen to any more of it, insisting they were wasting their time and should leave. Before they could leave, Chung Myung politely asked for a moment. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced Mok Sung directly and asked why he was being called a brat. The uncomfortable silence immediately returned. The leader of the Southern Edge sect pointed to himself, asking if the question was directed at him. Without hesitation, Chung Myung replied that no one else was calling him by that name. Mak Sung's expression twisted into pure irritation, and he raised his voice declaring that a disciple of the Manhwa sect should show more respect. As Mak Sung shouted, Chung Myung casually stuck a finger in his ear. He then asked if the man was from the Southern Edge sect, commenting that he had assumed he was a doctor since he was acting like such a know-it-all. If that was the case, Chung Myung continued, then he must have a way to cure Elder Wang. Feeling challenged, Mak Sung scowled and replied that the elder was suffering because he had strayed from the path of the Tao, and the only solution was a Taoist ritual. Chung Myung immediately retorted that if that were true, they should hurry and call for the Wudong or Kunlun sects since they were the experts in such matters. After all, it was obvious that neither the Southern Edge sect nor the Manhwa sect specialized in that field. Looking directly at Jeongi, Chung Myung added that the best course of action was always the one with the best cost-benefit to avoid being swindled. He then asked if the elder son didn't agree. This comment left Mak Sung absolutely furious. His face red with rage, he demanded to know if the boy had never learned to respect his elders. He then spun toward Jeongi questioning if he was really going to continue dealing with such a brat. Jeongi, however, simply took a deep breath. After a few moments of silence, he finally stated that this was the Una Merchant Guild, not the Southern Edge sect, and it was his decision alone how to treat their guests. Jeongi then turned back to Chung Myung, saying he wanted to ask a few questions first to hear more about this supposed clue. Chung Myung stated that he'd heard Elder Huang traveled frequently and guessed that just before falling ill, he must have visited the Kilian Mountains. He finished with a smirk asking if he was correct. Surprise flickered in Zhang Jiai's eyes, but he replied that the boy was wrong. Shocked, Chung Myung asked if Huang had been ambushed during his travels, but Zhang Jiai denied this as well, stating his father hadn't been cornered in the last 5 years. Confused, the young disciple tried to figure out where the elder could have possibly been struck. Whatever little hope Jungi had was instantly extinguished, and Mak Sung burst into uncontrollable laughter. He gloated that he had warned them it would be a waste of time, claiming the Manhwa sect was full of charlatans trying to deceive people, which was now more obvious than ever. Zhang Jiai turned to Chung Myung once more and said that while he appreciated the boy's ambition, he couldn't risk his father's health on an amateur who might make things worse. As he turned away, he told the young man to return to his sect and said he would pass along his thanks to the sect leader for their concern. However, Chung Myung was not ready to give up. Before the gates could close, he stopped one with his hand and asked if Elder Huang's body was becoming reddish and growing colder. The question startled Zhang Jiai and his expression shifted. The boy continued, describing how pressing on the skin would cause it to turn white before the red color returned. He added that just before losing consciousness, the elder must have felt intense chills, as if he were trapped in an ice cave. Finally, he mentioned that there were black spots not just between his eyebrows, but also on the back of his neck and on his skull. Hearing these details, Zhang couldn't contain himself. He grabbed the gates, threw them open, and demanded to know how the boy knew all of this. With a confident smile, Chung Myung simply asked if he could continue. Bowing deeply, Zhang Jiai urged the young man to come inside, saying he would lead him to his father. The sudden turn of events left Mak Sung dumbfounded. He protested, claiming those were just common symptoms of someone afflicted by a harmful qi. Zhang immediately challenged him, asking if harmful qi caused black spots to accumulate on the neck and skull. He then demanded to know why. If the Southern Edge sect leader knew so much, he hadn't been able to cure his father. Mak Sung could only stammer, unable to answer. Zhang Yi warned him not to interfere again or he would be forced to take action against the Southern Edge sect. Watching with a slight smirk, Chung Myung saw Mak Sung storm away, fuming with rage. A short time later, Chung Myung entered the elder's room and pulled back the sheet covering Huang's body. He observed the man lying in bed whose condition was even worse than he had imagined. The symptoms perfectly matched those of the demonic flower, but he suspected it was an incomplete version. After all, if Huang had been struck by a high-level demonic technique, he never would have survived for an entire year. The young disciple took the elder's arm to examine it more closely, and a blue energy began to flow from his hands into Huang's body. With this, Chung Myung confirmed his suspicion. The demonic flower was indeed incomplete. Anxiously, Zhang Yi asked if it would be difficult to solve the problem. Zhang Myung replied that he didn't think treating Huang would be very hard. Zhang Yi, however, misheard him and began to lament how difficult it would be, only for the words to finally register a moment later. He let out a startled cry, realizing the young man had said it would not be difficult. Chung Myung simply widened his eyes and repeated that it would not be a hard task. And because he had already taken some preliminary measures, the elder was no longer in danger of dying. A closer look revealed that the center of Huang's forehead was already returning to a more normal color. Chung Myung explained that a full recovery would take time and require several stages of preparation. Shocked, Zhang Jiai asked what kind of preparations were needed. Looking up, the boy listed the very first thing on his list, breakfast. Sometime and several empty bowls later, Chung Myung was happily devouring the hearty breakfast provided by the guild. Still anxious, Jung asked again about the preparations. The hungry hero took a moment to swallow his food before explaining that the treatment required a great deal of energy, so it was crucial for him to eat a proper meal. This explanation made Zhang Qi a bit suspicious, but Chung Myung simply used the moment to praise the delicious food. After what he had witnessed, Huang's son knew he had little choice but to trust him. Chung Myung then admitted that, to be honest, treating the elder was not the main problem. The real issue was discovering why he had gotten sick in the first place. To that end, he needed to ask a few questions. His first question was about who was closest to Huang, someone who was with the elder at all times, both at home and on his journeys, but not Zhang Jiai himself. The man was confused and asked why, but Chung Myung simply said it was for treatment purposes. Zhang Jiai thought for a moment, replying that he was not sure. Many people served his father and were always near him, and he could think of at least 5 individuals who fit that description. As he bit into a piece of juicy chicken, Chung Myung concluded that finding the right person was going to be difficult. After cleaning the meat off a chicken bone, Yong-yi asked what exactly the boy was trying to find. Chung Myung took a moment to finish chewing before he answered. Judging by the elder's condition, he explained, Huang had not been attacked by an outsider. In other words, this was an act of cruelty committed by someone very close to him. Furious, Jiangyi shot to his feet and slammed his hands on the table, warning the young disciple to watch his words. He insisted that everyone in the Merchant Guild was like family and deeply respected his father. Setting down his chopsticks, Chung Myung calmly replied that if he was wrong, then it would be a great relief for everyone, a point with which Jung he had to agree. Chung Myung told Jung he not to worry, assuring him that everything would be revealed after a short investigation. He explained that someone who had incompletely practiced demonic arts had been exposing the elder to demonic qi over a long period. In the beginning, there would have been no noticeable effects. As he casually picked his teeth, Chung Myung continued to mull over the possibilities. Zhang Jiai asked how he planned to conduct this investigation, and the young man replied that he would do it by talking right there in that room just as they were now. All Zhang Jiai had to do was sit back and watch. With an eager smile, Chung Myung said he knew things were about to get interesting. He then asked a favor of his host, who promised to do his best. The boy held up a bottle with a long thin neck and asked the man to bring him another bottle of Yun Tai liquor. Meanwhile, in another location, someone else was eating a meal. His heart filled with resentment. His hatred was so intense that he snapped his chopsticks in his hand. It was Mak Song, the leader of the Southern Edge sect, who was grumbling about how a brat from the Manhwa sect had been allowed into the Merchant Guild. He felt the boy's name was familiar, and then it hit him. He clearly remembered the name associated with the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Song Bek Lee, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect, asked his master if he was talking about the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The leader's reaction was immediate and violent as he slammed his fist on the table and angrily shouted that the scoundrel did not deserve such an honorable title. Meanwhile, the disciple watched silently, noting that his elder always lost control whenever the Manhwa sect was mentioned. This intrigued the young man since the Plum Blossom Sword Saint had died over 100 years ago, yet his name lived on. Trying to calm the situation, the disciple urged his master not to get worked up, but the leader was unconvinced. He retorted indignantly that some arrogant brat had shown up claiming he could cure Elder Huang, yet his own disciple was asking him to just ignore it. More seriously, Songbake asked if the boy could really do such a thing. The leader, now more composed, replied that the elder's condition did seem to be genuinely improving. These words came as a shock to Songbek, who lowered his gaze. He knew that Elder Huang was known for honoring his debts. And if that boy actually managed to cure him, the Merchant Guild would be indebted to the Manhwa sect. This would change everything, as the guild would never again let the sect struggle and would use all its resources to help them. Quickly grasping the weight of the situation, Songbake realized he had to stop this from happening at all costs. He turned to his master and declared that, if the boy was the problem, they just needed to get him out of the way. Songbak argued that even if the elder could not act directly, the disciples could, since a duel between them would not be unusual. A second-class disciple facing a third-class one would not be seen as anything out of the ordinary. The leader frowned, questioning if this would start rumors that they were picking on a child. However, Songbik countered that everyone in the region knew about the rivalry between the two sects. So no one would find a confrontation strange, as it could be justified as a chance encounter or as preparation for their upcoming conference. The room fell silent for a moment, and the now calmer elder began to tap his finger lightly on the table. He said he understood the disciple's point but would not allow it, explaining that the boy was still just a third-class disciple. Attacking someone in that position would tarnish the prestige of the Southern Edge sect. As the master questioned how they would be perceived for harassing a child from an already weakened sect, Songbek listened in silence with a sly grin. Ignoring the prohibition, Songbek picked up his sword, saying he would assume his leader never permitted such an act. As he stood up, he added that if a disciple happened to make a mistake, he would simply need to be properly punished afterward. In a calm voice, the leader replied that this was true and that he himself would punish anyone who laid a hand on that boy. Songbek understood perfectly what that meant. There was a punishment, but also an implied reward, and he had no intention of forgetting it. Shortly after, the disciple left the room and the door closed quickly behind him. While sipping his tea, the elder thought that it was natural for his disciple to underestimate the Manhwa sect because when Songbek was born, it was already in decline. However, when the elder himself was young, the Southern Edge sect did not even stand a chance against them. He was convinced that if it were not for the demonic invasion that befell Manhwa, the Southern Edge sect would still be in an inferior position to this day, and he could not let those dark times return. The elder reflected that seeing how the child had come all the way from Manhwa, it was safe to assume the sect had begun to spread its influence again. This worried him as Moksung had thought he had schemed enough to ensure they would never be able to rise again. Faced with this, the man decided he would speak with the sect leader as soon as this incident was over. Meanwhile, the two disciples were leaving the temple and walking down the street. Huang Go, a second-class disciple, asked his senior what he planned to do with the child. Songbak replied that he would try to convince him to go back home, explaining that while he did not like the idea of picking on kids, it would be far worse if one of the elders had to do it. Wingo then questioned what the Manhwa sect was thinking by sending a child on this mission, something that would be completely forbidden in their own sect. Songbik simply replied that the circumstances in the other sect were different, and that they could not forget their priority was to help the elder. Suddenly, Songbik stopped walking and looked ahead intently, saying he believed they would not even have to go out of their way to find their target. Just ahead, the two could see a boy wearing the uniform of the Manhwa sect, whistling carefree as he walked. It was Chung Myung himself. Songbek approached the protagonist to get his attention and gave a polite bow, saying he was more than honored to meet a disciple of the Manhwa sect. He then introduced himself as Songbek Lee, a second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect. Without much courtesy, Chung Myung just nodded and said hello. Surprised by the boy's manners, Songbek asked where he was going, and the protagonist replied that he was on his way to see Elder Huang to check on his condition. This answer left Songbek even more stunned as he found the boy's entire demeanor incredibly brazen. After all, there was no way a child could cure Huang's illness when even proficient doctors had failed. Yet the boy spoke as if he could do it easily. With a controlled smile, Songbek held out his hand and politely asked if the boy could spare a moment to talk. He began to explain that the Southern Edge sect and the Manhwa sect had grown up amidst constant sword duels, an ancient rivalry kept alive through the Manhwa and Southern Edge Conference. Songbek asked if Chung Myung knew about this, but he replied that he did not as he had only recently joined the sect. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Songbek thought that if the boy had witnessed the conference, he would not be acting so arrogantly. As the wind began to pick up around them, he continued, saying that experiencing the swordsmanship of the Manhwa sect would be extremely helpful for his training, and asked if Chung Myung would be willing to grant him this honor. Though inwardly he was sure he would be refused. But before he could even finish the thought, Chung Myung interrupted him with a sneer. He bluntly asked if the guy was trying to pick a fight. Songbek was taken aback by his posture and for a moment was speechless, trying to correct him that it was not exactly a fight but just a friendly exchange of techniques. The protagonist, however, became even more cutting and called it all a load of nonsense, impatiently asking if it was not obviously a fight. He told him to stop beating around the bush, declaring that he would accept any challenge as long as the other guy did not regret it later. The wind grew more violent, and leaves began to swirl through the air as the two youths backed away, creating distance between them. The duel was now inevitable. Gripping his scabbard, Songbak asked for the boy's monastic name, but Chung Myung, with his hands in his pockets, replied that he did not have one, and that his name was just Chung Myung. Songbak nodded in agreement and decided to offer one last piece of advice since the other was still young and inexperienced. He said that even if Chung Myung thought he was right, the world did not operate simply on right and wrong, and advised him to return to the Manhwa sect before he got into bigger trouble. However, Chung Myung cut off the lecture, his patience worn thin, and asked if his opponent was going to fight or not, taunting that the Southern Edge disciples seemed to prefer words to swords. The provocation deeply irritated the other disciple, who clenched his fist in anger. However, Songbak raised a hand ordering silence. As he gripped his sword, his hand trembled slightly, and he realized he was not as calm as he should be as his anger was taking over. At the same time, he thought that maybe there was no reason to hold back anymore, since all he could think about was beating the pulp out of that brat. He adjusted his stance, prepared his body, and with his hands filled with a unique energy, he declared loudly that Songbak Lee of the Southern Edge sect humbly requested a sword duel against Chung Myung of the Manhwa sect. Just before their match began, Chung Myung asked his opponent to wait a moment. A confused Songbak asked what the problem was this time, but the protagonist explained that he wasn't talking to him. Instead, Chung Myung pointed behind Songbak, indicating he was addressing the other disciple. The young man in the back pointed to himself in confusion as Chung Myung held out his hand, asking to borrow his sword. The request left both disciples from the Southern Edge sect in shock, as lending a sword is unthinkable for a serious practitioner. The very first lesson for any swordsman is to never let another person touch their weapon. Songbak questioned what kind of swordsman didn't carry his own blade, and Chung Myung replied that he simply hadn't expected to fight there. He added that if they couldn't lend him one, he could just improvise with something else. Understanding the situation, Songbak intervened and told his companion to lend him the weapon, stating it would be shameful to face an unarmed opponent. Shortly after, the other disciple called out to Chung Myung and tossed the sheathed sword in his direction. The blade flew through the air, and the protagonist caught it with ease, thanking him before resting it casually on his shoulder and asking if they could begin. Intrigued, Songbak asked if his opponent wasn't going to unsheathe the sword. Chung Myung replied that there was no need since they weren't trying to kill each other, but added that if his rival wanted to, he was welcome to do so. Songbak felt his patience wearing thin, realizing that all his mental training seemed useless against this kid. He had only planned to scare him a little, but now he understood that wouldn't be enough. With a changed expression, Songbak warned his opponent not to let his guard down, because by the time he realized the seriousness of the fight, it might be too late. A visibly bored Chung Myung just told the guy to stop talking and get on with it. Songbak finally assumed his combat stance, beginning to move his sword with precise, refined, and calculated motions. He then lunged forward with so much force that the ground beneath his feet cracked from the momentum, launching him at high speed toward Chung Myung. Even so, the protagonist's expression didn't change as he calmly watched the attack approach. Using only one hand, he gripped the sheathed sword and used it to block the blow at the exact right moment. The impact was powerful, sending them both flying backward and causing Chung Myung to stabilize himself in mid-air with a slight look of surprise. However, his opponent had no intention of retreating and advanced again without hesitation. A heavy blow came crashing down, and this time Chung Myung had to use both hands to defend himself. The impact echoed through the area, and the protagonist realized this fight wouldn't be as simple as he had imagined. From a distance, the sound of swords cutting through the air and the heavy clashes resonated, kicking up dust around the combatants. The younger disciple watched the fight intently and noted that his senior was visibly irritated, with no intention of ending the fight anytime soon. That kid had really managed to provoke him, and it seemed he had picked the wrong person to mess with. The disciple thought that even if the child was managing to hold on, it must be taking everything he had. Songbak could end the fight at any moment, but if he did, it would look like he was just bullying a child. So he was holding back his strength, using just enough to pressure his opponent and delivering blow after blow without giving him room for a proper defense. He was teaching him a lesson little by little, and although the younger disciple thought his senior was being a bit too gentle, he just hoped he wouldn't overdo it. The fight continued intensely, with Songbak's sheathed sword getting closer and closer to Chung Myung's body. The protagonist was sweating and his breathing grew heavy, giving the impression that he was at his limit. The sound of metallic clashes continued to echo, and each impact required more effort to maintain his balance. Suddenly, the two retreated for a moment. Songbeak was also breathing harder now, with sweat dripping down his face when he realized something strange had happened again. Once more, his attack had been blocked and deflected with precision even though he was using a heavy sheath sword. Only then did he notice something important. The boy had blocked the previous blow as if he already knew where it was going, as if he had predicted the blade's trajectory. Songbeck narrowed his eyes, wondering if his opponent was reading his movements. Even if he was exaggerating, the kid couldn't be more than 15 years old, and it was absurd to think someone so young could pull off such incredible moves. On the other side, Chung Myung stared firmly at his opponent, now taking the fight more seriously. Songbeck, however, refused to give up and lunged forward again, cracking the ground with the force of his push-off. The young man cut across the battlefield, rushing Chung Myung with everything he had. But the protagonist used some quick footwork and turned his sword just before his opponent got close. Then, with only one hand, he managed to block the rival's powerful strike. Songbeck realized the boy was indeed deflecting every single one of his attacks and decided to back off slightly. With a surprised expression, he began to observe his opponent more carefully. His own talent with the sword was considered among the best in the Southern Edge sect, yet he was struggling to land a single hit on this child. The boy's anger began to build, and his hand tightened around his sword. A blue energy started to emanate from his body, surprising Chung Myung. It was as if his hands were concentrating all of his chi into the sword, and soon both his hands and the tip of the weapon were glowing bright blue. Songbeck's eyes reflected his indignation at not having landed a single blow yet. This concentration of power began to stir the wind around him as his glazed eyes fixed completely on his opponent. He declared that he possessed a blade that could cut the world itself. Concentrating to perform the 36-movement sword technique, one world for all, he charged at the protagonist. His fellow sect member shouted for his senior to please calm down and not do it. Songbeck's gaze seemed to show he had come back to his senses, and he immediately began trying to control his movements and momentum. Even so, Chung Myung managed to stop his sword with just one hand, deflecting the blow like all the others before it. Songbeck had managed to control himself at the last second, thinking he had almost gone after the child with everything he had. But even though the blow was deflected, the impact sent Chung Myung's body flying backward at high speed, surprising his opponent, who watched the scene in disbelief. The protagonist slammed his back into a wall, breaking it and taking damage that seemed to have genuinely injured him. Songbeck was shocked to see what he had caused, and his junior became even more worried. Chung Myung fell face first to the ground badly hurt, and a concerning silence fell over the area. The protagonist appeared to be unconscious with a bruised face, as Songbeck had clearly gone too far in their match. Chung Myung remained on the ground completely unconscious as the freshman from Songbeck's group approached to call out to him. The worried boy asked what his senior had done, distressed that he couldn't understand what had happened during the fight. He tried to recall every detail of the battle while his colleague attempted to revive Chung Myung. Songbeck was certain he had withdrawn the chi from his sword right before the final blow. At the exact moment, he gripped the scabbard with both hands and focused his energy. Still, something strange had occurred when their swords collided, as Chung Myung was sent flying backward with incredible force. This was particularly odd considering that during the entire fight, Songbeck hadn't been able to land a single scratch on him, even when attacking at full power. It was inexplicable that the boy had been thrown so violently by a sword without any chi. Suddenly, like a geyser, Chung Myung began to spew jets of red liquid from his mouth, sending the poor freshman into a panic. Songbeck thought he had never imagined something like this could happen to a person, and the sight sent a strange, uncomfortable shiver down his spine. Just then, a new figure appeared on the battlefield, and upon hearing his voice, Songbeck knew immediately that he was in deep trouble. The freshman, who was holding the blood-soaked protagonist, was also shocked, his eyes wide with the realization of who had just arrived. It was Young Wang, who began shouting and demanding to know what was going on. The courtyard was a complete mess, with parts of the ground completely destroyed. Shortly after, a few medics arrived to examine Chung Myung. One of them stated that the boy's condition was extremely delicate, explaining that his insides were in total disarray and that he required immediate treatment. Without wasting a moment, the medics rushed away, carefully carrying the boy with them. Meanwhile, Songbeak was overcome with guilt, wondering if there was any possible justification for his actions. He thought that not even his grandfather, Zhuge Liang, could find an acceptable explanation for what had happened. Zongi began to speak, remarking that the members of the Southern Edge sect claimed to be prominent. Yet one of them had just used a deadly technique against a child. He, who had always considered the sect to be honorable, now wondered how he should handle the situation unfolding before his eyes. Turning to the disciples of the Southern Edge sect, Yongi stated in a firm, harsh voice that he would never forget what happened today and ordered the two of them to leave at once. Suddenly, another presence emerged. The moment Songbik heard this person's voice, he began to sweat. The figure was his master, Mak Sung-ki, who appeared asking what was going on. His eyes scanned the scene before him, noticing a sword lying in a pool of red liquid on the ground and one of the temple walls destroyed by the impact of Chung Myung's body. A heavy silence fell over the area. Internally, Mak Sung thought his disciples had been completely reckless, but he still tried to calm the situation, telling Young Yi that it all seemed to have been an accident. Young Yi, however, responded sharply, questioning if this truly looked like an accident. After all, the child who was treating his father had nearly lost his life at the hands of Mak Sung's disciple, and yet the man dared to call it an accident. He continued, stating that an accident is something that happens without intention. Songbek tried to intervene to de-escalate the situation, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and that he never intended to use so much force. With a serious expression, Yong Ji immediately shot back, asking if using excessive force was really the only problem here. The real, according to Yonggi, was that Songbik had pointed his sword at a disciple of the Manhwa sect, something that should never have happened. Although he wasn't fully familiar with the rules of Gangho, the man remembered hearing that sword duels only make sense between people of similar levels. Songbik had faced a child who hadn't even lived half his age. With a tone full of contempt, he questioned if this was how things were done in the Southern Edge sect. Yonggi then declared that there was nothing more to be said and ordered to take his disciples and leave immediately, making it clear that this was an order from the leader of the Unmerchant Guild. With a grim expression, the leader of the Southern Edge sect replied that he would do as ordered, but asked Yonggi to understand that they sincerely wished for Elder Huang's full recovery despite what had happened. Zhang Ji began to walk past the sect leader, saying without even stopping that he would keep that in mind, though his tone made it clear he didn't believe a word of it. Hearing this, Mak Sung showed a flash of irritation, but the guild leader continued walking, completely ignoring him. Wingo watched everything with wide eyes, while Songbek lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Gathering his courage, he tried to ask his master to listen, but Mak Sung cut him off before he could finish. The master said that he and Wingo would return to the temple, but that the one responsible had to bear the full consequences. Therefore, Songbek would stay behind and do whatever was necessary to earn Zhang Ji's forgiveness before he could return. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in surprise at the punishment. He bit his lip, filled with desperation and confusion, but accepted the order as he had no other choice. Later, Zhang Ji was observing Chung Myung alongside another man who explained that the boy's condition was critical because his energy channels had been completely depleted. Although they had been treated, a full recovery could not be guaranteed. Yonggi then asked if this meant his life was out of danger, and the man confirmed that it was. The guild leader said that was a relief and asked if the doctor had mentioned when the boy might regain consciousness. The man replied that it could take at least 2 or 3 days. Zhangyi let out a heavy sigh upon hearing this, knowing that his father's recovery depended on the boy waking up. He observed Chung Mi-young more closely and commented that he hoped his father's condition wouldn't worsen in the meantime. After all, this child was the only one who had been able to improve his condition, and was perhaps their only hope of saving him. The man recalled with frustration that the disciples of the Southern Edge sect had attacked the boy and left him unconscious. Something they wouldn't have done if they had even the slightest respect for the Yunha Merchant Guild and his father. Clenching his fist, Jiangyi thought that the Southern Edge sect had become far too arrogant. The man beside him questioned if the leader truly believed the child could cure his father, admitting that he still found the situation hard to accept. Jiangyi replied that numerous experienced doctors had been unable to even identify the illness, yet Chung Myung had managed to describe every symptom without even seeing the patient in person. As he remembered this, hope began to grow in his heart again. Furthermore, his father's condition had visibly improved after the boy's intervention. His confidence in the youth was not unfounded. He saw it as help sent from the heavens. In any case, he affirmed that they must do everything they could to ensure Chung Myong's swift recovery. Sometime later, night fell and the moon remained hidden behind dense clouds. Someone walked silently through the temple corridors, the light sound of their footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. The figure continued forward with steady steps until a door opened quickly. A hooded person stopped before Chung Myung's room and observed the boy, who although no longer in immediate danger, remained unconscious. The hooded figure raised a hand, holding 2 fingers outstretched, and stated that they held no personal grudge against the boy, but this was merely retribution for him crossing their path. The fingers rose, preparing a strike as a dark reddish energy formed around them. However, the blow struck the bedsheet and not the target's neck, which caught the hooded man's attention. At the exact instant of the attack, Chung Myung had awakened and managed to move his neck at the last moment, a faint sarcastic smile on his face. With incredible speed, he grabbed the attacker's wrist and immediately sat up in bed. With an expression full of irony, the boy declared that he had caught him. The protagonist firmly grips the arm of the man who tried to attack him, cursing him with fury. However, Chung executes a flip to dodge the blow at the last second. Pushing off his assailant's back, the boy gains more momentum and lands on the ground just behind him, leaving the hooded man gritting his teeth in rage. Chung Myung then notices another attack is coming as his enemy's fingers are now completely enveloped in a dark reddish energy. The man fires the blow in the boy's direction, but Chung Myung dodges once more with another agile flip and observes his opponent from above, while still in the air. The hooded man prepares a new attack, believing he has finally cornered the boy and doubting he can escape this time. He then opens his hand and launches the strike with all his might, but the protagonist reacts at the last moment, deflecting the attack with a precise kick. The energy is diverted and hits the wall behind the enemy, leaving him completely surprised by the display of power. Shortly after, Chung Myung uses his internal energy to control his descent and lands firmly on the ground, stable and ready. The boy says his adversary still doesn't understand the situation, stating that someone there is truly out of luck. Meanwhile, drawn by the noise, someone approaches the room, and the hooded man also notices their presence. It is Jong Ki and several of his men who have come to see what is happening. With their arrival, Chung Myung disdainfully declares that the unlucky one is the hooded man himself, adding another insult. Jong Ki immediately asks what the man is doing there and recognizes him as Jabak Bum. As the revelation unfolds, Chung Myung picks up a piece of cloth from the floor and uses it to tie back his long hair, calmly walking toward the room's exit. With a confident smile, the young man says he told them the suspect would appear on his own. Jong Ki replies that although he had his doubts before, there is no denying it now, as the general was the last person they expected to be behind such a low attack. Now exposed, Jabak Bum glares at the boy and asks why Chung Myung suspected him. The protagonist explains that he didn't actually suspect anyone specific. He just created a situation to lure out the culprit by pretending to be injured after demonstrating he could heal Elder Huang. The man questions what would have happened if he hadn't shown up, and Chung Myung replies that he would have had no choice since eliminating the boy would have allowed him to pin all the blame on the Southern Edge sect, an opportunity too convenient to ignore. The man retorts that this must have all been planned with the sect, but Chung Myung immediately denies it, stating they only proposed a duel and that everything just happened to work out in his favor. The hooded man then asks about the boy's injuries, since the doctor had claimed he lost consciousness. Chung Myung ironically replies that if he couldn't even fool a doctor, he never would have put this plan into motion in the first place. The boy comments that the man seems to have a lot of questions, but makes it clear they are not there to answer them. The important thing is that he fell into the trap, and now everyone knows who poisoned Elder Huang. Hearing this, the man flashes a sarcastic smile and then begins to laugh out loud, leaving Yonggi and the others confused by his reaction. The man questions the logic of the accusation, asking if they are concluding he is responsible for the elder's illness just because he tried to attack the boy. According to him, that makes no sense, and the boy has ignored the most important point. Jabak Bum asks who would truly have a motive to eliminate the master, saying he would never do such a thing since he was always treated with consideration by the elder, which should be enough to dismiss any suspicion. Zhang Jia firmly counters, asking why the man tried to kill the boy and hid the fact that he was a martial artist. The hooded man claims that the child is just deceiving his young master since even experienced doctors failed to cure the elder. Zhang Jia shouts back saying the man should have spoken to him first and that nothing justifies his actions. Jabak Bum retorts that his master was no longer listening to anyone and was out of his mind, as deceived people rarely listen to others. Therefore, the only way to bring him back to his senses was to eliminate Chung Myung. The boy's expression changes upon hearing this, clearly annoyed, and he soon begins to mock the hooded man, asking how much longer he has to listen to this nonsense. He then starts to approach his enemy as a bluish energy concentrates in his right fist. The protagonist says he has decided to resolve this quickly and will teach the man a small lesson before ending it all. Jabakbum, however, moves his arm to defend himself and manages to deflect Chung Myung's blow. The impact turns the boy's hand an intense red, and he falls to the ground feeling the effect of the counterattack. But he quickly gets back up, raising his arm and drawing everyone's attention. His hand now has the same appearance as Elder Huang's body, which makes Jiangyi's eyes widen. Chung Myung explains that this is known as the demonic red hand, and that if someone is struck by it, their entire body becomes marked with the same coloration. He comments that this version isn't the most powerful, but it is more than enough to kill someone, especially an elderly person with no martial arts training. With the proof in hand, Chung Myung suggests that if it wasn't Jabak, then the culprit who used this poison must be found, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Before any more words can be exchanged, Yonggi shouts an immediate order to arrest the general without delay, authorizing his elimination on the spot if he resists. But Jabakbum has no intention of surrendering and begins to concentrate energy in both arms. Annoyed, he complains that he was so close to solving everything and blames the boy for ruining his plans. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Songbek is sitting pensively on the temple steps. The young man recalls his master's words, who said that whoever caused the problem must take responsibility and fix it, understanding it was more of a punishment than an order. Suddenly, attention is broken when he notices smoke and hears noises coming from another part of the temple, and he watches in surprise at the unusual commotion at this time of night. Back at the scene of the confrontation, Jabakbum destroys part of the room's wall, his hands completely scarlet with accumulated energy. Chung Myung extends a hand and glares at him, questioning who the man just called a brat. He shows that he already understands the whole, knowing that everyone there has their own issues to resolve, but that can wait. For now, he just wants to end this fight. Jabakbum looks on with contempt, finding it absurd that a child believes he can face him. He questions if the boy really thinks he can win, especially when he uses the full power of his demonic technique. Chung Myung's eyes widen for a moment, and he replies that he wasn't talking about himself. He then looks around as if searching for someone and states that the person he was waiting for has finally arrived. There stands the disciple of the Southern Edge sect, a supposed hero ready to face the villain. In a provocative tone, Chung Myung asks if he came to save them. Songbek is completely confused and points to himself to confirm if they are talking to him. Chung Myung gestures with his head toward the guild leader, and Jung Ki observes the disciple with a look full of anger. Little by little, the boy begins to understand the whole situation. This is the perfect chance to make up for all his mistakes. Faced with this realization, Songbek swallows hard and prepares for the fight. He grips his sword with both hands, concentrating deeply, and then charges toward the enemy, intending to make the most of this opportunity while shouting that the bandit will be defeated by the blade of the Southern Edge sect. Everything happens exactly as Chung Myung had predicted, and the young man smiles, satisfied with how events are unfolding as Jabakbum and Songbek begin their clash. The protagonist leans in slightly and comments to Yong Ki that one of the problems has already been solved. He believes the fight will end quickly. After all, Songbek is a disciple of a renowned sect, and it wouldn't make sense for him to lose to someone with superficial training. Yong Ji finds this confidence strange, especially after seeing the boy's hand get injured so easily. But upon closer inspection, he notices something surprising. Chung Myung's hand is already healing. The young man then admits that he exaggerated the effects on purpose to show the master how far the technique could evolve, but he makes it clear that the opponent's current level is not that high. Jiangyi watches the boy carefully and asks if he is really a Taoist. With a confident smile, Chung Myung replies that he is, and in fact, he considers himself the most experienced Taoist in the world. While the fight between Songbek and Jabakbum unfolded inside the temple, Chung Myung sat on the steps outside and let out a huge yawn, clearly exhausted. He looked up at the sky with sleepy eyes for a moment, but when he glanced back, he noticed that Songbek was completely dominating the fight. Chung Myung then asked Jung Ki if the two had been fighting for over an hour, commenting that it might have been better if he had just handled it himself. Suddenly, the enemy was thrown into the air and crashed hard onto the ground, defeated. Songbek was completely exhausted, his body covered in wounds and signs of wear, but he had clearly won. He turned and announced that the enemy was defeated, his face slick with sweat and marked by the struggle. Zhang Jia congratulated him on the victory, promising that he would never forget the help from the Southern Edge sect. Hearing this, Songbek showed immense relief before collapsing to the ground, completely drained of strength. Chung Myung calmly approached and remarked that it was finally over, even though it took longer than he expected. Zhangyi watched the scene in silence, unsure how to describe what had just happened. In only 2 days, a child had solved a problem that had dragged on for more than a year. He reflected that, if it were that simple, anyone could have found the culprit. It was almost as if a true expert was hidden inside that boy. Making up his mind, Zhang Jia asked Cheng Myung why the general had tried to kill his father and if he had any idea about the motive. The boy, however, immediately replied that he had no clue. Zhang He found this answer strange and asked if Cheng Myung hadn't found the man because he already had a lead on the motive. Cheng Myung denied it, explaining that discovering motives is a job for officials. He was only there to solve the problem and collect his reward. Speaking of which, the boy asked if Yonggi had the payment ready, and the man confirmed that he did. However, he reminded Cheng Myung of an important detail. The problem wasn't completely solved. The initial request wasn't to capture the culprit, but to cure his father of a deadly illness. Staring seriously at the boy, Jung Yi asked if he was capable of doing that. Cheng Myung didn't answer right away, instead just smiling confidently and stating that, of course, he could. In response, Jung Yi extended his hand and promised that, if it was true, he would do whatever it took to help the Manhwa sect, even if it meant turning the entire merchant guild upside down. The declaration surprised Cheng Myung, whose eyes widened as he quickly grabbed Zhang Yi's hand with both of his own. The guild leader laughed at his reaction, telling him there was no need for such excitement since he was only doing what he felt was right. However, Cheng Myung interrupted him, asking if this was some kind of joke. He argued that the reward should be his, not the sect's, and that this arrangement wasn't fair. After all, he was the one who had solved everything on his own, so the sects shouldn't get the credit. Hearing this, Zhang Jia began to think the boy was even crazier than he first appeared. Sometime later, Cheng Myung stood before Elder Huang, knowing that all he had to do now was cure his illness. The mission hadn't been difficult, and the boy had even enjoyed the opportunity to annoy the Southern Edge sect in the process. But now faced a real problem. Being completely honest with himself, he wasn't very confident. Despite acting with absurd certainty in front of Yonggi, the boy wasn't sure if it was possible to cure the elder. After all, his current self was not the plum blossom sword saint he had been in his past life. If he made the slightest mistake, the demonic chi inside Huang could run wild and his weak body might not be able to handle it. Still, he knew he wouldn't find out unless he tried, and he decided not to blame himself too much if things went wrong. Focusing, Cheng Myung took Huang's hand and began to channel a blue energy through his arm. It was as if particles of energy taking the form of a miniature Cheng Myung traveled through the old man's veins, arriving inside his body in a dark place with red walls. The protagonist observed the area carefully and realized that, unfortunately, the demonic chi had taken over everything. The malevolent energy behaved like snakes slithering through the elder's veins, ready to release their venom and destroy any threat. Huang's body was overflowing with demonic chi. Cheng Myung wasn't sure if his own chi would work, but he knew it was the last hope. The boy managed to create a sword made of energy just as a snake made of demonic chi lunged at him. He decided he would do his best to resolve the situation, pouring all his energy into his sword strike. With an extremely fast movement, he managed to slice the snake into several pieces. From the outside, all anyone could see was the boy holding Elder Huang's hand as the man's skin slowly began to regain its natural color, a sign that Cheng Myung was making progress. The boy finished his technique and looked around. Suddenly, a light appeared before him, like the end of a tunnel. And in that instant, he realized this might actually be possible. However, as he moved forward, new serpents began to attack him. The boy realized he had gathered only the purest energy within himself. If he hadn't been so demanding, he would have accumulated much more power. But it was precisely because of this standard that everything seemed strangely easier. This was no longer just a fight against demonic energy. Now everything depended on how long Elder Huang could hold on. Even so, the boy did his part, defeating every dark manifestation that appeared before him. Cheng Myung just hoped the man could endure a little longer because he was now confident he could finish this quickly. The demonic energy continued to appear in the form of serpents, which advanced together toward the protagonist, forming a sea of red snakes that spread out in every direction. Suddenly, Cheng Myung noticed something strange. The serpents began to avoid him and seemed to be fleeing somewhere. Outside, the boy, still holding the elder's hand, noticed a change in the man's body. His head began to take on an intense color, indicating that all the energy was concentrating there. Chung Myung understood that he needed to act with extreme care because if he was reckless, he could cause a fatal collapse. At the same time, if he did nothing, the demonic energy would spread uncontrollably. The boy realized he was facing an impossible dilemma. If he attacked, the elder might not survive. But if he didn't act, the result would be the same. He swallowed hard, seeing no way out for a moment. But then he made a decision. Concentrating his energy in his hands again, he channeled it into the elder's body, choosing not to follow either of the obvious paths. He then placed one hand on the man's head, and his eyes widened as he realized something. The boy's own body began to react, and half of it took on the same intense color because he had finally reached the demonic energy's hiding place. The protagonist's arm was now completely overtaken by an intense color, and with his other hand, he tried to channel his own energy to stabilize the situation. However, he was clearly struggling to contain the power, which became obvious when his eyes turned a milky white and expressionless. Soon, his entire body took on the same scarlet hue as the demonic energy threatened to overwhelm him completely. Trembling, the boy collapsed to the ground, but he knew this was no reason to give up. His pride as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint would not allow him to be defeated by something like this. Suddenly, something went wrong and his vision began to blur, slowly failing as if he were losing his sight. Clenching his fists tightly, the boy tried to hold on knowing he had to concentrate. If he lost consciousness now, it would all be over. He recognized that this body was still young and had its limits, so he needed to gather all his energy and end this as quickly as possible. The demonic energy was incredibly persistent, and the serpents continued to ride throughout the elder's body. One of the serpents lunged forward to attack again, but the boy reacted swiftly, dodging with agility and stomping down on it. Using the momentum, he regained his balance and pushed forward, cutting down every creature that appeared in his path as he headed straight for the core of the dark energy. He landed a precise strike on the region, causing the gigantic wall of serpents to shatter before him. Unexpectedly, an enormous serpent emerged and swallowed him whole. Still, the boy didn't give up and a blue energy began to emanate from his body, exploding outward from within like a whirlwind and completely destroying the creature. Unleashing a spinning slash with his energy blade, he managed to break free, but he realized something didn't make sense. The serpent's behavior had changed, becoming much faster and more furious. Because of this, Chung Myung had to execute several spinning attacks just to defend himself, admitting that it was difficult to keep up with their speed. The moment he focused on one, another would appear from behind, lunging with the clear intent to eliminate him. The only way to protect himself was to release bursts of energy at the right moment, creating a hurricane that sliced the serpents to pieces. The protagonist was starting to tire from this pace, and something about the situation bothered him. The serpents hadn't acted this way inside Elder Huang's body, but now they seemed to be using everything they had as if they realized they were trapped inside Chung Myung. The boy also felt the weight of exhaustion since he hadn't been fully prepared for this and had taken longer than he should have, risking his body being consumed. One serpent lunged and he barely managed to dodge it, but another immediately appeared from behind with its mouth wide open, catching him by surprise and striking before he could react. Now trapped by the serpent's attack, the boy tried to fight back. With great effort, he raised his hand to grip his sword and counter, but his hand faltered, unable to keep a firm grip, and the weapon slipped from his grasp. Completely vulnerable, another serpent lunged and struck his arm, followed by several more that swarmed him all at once. Chung Myung found himself cornered, and for a moment the situation seemed hopeless. Despite this, he continued to resist from within. Faced with despair, the boy closed his eyes and tried to concentrate, making a final decision. He clenched his fist, hesitating for a moment because he knew he didn't want to resort to this. If he failed, both his body and his consciousness could be destroyed. Deep down, however, the boy understood that he had no other choice. The only way to get rid of the demonic chi was to circulate the energy from his dantian throughout his entire body. The energy surged through every vein and every part of his being, forcing the serpents to release him. Without even moving, his aura exploded around him and began to destroy all the demonic manifestations, and he realized he could eliminate them all at once. His body reached its absolute limit, and every part of him began to glow with intense energy. His face turned red. His eyes became completely white, and he screamed, releasing everything he had. Internally, he felt his own body losing control as its limits began to disappear. His skin, his limbs, and even his organs felt like they were coming apart, and the skin on his fingers started to slowly peel away. At the same time, the demonic energy also began to vanish. Back in the outside world, his body collapsed next to Elder Huang as a thick smoke spread all around them. Sometime later, he began to regain consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. A deep sense of despair washed over him, and he clutched the kimono over his heart. Startled, he quickly sat up. This time, Chung Myung realized just how close he had come to death and promised himself he would never do something like that again. He acknowledged that this type of energy was not something he could handle at his current level and that he had been very lucky. To his surprise, Elder Huang began to stir, slowly opening his eyes and staring at the boy. With his vision still blurry, the elder asked who this child was. Chung Myung smiled, relieved to see him awake, and lightly asked who he thought he was. With a cheerful grin, the boy replied that he was a Xian, a kind of Taoist spiritual immortal. The elder, still confused, muttered that perhaps he had ended up in hell after dying. Some time passed, and a small bird was seen perched on a branch before it hopped and flew away. After Elder Huang regained consciousness, the situation at the Yunhe Merchant Guild was resolved quickly. If it weren't for Chung Myung, Jae-bok-beom's plans would have succeeded. The Huang family would have been destroyed, and all their wealth would have been stolen. Jae-bok-beom revealed that he was the son of a rival merchant from the Yunhe Guild and tried to justify his actions with a sad story, but Chung Myung was not moved. To him, everyone has their own story, but that doesn't excuse them from the consequences. The only thing that caught his attention was how Jae-bok-beom obtained the demonic technique, which he apparently found on a corpse during a trip. This disappointed Chung Myung, who had expected something more complex, especially if the demonic sect had been involved since they were known for eliminating any loose ends. But in the end, everything was resolved. The culprit was captured. The elder was cured, and there was no involvement from the demonic sect. A truly happy ending. As a result, Chung Myung became a very important figure in the guild and began to enjoy all the privileges. A grand banquet was prepared with delicious dishes and fine drinks, and he ate non-stop to the point where he even gained weight rapidly. Meanwhile, Yonggi asked his father to be careful, but the elder replied that he was feeling better than ever. Shortly after, the two of them approached Chung Myung, who was still focused on his food. The elder came closer and asked if he was Chung Myung. The boy confirmed it and joked, asking if he didn't recognize him, perhaps because he had changed a bit after eating so much. Jung Ki found this understandable since the boy had gained a lot of weight in just a few days. Chung Myung then commented that they had business to discuss, and the elder apologized if he had been disrespectful, explaining that he was there to make a request. The elder began the conversation by saying there was something he wanted to do first. He then gave a deep, incredibly respectful bow, so low that his son, Jianggi, was visibly embarrassed. Elder Huang declared that the young disciple had saved his life and that he didn't know how he could possibly repay such a favor. With his mouth full, Chung Myung told the man to stand up, but the elder continued, stating that he had heard everything that happened and would do whatever was in his power to pay him back, urging the boy to ask for whatever he wanted. Chung Myung questioned how a Taoist could accept rewards for helping someone as it could cause trouble if his sect found out. However, the boy quickly admitted that he had come there without his sect's permission since the situation had been too urgent to wait for authorization. Hearing this, the elder bowed even more deeply, insisting that in that case, needed to repay him even more. He assured Chung Myung that no one from the sect would ever know, which the boy took as a promise. Confirming that there would be no problems, Chung Myung then picked up a book with a moss-green cover, which caught the elder's attention. Chung Myung explained that it was just something he wrote to compensate for his poor memory. When the elder asked what was written inside, the boy began to calmly flip through the book, reminding the man that he himself had said to ask for anything. Realizing his intention, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. With a mischievous grin, Chung Myung revealed his plan. He wanted everything recorded in that book and asked if they could start negotiating. Later, as evening approached, Zhang went to speak with his father and asked how he was feeling. The elder replied that it was hard to believe, but his body felt so light he could fly as if he had become 10 years younger. Zhang Yi, however, changed the tone of the conversation, saying that something strange had happened. The elder noticed the weight in his son's words and looking away asked what was wrong, doubting that Zhang Yi was there just out of concern. He wanted to know the real reason for the visit. Respectfully, Zhangyi addressed his father as the guild leader, mentioning that he had heard he was reducing business with the Southern Edge sect and had promised a great reward to the Manhwa sect. The elder confirmed everything without hesitation, which made the worry on Yangyi's face plain to see. He argued that the Southern Edge sect held enormous influence, so distancing themselves could be dangerous while strengthening the Manhwa sect could have consequences. Although he understood his father's gratitude, Zongi believed the reward was excessive and that getting more involved with the sect was a risk. Finally, he asked that if the decision was already made, they at least maintain their business with the Southern Edge sect as it was before. The elder silently took a sip of tea, watching his reflection in the liquid. Then he asked his son an unexpected question. What is the duty of a merchant? Caught off guard, Yonggi looked away for a moment before answering firmly that their duty was to run a fair business, build solid relationships, grow, and contribute to the country and the world. The elder let out a low chuckle that quickly turned into a full laugh. He praised his son for the impressive speech, but said there was no need for such formality. To him, a merchant's duty was simply to make money, even if it meant crossing lines to do so. If he wanted to be fair or help someone, he would do it with the money he earned. But when it came to profit, there was no right or wrong, only efficiency. Surprised by the answer, Yonggi asked if that meant his father intended to profit from the Manhwa sect, even though it was practically in ruins. The elder then looked at him and asked if his son had forgotten how the Una Merchant Guild was built. He explained that a merchant's wisdom was essential. You had to invest in what no one else had noticed yet, something the world had not yet recognized. That was how he had turned the guild into the largest in Shaanxi. Even so, Zongi insisted he didn't understand the reason for the investment, as there was nothing there to justify the risk. The elder took another sip of tea and questioned if his son hadn't seen the potential with his own eyes. To him, the Manhwa sect couldn't be compared to the Southern Edge sect. But if it grew according to his expectations and they maintained a good relationship, the benefits would be immense. Yonggi understood the logic but still couldn't fully accept it. Because if the sect didn't grow, the loss would be enormous and there was no guarantee of success. The elder interrupted him, calling that kind of thinking naive. A true merchant doesn't wait for the foundation to grow. He makes it grow himself. They weren't just going to watch. They were going to drive the sect's growth. Standing up, the elder walked over to his son, and in a firm voice reinforced his decision that they would make the Manhwa sect prosper. He stated that he had met countless merchants and martial artists, but that boy was true potential right in front of them. According to him, people like that were destined to command the world and couldn't be understood with an ordinary mindset. Placing a hand on Yonggi's shoulder, the elder told him not to try to understand now, but to just watch. If what they promised the boy became a strong bond, then the guild would suffer no loss. It was a small price to pay to make them close allies. Yonggi grew thoughtful and asked if it was really a small price. The elder looked at him seriously and then admitted that they had paid much more than they expected because the boy was extremely clever, greedy, and knew how to negotiate well. His father's expression drew a faint smile from Zongi, who understood the decision wouldn't change. He decided to trust and follow the path the elder had chosen, even with some lingering doubts. With that, he resolved to act, saying he would work with his own hands to help the Manhwa sect grow. The elder watched his son in silence and said that was exactly what he wanted to hear. Meanwhile, far away, Chung Myong was lying down, staring at the ceiling and lost in thought. He figured the elder wouldn't give him so many treasures just out of gratitude, and that there was surely some plan behind it. In the end, he concluded it didn't matter. Whatever the elder wanted from the Manhwa sect, he had no intention of giving in. If he were really a child, he might feel obligated to repay the favor. But as an old man in a young body, he was just too tired for that kind of thing. Suddenly, someone wearing the uniform of the Southern Edge sect approached, and Chung Myung immediately sensed their presence. The figure revealed himself to be Song Baek Lee, his expression serious and unfriendly. The protagonist then asked what he wanted. Without a word, Song Baek handed him a wooden sword and explained that he had no ill intentions, but he wanted to ask for another duel. With a firm voice and a determined gaze, Song Baek pleaded for a serious fight against Chung Myung. Song Baek declared that he knew he'd been tricked last time, but now he could settle things quickly. Hearing this, Chung Myung stood up, finding the situation strange. He countered by asking if it wasn't Song Baek himself who had done the deceiving, suggesting he was just trying to shift the blame. The young man then questioned why everything had to revolve around this duel. Song Baek replied seriously that his own humiliation didn't matter, as it was a result of his incompetence. What truly bothered him was something else entirely. He still couldn't understand what had happened to him during their last fight. Curious, Chung Myong looked at the young man and asked if he really wanted to fight again. Songbek admitted that as hard as it was to believe, he already recognized that Chung Myong was stronger. However, he insisted that he desperately wanted to understand what had happened in their previous match. Chung Myung couldn't quite grasp it. Even knowing he was completely outmatched, the young man still wanted another round. He briefly thought that Songbek just wanted to get beaten up again, but the situation also amused him. With a smile, the protagonist said that Songbek would probably regret this, but the disciple from the Southern Edge sect just smiled back and insisted he wanted to fight anyway. Soon, the field was prepared for the duel, and the two stood apart facing each other directly. Songbek began to reflect on how his opponent was clearly smaller, probably about 10 years younger, and yet from a generation ahead of him. Normally, a second-class disciple like himself could easily handle someone like that, but something felt wrong. His hands started to tremble as sweat dripped down his face and nervousness took over. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Chung Myong, making Songbek feel as if he were standing before a true elder. This realization made Songbek even more nervous. The pressure coming from the boy was so absurd that he thought he might be hallucinating. He even wondered if he was just imagining it, but he decided he had to confirm it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Chung Myung calmly observed his opponent. To him, the situation looked promising. Even without showing fear, Songbek kept his guard up as if facing a wild beast. This pleased the protagonist as he believed that the sharper someone's senses were, the greater their potential for growth. Chung Myong then tauntingly asked if his opponent was the type to mature late. He thought that, with proper training, the young man could evolve far more than others and perhaps even become the greatest sword of the Southern Edge sect. With that in mind, Chung Myung decided to teach him a lesson. Extending his arm, he made a provocative gesture beckoning his opponent to advance. Songbek gripped his wooden sword tightly and began to move it slowly, drawing circles in the air that cut through the wind. The technique was familiar, a kind of illusory sword style, but it was strange to see it used by someone from the Southern Edge sect. With a serious expression, Songbek asked his opponent to be careful, acknowledging his own limitations and incompetence. Because of this, he decided to settle things quickly and go all out from the very beginning. Without hesitation, the young man charged forward with his sword, delivering a first horizontal slash through the air, followed by a second in the opposite direction. He then announced that he would use the 12 movements of the Winter Flower Sword technique. Chung Myung watched with interest, his expression changing slightly, no longer looking as carefree as before. As Songbek charged forward, executing the 12 movements of the Winter Sword with precision, Chung Myung's reaction was simple and direct. He moved straight ahead and, in a single motion, struck his opponent, causing the wooden sword to shatter on impact. Songbek was still in midair, already injured from the blow when Chung Myung leaped. Before he could hit the ground, Chung Myung grabbed his kimono by the collar and lifted him, demonstrating complete control. Exhausted and wounded, Songbek was completely unresponsive. Chung Myung glared at him, irritated, and called out his name with contempt. With intense eyes, he demanded an answer, wanting to know where the boy had learned that technique. Songbek was confused and didn't understand what Chung Myung was saying. Visibly angry, the protagonist clenched his fist tightly and thought about the name of the technique, the 12 movements of the Winter Flower Sword, considering it complete nonsense. He knew the boy might be able to fool others, but not him, because he knew that art very well. It was the technique that carried the essence of Manhwa, a part of the legendary Plum Blossom Sword technique, the infinite plum blossoms, which had been lost even within his own sect and was now being used with utter disrespect. Songbek could no longer move, his body completely exhausted. His hand trembled as he tried to react, and he thought about the immense difference in strength between them, wondering if the gap was really that large. The feeling was terrifying, like facing a true demon. His energy slowly drained away. His vision began to fail, and the young man felt he was about to faint, believing in that moment that he might actually die. Some time passed, and moments later, the boy finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes. As he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a bed, his body wrapped in bandages. He quickly sat up, looking at his bandaged hand. Chung Myung calmly explained that his disorganized internal energy had begun to stabilize, and that he would recover soon. Songbek stared at the boy confused. Chung Myung, still with an intense gaze, asked if that was the new art of the Southern Edge sect, the 12 movements of the Winter Flower Sword. Songbek began to sweat before answering, but he confirmed that it was. The protagonist showed no outward reaction, but silently reflected that they probably believed no one from Manhwa would recognize the technique since there were no living members who knew it. Deep down, he understood this was a provocation and a way to ridicule Manhwa. Chung Myung then asked who was allowed to learn this technique, and the young man replied that it was for second-class disciples and above. Putting the pieces together, Chung Myung deduced that only first and second-class disciples and some elders had mastered it. However, Song Baek added that the elders had never learned this technique. This made Chung Myung thoughtful, and he repeated aloud that if the elders never learned this sword art, and if one of them had created it, it should have been passed down to the higher levels. Clenching his fist in anger, he concluded that this could only mean one thing. The person who developed this art was still within the Southern Edge sect. As he pictured his sect in flames, Chung Myung sank into his thoughts and concluded that he didn't investigate any further. He already knew exactly what had happened during the demonic sect's invasion of the Manhwa sect. At that time, most of the members were powerless and simply annihilated, with the few survivors being mere children. It was in this moment of chaos that members of the Southern Edge sect appeared posing as heroes. This was expected, as they would have been criticized by the entire martial world of Jonggu if they hadn't offered their help. The problem, however, was that some of them only pretended to assist while secretly stealing Manhwa's martial arts manuals. The truth was that the demonic sect wasn't the only one responsible for the destruction. 100 years ago, Manhwa had risked everything to save Zhonghu from a crisis. And as a reward, they were betrayed by those who should have repaid their kindness. Even if someone had made a mistake out of greed, an orthodox sect was supposed to act righteously, but that's not what happened. They created a new technique based on Manhwa's art and even gave it a name just to mock them. Observing Chung Myung's expression, Song Baek couldn't understand a thing. Suddenly, Chung Myung turned to him and demanded that the boy never learn that technique. Confused, Song Baek asked for the reason. But Chung Myung, losing his patience, gave him a light tap on the head and told him to just obey. Feeling the impact on his still injured body, Song Baek heard the explanation that it wasn't an art he could ever master. Still wincing in pain, he questioned what that meant. Internally, Chung Myung suppressed his rage, knowing the boy was part of the Southern Edge sect, and a part of him wanted to unleash his anger right then and there. However, he also recognized that it was thanks to Song Baek that he discovered the use of that technique in the first place. Chung Myung decided to explain that the arts of the Southern Edge sect are based on a foundation of constant training and balance. Their movements are simple and refined to perfection. And although they seem slow at first, they become extremely powerful with practice. This new technique, however, didn't follow that principle. It was full of flashy but inefficient unnecessary movements that didn't match the sect's style at all. For that reason, Song Baek should abandon it immediately. After his explanation, Chung Myung stared at him with a firm, direct gaze and asked if he understood. Clearly, Song Baek didn't get it, which irritated Chung Myung, who couldn't believe someone from the Southern Edge sect didn't understand their own style. As Chung Myung wondered what to do, something clicked in his mind and a sudden realization dawned on him. He understood the reason for all of this. He himself was the cause behind the creation of that technique. Analyzing the situation carefully, he concluded that he might be the one to blame for the incident, as he had always thrashed the members of the Southern Edge sect. Being one of the 10 great sects, they were always proud of their techniques. But after being humiliated by a boy from a neighboring sect, they could do nothing but doubt their own abilities. Chung Myung placed a hand on his head, thinking that what truly matters isn't the martial art itself, but the skill of the person using it. The Southern Edge sect had done something drastic without even realizing this simple fact. Realizing there was no benefit in explaining everything to Song Baek since the boy wasn't at fault, Chung Myung began to walk across the room and announced that he was leaving. Song Baek asked him to wait, but the protagonist, without looking back, simply said that the young man should do as he was told, as he was the only one who could determine his own path. He added that the decision to use his advice or not was entirely up to Song Baek, as they were just words. The boy himself needed to discover what was necessary for his own growth and act accordingly. These words struck a deep chord with Song Baek. Though still injured, the young man swung one foot off the bed and quickly stood up. He then performed a formal bow with his hands in Chung Myung's direction, respectfully thanking him for his guidance. Seeing the boy's reaction, Chung Myung gave a cheerful smile and told him not to worry about it before closing the door behind him. Song Baek held his reverent pose even after Chung Myung had left, and a moment later he lowered his hands with a completely changed feeling, as if he had truly met a god. Outside, Chung Myung took a deep breath, thinking that if it were up to him, he would go to the Southern Edge sect right now and destroy everything. Remembering his master, he imagined what he would say in this situation, probably telling him to turn a blind eye. But Chung Myung was determined not to let this continue. He would become stronger as fast as he could because in Jianghu, the strongest are the ones who have a say in all decisions. The Southern Edge sect should be grateful to Manhwa instead of provoking them, and for that, they would pay the price. Soon, they would come to know the full fury of their rival sect's strongest sword. Meanwhile, back at Manhwa, two disciples were talking about how dark it was getting. One of them was certain there was a reason Chung Myung hadn't returned, even after 7 days, because he wasn't the type to get into an accident. Yoonjong clutched a piece of paper and agreed that there must be a good reason. Beside him, Jo Gul chewed his nails nervously, adding that it had to be something the elders would be willing to accept. He mentioned that the sect leader had summoned Elder Eun Gum again, expressing his hope that they weren't in any trouble. In another room, Eun Gum was listening to a stern lecture about Chung Myung's recklessness. Hyun Young complained that a third-class disciple should never dare to be absent for 7 days without permission, something the sect couldn't tolerate, especially when it was just getting back on its feet. Hyun Sang, the head of the Marshall Hall, suggested the boy might have been in an accident, but the head of the finance agency countered that even so, it was Chung Myung's fault for being away for so long. Hyun Sang then asked Hyun Jong if it would be wise to organize a search party in the mountains. Furious, Hyun Jong asked the sect leader why he had allowed the boy to leave in the first place. Hyun Jong replied that the situation had warranted it, but Hyun Jong slammed his fist on the table, shouting that it was no excuse. He argued that rules were made to be followed in all situations and that this problem was big enough to shake the sect's very foundation, which shouldn't be giving special privileges to a third-class child. After listening to the complaints for a while, the sect leader told Hyun Young to say no more. Hyun Jong's firm and serious tone startled the man who stood up and admitted he had spoken out of turn. The leader sighed heavily, wondering if he had misjudged the boy, as Chung Myung wasn't someone who would get into trouble for no reason. Eun Jiam then stated that he would gather a group of disciples to form a search party. However, as he was detailing his plans, someone shouted from outside that he had returned, surprising everyone. The sect leader anxiously opened the door, asking who was back. His expression changed the very moment his eyes met the figure who had just arrived at the Manhwa sect. It was Chung Myung. Anxiously, the guild leader asked if it was really Chung Myung who had arrived and if he was all right, receiving confirmation from the great Sasek. Visibly impatient, the leader said he needed to see him in person and prepared to leave in a hurry. However, before he could go, Hyun Young called out asking him to wait a moment. The leader turned asking what the problem was. Calmly, Hyun Young explained that he understood the concern for the boy, noting that after everything Chung Young had done for the sect, it was impossible not to feel affection for him. Not fully understanding, the leader asked what his colleague meant. Hyun Young then urged Hyun Jong not to be too indulgent, reminding him that while rewards and punishments must be fair, the most important thing is to teach disciples to become righteous people. He argued that if the boy wasn't punished for his wrongdoing, he would never understand his mistake and would continue down the same path. Hyun Young concluded firmly that the more one cares for someone, the stricter they must be in guiding them, which made the leader sigh in apparent relief. With a sarcastic tone, Hyun Jong asked if his colleague truly thought he didn't know that. He told him not to worry, as no one there wanted to see the boy grow up correctly more than he did. He then announced that the young man's freedom would be restricted for 15 days. This, however, did not satisfy everyone. The great Sasek intervened immediately, declaring that such a light punishment was not enough. He stated that refusing to return was an extremely grave violation, and for that, the boy should be confined to the Repentance Building for 6 months. Surprised, the leader questioned if half a year wasn't an exaggeration, pointing out that the boy was still just a third-class disciple. Eun Gum then reinforced the argument, stating that the punishment must be proportional to the offense, and that if the leader didn't act, he would apply the necessary punishment himself. The atmosphere grew heavy and the leader asked for the opinions of the others, who all agreed that this was the correct course of action. Realizing he had little choice, Hyun Jong accepted the majority's decision, even though it was a difficult one to make. Eun Jiam also showed some discomfort, knowing deep down that enforcing such a punishment would not be easy. A short time later, near the grand gates of the sect, the protagonist approached slowly as the surrounding disciples greeted their leader. Chung Myung sensed that something was off as all the great leaders were gathered there and the mood was tense. Hyun Jong stared at him seriously. Chung Myung gave a respectful bow, but the leader continued to stare back without emotion. Then in a firm and direct tone, he called Chung Myung by name and demanded an explanation for why he had left the sect. Before Chung Myung could even answer, Hyun Young interjected, stating that as a third-class disciple, the boy had been incredibly reckless. He warned that if Chung Myung didn't have a valid justification, he would have to accept his punishment. The great sect leader added to the pressure, affirming that if the reason wasn't convincing, they would apply an appropriate penalty. The protagonist began to worry, feeling the weight of the situation. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, pleading for them to stop. The leaders were startled, and Hyun Young's eyes widened as a figure slowly approached. It was the great elder Huang who asked them not to reprimand the child. With a gentle smile, the old man asked if everyone was well. Surprised, the leaders approached him, remarking that it had been a long time since they had last met. Hyun Jong recalled a recent letter stating that the elder's health was failing, and asked how he could possibly be there. The elder explained that it was all because of that young Taoist. Chung Myung was the one who had saved his life, and for that reason, he once again asked them not to be angry with the boy. He added that besides saving his life, the young man had also saved the Yunha Merchant Guild. Shrugging with a slight smile, Chung Myung confirmed the entire story. A moment later, one of the leaders asked if the protagonist had truly cured Elder Huang, and demanded to know how he did it. Naturally, the boy began to speak about a plant called 5-een, which actually contains a deadly poison. He recalled his past as a beggar before joining the sect, explaining that beggars eat anything they can find and are therefore frequently poisoned. He continued saying that anyone who consumes this plant eventually dies, but there is a simple treatment. Just consume crushed radish. According to him, many doctors are unaware of this, but the method works. The leader then questioned if the elder had been poisoned by this specific plant, and Chung Myung confirmed it, saying the symptoms matched perfectly. One of the leaders present commented that he had heard something similar before, noting that the Beggars Union possesses a great deal of knowledge about poisons. Internally, Chung Myung thought that any beggar could confirm his story. And even though it wasn't the whole truth, he had already coordinated it with the elder. Impressed, another leader said that no one would have thought of such a solution, and that the boy still managed to act in time and return to the sect. He suggested that if the story was true, Chung Myung should be rewarded, not punished. However, another leader immediately disagreed, stating that this could not happen. He argued that even though he did a good thing, the boy still disobeyed direct orders and committed a serious infraction. Therefore, the punishment could not be ignored, and he insisted that the sect leader must act correctly without turning a blind eye to the mistake. Hyunjong reflected on what his colleague said and then responded firmly, questioning what truly mattered, his orders or someone's life. He asked if they should praise a disciple for obeying even if it led to another person's death. Emphasizing that the Manhwa sect is respectable and that saving lives must come first, he sarcastically asked if his own orders were more important than an honorable man. Faced with this, the man who had questioned him fell silent, realizing he was wrong and decided not to press the matter further. The mood shifted completely as the other leaders understood the SEK leader's position. Hyunjong then rose slowly from his seat and walked over to Chung Myung. He called out to him firmly and the boy responded at once. The leader then bent down to the boy's level and surprisingly patted him on the head, praising him for what he had done. Chung Myung was visibly embarrassed by the gesture, finding it a bit strange and feeling inwardly offended that someone theoretically younger than him would act in such a way. Sometime later, everyone gathered with Elder Huang, who declared that the Yun Merchant Guild now owed a great debt to the Manhwa sect. In truth, the debt was to Chung Myung, but the young man had given the credit to the sect, which made all the leaders proud. As a symbol of his gratitude, the elder wished to invest in the Manhwa sect. Huang's declaration left Hyung Young stunned. The elder corrected himself, saying that perhaps invest was not the right word and that it would be better to say support. The great leader Hyunjong said that they were already very grateful for all the support the elder had given them to date. However, Wang replied that if that was all he intended to do, he wouldn't have brought his men all the way to the sect. The man explained that he wanted to put everything he had into the Manhwa sect. To that end, he had brought his employees from the Merchant Guild so they could learn what the sect needed and offer their help. With a heart full of gratitude, the great leader bowed and thanked Huang, for the elder had not only brought blessings, but also an esteemed guest to help spread the sect's name. Filled with pride, Hyun Sang slapped Chung Myung hard on the back, telling him he did a great job. Trying to remain modest, the protagonist replied that he hadn't done much. The man insisted they were proud that he had saved someone, especially someone as important as Mr. Huang, and said it was as if Chung Myung was a lucky star for the sect. As soon as the martial hall leader walked away, someone else called out to the hero. It was the pension advisor, Un Jiam, who wore a serious expression. The man explained that while he knew the boy had done something incredible, it was a feat that could have been handled with more care, and he was definitely wrong for acting the way he did. The protagonist bowed and said he had been unable to think clearly. Continuing the scolding in a rigid manner, Un Jiam added that he had also disobeyed the sect leader. But as Chung Myung raised his eyes and calmly observed Un Gum's face, he was surprised to see the man's mouth was pressed tight, as if he were holding back a laugh. Soon after, Un Gum walked away, telling the boy to keep up the good work. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at such a bizarre scene. He overheard two leaders commenting that Mount was luck was returning. But deep down, he knew it was all thanks to him. He then wondered how he was supposed to revive the sect while having to rely on these novices. The boy looked up at the sky as if searching for someone, and then broke into a confident smile. As he pictured his former leader in the clouds, he thought to himself that his own back was also starting to ache. On a new day at the Manhwa sect, the leaders gathered once again around a large table. Elder Huang announced that he would be in charge of the sect's business affairs from now on, assuring everyone they no longer needed to worry about finances. However, he laid out two conditions. The first was that the sect must not hoard money, but instead use it for its own development, a point the other leaders readily agreed with, acknowledging that Mount Hua was not yet in a position to accumulate wealth. Shortly after, the elder raised a second finger to present his next condition, that the third-class disciple Chung Myung be favored. Hyunjong found the term favored to be too vague, pointing out that Chung Myung already received unusual privileges for someone of his rank. This raised the question of what more could possibly be granted. In response, Hyun Sang suggested giving the boy access to the secret martial art manuals he had previously discovered. The proposal specifically referred to the Falling Petal Sword and the Seven Plum Blossoms Sword, with the idea that Chung Myung could learn them as soon as Hyun Sang finished his review. Although the idea seemed reasonable, Hyun Young immediately opposed it, maintaining a stern expression with his arms crossed in clear disapproval. When asked about his opposition, the man in charge of finances stated that this shouldn't be treated as a reward. He argued that martial arts couldn't be a prize for someone who already practices them daily, considering it a mistake to view the situation that way. In his opinion, everyone there was far too focused on martial arts, and the reward should be something that involved a real cost or sacrifice. A tense silence fell over the room as everyone reflected on his words. Hyunjong found this change in attitude strange, recalling how the finance leader had previously insisted on punishments. Suddenly, Hyunjong shot to his feet, indignant that his colleagues were underestimating Chung Myung's achievement. He reminded them that the young man had saved Elder Huang and brought an immense amount of resources to the sect, all without asking for anything in return, and with only the effort of a third-class disciple. It was in that moment that the sect leader finally understood the reason behind the finance leader's behavior. Hyun Young acted this way because of everything he had experienced in the past, having faced countless problems due to a lack of income. At one point, he had nearly convinced himself to declare the sect bankrupt, a period that had been a living hell for him. Managing the finances of a nearly defunct organization was an incredibly difficult task, and it was thanks to him that they had managed to keep up appearances for so long. Remembering this, everything began to make sense to the sect leader. What Hyun Young had wanted most back then was to pay all the expenses and still have money left over, and now they had finally reached that point. The person who made it all possible was Chung Myung, so it was easy to imagine just how grateful Hyun Young felt toward the boy. The finance leader continued to insist they needed to give him a fitting reward, believing it was the only way to achieve even greater success in the future. Growing more and more agitated, he began to see the boy as someone incredibly special, a true symbol of good fortune. Unlike so many others, Chung Myung didn't just spend resources, he knew how to deliver results. Hyun Young's face grew redder as his excitement mounted, viewing the protagonist as a true treasure for the sect. The situation escalated to the point where Hyun Sang had to physically restrain him to calm him down. Even as he was slowly let out of the room, the man remained agitated until the door closed and silence returned to the room. The sect leader asked the others to ignore the situation, explaining that Hyun Young was just emotionally overwhelmed. Despite this, one of the leaders agreed with what had been said, believing Chung Myung truly deserved a proper reward that would also show other disciples that great deeds are recognized. Un Nam suggested taking advantage of the fact that the boy liked to leave the mountain, proposing he act as a mediator with the Yun Merchant Guild. Since Elder Huang held Chung Myung in high regard, the boy would always be welcomed. Other ideas surfaced, such as granting him the Plum Blossom Sword, which represented the sect itself, or even allowing him to freely choose something from the library. Suddenly, the door flew open again, and Hyun Young's shouts echoed through the room once more, insisting that the best reward would be to give the boy a lot of money. Again, Hyun Sang grabbed him and pulled him out. The door closed and silence returned. The sect leader watched it all quietly, his empty gaze revealing a sense of helplessness as he felt the Manhwa sect was growing stranger by the day. Sometime later, Chung Myung was with Elder Hwang and commented that his performance earlier had been very good. The elder asked if the two of them were in the same boat now. The boy replied that he was lucky to have saved him, but didn't feel worthy of being in the same boat as a guild master. However, Hwang clarified that he had no intention of being in the same boat as the Manhwa sect. To be more specific, he said he would have no interest in the sect if it weren't for the boy. Sighing, Chung Myung said the elder was overestimating him, but Hwang just smiled watching the young man feign modesty. The elder explained that he had lived his entire life as a merchant and would likely continue to do so until his death. The only weapon he possessed was a good eye for analyzing people, because if he weren't good at judging others, he would have failed in business long ago. And if his sharp eyes were correct, then there was an irrefutable truth. There was no denying that the boy had brought good things to both the Unimerchant Guild and the Manhwa sect. A little embarrassed, the protagonist admitted this was true, but asked the elder not to use expressions like being in the same boat, as he didn't like how it sounded. The protagonist's gaze shifted as he said this. He remembered his past and reiterated that he had no reason to like that kind of expression. Although many had cried and praised the sect for defending them, there was always the much darker side of the coin, with dozens of people wanting to bring down the Manhwa sect. Hwang admitted that he didn't like the expression either. From a merchant's perspective, a boat is something a person can either get on or get off of. However, he argued that if their destinations were the same, there was no need to get off the boat. After all, they could reach their destination faster if they rowed together. Chung Myung agreed, supposing there was no harm in it. Hwang thought that in any case, the Yun Merchant Guild had a good chance of benefiting from supporting the sect. But with the boy's help, it was guaranteed. The Manhwa sect had already taken over the young man's thoughts, and he had decided that as long as he lived, he would do everything to revitalize it, demonstrating incredible confidence. The elder once again assured that the Yuna Merchant Guild would do everything in its power to support the sect, and asked if the boy knew what that meant. Chung Myung promptly replied that it meant the elder had already decided to make the Southern Edge sect his enemy. The protagonist then questioned if the elder would end up asking for things they hadn't discussed, like a price for his support. But Hwang guaranteed he wanted nothing in return. The two new partners smiled at each other, sealing the deal. Hwang realized the boy was incredibly quick to catch on, and Chung Myung knew the elder was a shrewd merchant who might try to take advantage later. After this bittersweet moment, the elder called the protagonist's name again and told him he was exceptional, stating that there was probably no one in the world his age who could compare. Chung Myung didn't reply, but he thought to himself that the truth was there was no one in the world who would come back to life after dying. Hwang continued, saying he thought the boy should hide from the world. He described it as a frightening place, filled with all sorts of ghosts and demons, many of whom would kill for their own benefit. He compared the young man to a pearl, stating that the moment the world found him, crowds of people would come after him. Chung Myung let out a soft chuckle at this and said the elder expected too much from him, as he was really just a mere child. Hwang said nothing in response to the boy's reaction and announced that he would take his leave first. He turned his back and began to walk away slowly. But before he was out of sight, Chung Myung asked him to wait a moment as he wanted the man to find a few things for him. A short time later, Hwang was already descending the temple stairs, making his way out of the Manhwa sect. Looking up, he could still see Chung Myung at the top of the mountain. The man reflected that the young man asked for many things and that it was quite difficult to know what he was thinking, making it impossible to tell if the childishness he displayed was real or an act. With everything that had been happening, he thought the Manhwa sect might even earn a new nickname, the Dragon's Cave. A dragon was living in the sect, and since Hwang had discovered this before anyone else, using this information well could make the Unha Merchant Guild the best in the world. Zhang Yi approached his father and asked if the two of them had a good conversation. In a more serious voice, the father called his son's name and said that his opinion had changed a little. The boy's actions had given the elder new ideas, and it seemed there was still much to be done. He told his son they should start their journey back because now they needed to prepare the stage. Elder Hwang began to climb into his carriage, settling in comfortably for the journey home. As he watched the scene unfold, Chung Myung reflected on the old saying that with age comes wisdom. He realized that Huang was on a completely different level compared to the elders of the Manhwa sect, likely because the man had lived a life of arguing and negotiating rather than following the path of an ordinary Taoist. Taking alongside to gather his thoughts, Chung Myung came to a conclusion. At the very least, he had managed to escape the poverty that had been the biggest obstacle preventing Mount Hua from returning to its former glory. With their financial issues resolved, it was no longer time to worry about the Southern Edge sect because the Mount Hua sect itself had completely lost its identity. Now was the time to dedicate all their efforts to improving their martial arts. The Yunhe Merchant Guild proved to be incredibly powerful. In just a few days, the merchants accomplished what no disciple of the sect ever could, quickly stabilizing the businesses in the Waom district and making it presentable and lively. Thanks to their efforts, Kyun Young was constantly smiling, wearing a serene expression like that of a Buddha. Stability had finally arrived after decades of misery, and the situation at the Mount Hua sect was as peaceful as a flowing river. However, there were some people who were not enjoying such peaceful times. One of the boys was training relentlessly, doing push-ups until his arms gave out while he screamed in agony, his body drenched in sweat. With a cynical expression, Chung Myung simply told him to do one more, claiming that nobody had ever died from it. Suddenly, Chung Myung, who had been observing, fell as if the platform he was sitting on had collapsed. It turned out he had been sitting on a large rock that the disciple was lifting with every single push-up. With a sly grin, he watched Joe restart his count of the absurdly difficult push-ups. The young man's muscles screaming with effort under the immense weight. Meanwhile, Yoon Jong, who was standing in front of them, watched the whole thing with a sense of awe. As happy as he was for his friend's progress, he found the situation a bit strange. He remembered Chung Myung's warning that all the senior disciples would be strengthening their bodies together every dawn. At first, this had scared Yoon Jong a little as he wasn't sure if simple physical training would be effective. After all, the Mount Hua 6 sword arts were based on swift and precise variations, and he worried that a method focused solely on increasing physical strength might actually hinder his technique. To his surprise, something incredible happened after they began. The stronger their bodies became, the faster and sharper their sword movements grew. This transformation did not go unnoticed, and as the days passed, the training actually started to become enjoyable. In the past, all the disciples wanted to stop the morning training, but now they wanted to train more and more. Instead of complaining, they encouraged one another, making bets and holding competitions during their sessions. Despite the positive results, Yoon Jong began to notice a problem. With each training session, the disciples gained more and more muscle to the point where they themselves wanted to add more challenges and increase the difficulty. Because of this, the Mount Hua sect was starting to look like a den of mountain bandits. As the young men began to wrap up, commenting that they would finish soon to grab coffee before the morning's main practice, Yoon Jong asked Jo Gul if Chung Myung had shown up again. Jo Gul replied that their leader hadn't appeared for training lately. In fact, the disciples hadn't seen him since they began their strengthening sessions. They knew Chung Myung wasn't just sleeping in his room since he was always the first to wake up, which made them wonder where he could be. Jo Gul guessed that the young man might have gone to the Yunhe Merchant Guild, concluding that Chung Myung seemed to be the busiest person in the entire sect. At the entrance to the White Plum Blossom dormitory, Jo Gul asked his senior if he could feel how much stronger they had all become. Yoon Jong argued that strength was relative and that since everyone had gotten stronger together, it was difficult to measure. Even so, he believed they were at least twice as good as before. While carrying stones on his back, Jo Gul questioned if it was really only twice, but his senior told him to put the rocks down. Yoon Jong then admitted that while it was hard to say for sure, he thought he could now defeat 3 versions of his past self. Surprisingly, Joggle said that still wasn't enough. He reminded everyone that the conference between the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect was approaching. And because of that, the disciples needed to become even stronger. They had to become much more powerful to successfully get through the conference. Yoon Jong smiled at his junior's words and said that as soon as Chung Myung returned, he would ask the boy to train them even harder. As the morning progressed and the sun began to rise, the 2 disciples finished their conversation. Far away, Chung Myung was just waking up. He sat up in his bed and let out a deep yawn, still looking a bit sleepy. A short time later, before the sun had even risen, he was already walking alone. He wondered why he always ended up avoiding the others to do this every dawn. It wasn't a formal training routine, just a simple and unsophisticated method of swinging his sword with all his might to reduce the resonance between his thoughts and his body, aiming to achieve unity between himself and his blade. Chung Myung had already achieved this union in his past life, which was why he was able to do it to some extent now, though it still wasn't perfect. This meant that if he wanted to get strong, he had to train constantly to become one with his sword. But he had to do it far away from the other disciples. After all, the Manhwa sect might descend into chaos if they saw him training in such a manner. That was why he came to the Fallen Petal Peak at dawn to practice his sword arts. But suddenly, he was surprised to see someone already training there. It was a person in light clothing with a slender body, but their sword movements were sublime, like a true dance in the middle of the dawn. As soon as the person paused their movements, Chung Myung was able to get a better look and was left in shock. The person's techniques were as beautiful as the moon. Fragile yet powerful, flashy yet elegant. It was a delicate but unstoppable sword dance, the true plum blossom sword. The young man never imagined he would see the sword dance of the sect's ancient arts, especially performed by a girl under the moonlight. The old techniques, which were not supposed to be seen by anyone, were now being used right before his eyes. He thought that, in the end, it didn't matter what kind of sword art a person learned, but rather why they chose to wield their sword. While admiring such beauty, Chung Myung failed to notice that he had been spotted. The girl immediately advanced in his direction, shouting at the top of her lungs and demanding to know who was there. Her sword stopped just beside Chung Myung's hair, a millimeter away from a fatal blow. The boy was annoyed, feeling that he could no longer call himself the Plum Blossom Sword Saint after being detected by a child. The girl repeated her question, saying she didn't remember ever seeing him around before. This manhwa is like nanomachine. One of the best I've ever seen. Did you like it? What score from 0 to 10 would you give it? I think it's close to a 10. Let me know in the comments. Thanks for liking the video.